Howie, a blue, aka Strgtscntst, or some other variation thereupon. I am dating the purveyor of the stream, Yvonne B, and I am the brother of the guy to my right over here. Wait. Things are backwards, of course, because I'm reversed. Anyways. So, I guess I'm dating Tim and the brother of Yvonne.
Well, considering on either side of you is Tim and Matt.
I know.
Very odd. Very peculiar.
Very odd.
Speaking of Matt, could you introduce yourself?
Hello. It is I, Matt. You may know me as Melodor219 on my Twitch channel. Yeah, we're here to do some Blades in the Dark and have a fantastic time. I cannot wait.
All right. And next to Matt is me, Yvonne B. I'm a player! I'm a player!
Hashtag not the forever DM. Or in this case, GM. Because DM is copyrighted by Wizards of the Coast.
Below me is Emily.
Hello.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Emily, also known as Mbear on streams and TikTok. And I am playing a witch. And I'm a player again for this one. I'm excited.
And finally, we have our guest GM, our amazing planner.
And yet failure of a...
Oh my god.
Yes,
Jamey,
hi.
aka KrimzonKnight, will be leading us through this journey. And now I leave the floor to you.
Yes, hi everybody. I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Technical difficulties as well as easy distractions and a bunch of hyperactive people who don't talk to each other enough, and thus when we get to talk to each other, forget what we're doing. But hi, I'm here going to hold up a thing that will be in reverse because it's my camera it's my camera because I'm hosting this, and so I'm going to be in reverse, but we're playing Blades in the Dark. And
by the way,
this is absolutely the chaotic energy that I'm hoping we'll have all night. Blades in the Dark is a non-D&D game. It is created by John Harper, and hit myself in the head with the book. It's okay. I promise I've had nothing to drink except for water today.
You sure
It's just the
about
kind of
that?
day yes, I don't drink. For this reason.
Where
this
you
is
got
me
that
sober.
water from?
Where's that water coming from, man?
The filtered tap.
It ain't filtered if that's how it...
Fair point. Nah, I'm just high on life. Yo, no. Anyway. Real quick, how are we coming on the subtitles, Yvonne? Are we all set?
I think we got him.
Okay, cool.
Yvonne's poked in her channel name instead of her character name, but that's the only...
I'll change it.
Okay. I just want to make sure you know.
Bill says they're working.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
It's
Thank
just
you
I'm
for
seeing 5 names instead of 6.
Yep, because my link didn't work.
Try it again. Like, refresh.
While we're getting this sorted, Blades in the Dark is a D6 based game as opposed to the D20 based game that is Dungeons and Dragons. In it, we are basically a bunch of fucking scoundrels. And you know, it's kind of great. And by we, I mean them. The yeah, the world is a dark dystopian world where everything is kind of gone to shit. And in all the worst possible ways. So, you know, real life. But with magic.
You're cheery.
Wait, magic?
A little bit.
You said there was no magic. You said I
It's not a
couldn't be
common
wizard.
thing. It's not a common thing.
Yeah.
There is magic, but there's not a common thing. So yes. Let me quickly check something. Yep. Okay. We got everybody sorted, Matt.
Yeah.
You're all sorted.
Yep.
Everybody good to go?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
Then welcome to Blades in the Dark. And I would like to preface this whole ass stream with a warning. For anybody who's familiar with this game system, I am very well aware of the fact that we will not be playing this exactly as detailed in this rulebook. We are a group of people who are much more familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, and none of us have actually, well, we've had like a session because we did like a playtest type of a thing where we were figuring out characters and stuff, but this is really our first real session playing this game together. And as such, because we're used to D&D, hello generic, because we're used to D&D, I have tweaked the system a little bit. I've decided that there are some aspects that we're not going to worry about at all because of our more familiarity with D&D, or because this is a fucking one shot. So, you know, we won't worry about the stuff, you know, unless we do more of this, which, you know, maybe.
Matt
So, yeah.
already knows. I'm aiming for another one.
Heck yeah, me too.
So, yeah. Basically, I felt that to ease the transition into this one shot, it would be best to combine some of the aspects that we're more familiar with from D&D with some aspects of with the overall concept of Blades in the Dark and the feel of Blades in the Dark. So there's going to be something. So if you are watching this and you are familiar with this game, awesome. Don't at me about me getting the rules wrong, because chances are I know I'm getting them wrong, and you can bite my ass over it. The number one rule for this tonight is fun. And if at any point any of us are not having fun, of the players, I'm talking to the players now. If at any point any of you decide that you're not having fun,
we'll just blame Howie.
I'll take it. I do tend to make things not fun.
Oh,
I-
Lord.
No, guys, stop it!
I didn't say anything.
hello darkness, my old friend.
Something here again.
Basically, guys, if at any point you decide you're not having fun, say so, and we'll wrap it up. Okay? I mean it. We'll just drop it, hot potato. Right there. That's how serious I am about us all having fun. Okay?
Cool. Okay.
Eleanor.
That
So,
sounds annoying.
But anyway, so
so before
Self-care
we
check.
start, self-care check. Has everyone eaten within the last 3 hours?
I ate
Yes.
as of 30 minutes ago.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And by ate, I mean I turned on a vacuum cleaner that is my mouth and inhaled an entire plate of food.
Never mind. Go ahead.
So everybody stretch, take a sip of hydration fluid, and Jamie, I guess this would be the time to start.
Yeah. Oh, you meant right now.
Yeah.
No, when she said this is long after that.
You know what? If you hold on for a minute, I can get through another round of Age of Empires.
Actually, hey, let's have more fun. No, I still haven't actually had a chance to watch your play of that, man. I was so busy. It's on
It's
my
great.
to-do list.
I love it.
It's pretty awesome. Air.
And no,
So-
don't be nice to me.
Howie's just out there being like, make me hurt more, Daddy.
Oh my god. And
May I'll take it.
I'm not having fun.
no.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is how we started one-shots, guys.
Good night, everybody.
Alright.
And that was our Halloween one shot. Bye.
And,
Hair check.
Yeah, no.
Oh gosh.
I do request holding off on and not spamming those, please, because that way we can actually get some stuff done.
knowing us.
Yeah.
Anyways, Jamie, continue about the wonderful world.
Fair. That's fair,
Ah.
because that was a thirsty comment. So Habibble decided to.
That's fair.
Moving
Anyway.
on.
For the people who may not be actually watching the stream live, when I said goodbye, everybody, I actually swapped us to the closing screen and then back. So,
Oh.
It was funny.
okay, so. Oh, I should not have played D&D before doing this. Murder for hire, brutal extortion, dark rituals, illicit deals, smuggling runs, thievery in the shadows. These are the exploits of the scoundrels of Duskwall. The only chances left for those pushed to the margins and denied the privileges of the corrupt and predatory elite. Each of you have been living your lives, how you live them. Your individual lives, how you've been living them since your last outing. Nothing really has happened. Some of you laid low for a bit, for the weeks after waiting, holding your breath, after the explosive outings that you all had individually. You've waited to see if the blue coats were going to come down. The long arm of the law enforcement was going to find you and drag you out of your holes. But luckily, they seem to either have no leads or have other things more important to handle. And soon you each forgot. You went around your lives. You forgot. You moved on. Lived your lives how you do. Across the Crow's Foot and the other districts. Ruining others' lives and living your own as you deem fit. Until you each receive a letter. A letter that leads you to the Silkshore District, where door is right there. To the Silkshore District, which I swear is not nearly as bad of a tongue twister as it sounds. He says, trying to pretend that it's absolutely not. To the Silkshore District. There, you are the letter directs you to a dilapidated house of sorts. The Silk District, each of you knows to be a pretty middle grounds of wealth and crime, and it's it's not quite as bad as the Crow's Foot, but it's nowhere near as good as the wealthier districts like Brightstone. It is as you walk the streets crisscrossed by dozens of narrow canals, Silkshore is a district best navigated by gondola. As most visitors to this Red Lamp district do. You pass brothels and vice dens, food stalls, and exotic shops of all types that are each perched along the waterside, ready to satisfy the appetites of their clientele regardless of what they may be. You are led to an old dilapidated building that has no sign hanging above the door, a broken front window, and a door hanging off its hinges. This building has been empty for Lord knows how long, and it obviously shows and smells of it. Each of you are gathered out front of this building in the Silkshore district. You can hear the water in the canal and the noise and bustles from the streets over. Inside, a letter beckons you enter. As you step through the threshold, a voice calls out, "Welcome. I'm glad you were able to make it. I know your schedules are busy, and I know it's not often that people of your ilk answer anonymous letters. But I do greatly appreciate it. I have great need for each of you and each of your talents. For the people I represent and am of are in great need and cannot act as we normally would. You look up, and on the landing above, in this wide room, staircase on the remains of a staircase on the left, balcony above, looking over where the banister would have been, but has long since rotted away, standing with moonlight streaming in through a window, glinting off of a bronze face mask. You see someone you instantly recognize to be a spirit warden. He stands waiting at the top of at this balcony, looking down at each of you, waiting.
Moon is going to look up at this person who she recognizes as Spirit Warden and kind of get more protective in a sense, and look up and say, "What do you want?"
To any of you who know Seven so far, the only reason he's still here is because he doesn't want to single himself out by leaving.
Moon is about ready to flee, but
Jack is very nervously winding up one of his little mechanical creations.
and
You just hear this.
attack.
I'm gonna step forward and try to draw as much attention to myself as possible, stretching my arms out. Nice space you got here. I love the lighting. Pleasure to meet you. What is it that you had in mind?
There is a certain without. You, of course, are free to choose as you wish. But basically, there is a certain individual who has a certain artifact that the Spirit Wardens very much wish he didn't have. We would normally be able to make a move on him on our own, except for his status as a former noble from the pre-imperial days. Well, to be fair, his father's father was the noble, but as you know, despite the change in regime, many people in power still respect the old status.
Moon kind of looks curious. What kind of artifact?
The bronze mask kind of shifts slightly, causing the reflection from the moon to like glint off, you know, like anime eyeglasses do sometimes. He's looking directly at you, and he says, "Lady Moon, surely you can guess based off of who's asking."
Well, if you want a job done right, you shouldn't have us guess. Details. We need details.
Unfortunately,
I'm assuming Moon knows exactly what it is, so she's just gonna like put her hand on the guy and be like, "Please stop."
You may not know the exact artifact, but you know that due to the fact that the Spirit Wardens are, as you've said in the chat, kind of like super police.
Yeah, they're asking me.
Yeah. The super police.
Serious trouble.
The Spirit Ward in Duskfall, there are two different types of law enforcement, sort of. There's the Blue Coats, which handle pretty much all crime, right? And then, as you guys know, the Spirit Wardens handle ghosts and the supernatural. Because this is a world in which the veil between life and death was ripped to pieces at some indeterminate time in the past by some unknown cataclysm, which has then left the world to be overrun by ghosts. And if these Spirit Wardens, who are very specifically trained and given carte blanche to do whatever they want and deem necessary to, you know, rein in the supernatural, there's only one type of artifact. Whether the specific artifact is known or not, there's only one type of artifact that they would be concerned over.
Something related to the occult.
Something of a more spiritual nature, I presume.
I did not say
exactly
that.
Correct. That is correct, he responds to Tech. Because Sevens doesn't say anything, apparently.
Actually, Sevens is going to kind of slightly position himself so that he's entirely behind, let's say, dang it, what's Yvonne's character's name again? Ishani.
But do not worry, for those of you who have no real interest in the supernatural. You have been brought here based off of we've been watching you for the last few weeks. We are aware of each of your individual skills and your specialties, as well as your interests. And you will each be compensated handsomely in your preferred method.
Shani kind of scoffs.
And surely the risk of this venture will satisfy others. I will happily give you more details, but unfortunately, that is all I can say until I have an affirmative or a negative.
So you want us to go into this blindly?
I have told you enough that you can guess the rest, even though you don't have specifics like who specifically.
Zamira, straightening the brim of her hat a little bit, securing it down, looks up and goes, I'm in.
That's one.
I put down my little wind up clockwork frog toy on the ground. I'm in too. As it starts.
That's two.
I glance at Sevens and then at the gentleman.
I want nothing less than the intel of what goes on with the, what are they called? The spirit wardens? What are they called? Is that a character? Nothing less than the intel of the spirit wardens, even if it's slightly out of date. But
Yes.
no more than a month out of date.
Obviously, the topic in question might, depending on the topic, we might not be able to share exactly what you know or need, but we will definitely be
Continual information.
I will be in your debt. That's 3.
Ishani says, as long as we're doling out favors, as long as I can count on you for something later, I'll accept.
That's 4.
I want clemency.
I'm sure arrangements can be made. Well, then please, you may enter. He extends his hand to one side in a gesture, and below and to your right, below the balcony and to your right, what appeared to initially be a wall opens, and a light spills through the now opening door, beckoning you deeper inside. And back up on the balcony, he then turns and walks away into the darkness that on the balcony, out of the moonlight.
Have I ever heard of spirit wardens lying to get what they want?
Zamira kind of,
To be
looks
fair-
at you and like goes, probably.
To be fair, the spirit what you do know is that the spirit wardens are powerful enough that they often don't need to lie to get what they want.
Yeah. And they often don't need help. So if I can hold this over the spirit wardens as the
Yeah.
character, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
Zamira's
they don't-
gonna try to
Yeah, they
straight
generally
it.
don't ask for help unless they really need it.
Mhm.
For one reason or another.
Yeah, so seeing the pathway open, Zamira is going to like straighten up her like dress, pull out like her bottle of wine, and just go, alright. Pull open the cork, I'm going in, and just walk in as she like starts to take a sip.
Does she stumble any? Does she
No.
trip a little bit? Nope.
No, she's just like, I'm confident about this. Guy's like casual, carefree walk as she walks in with a full bottle of red wine.
Love it. Love it.
I'll follow too, but I'll bring up the rear.
I'll follow. I'll swoop up my little like clockwork frog as I walk by and just start mumbling to myself. Need to fix this gear here, and it's not the strides aren't big enough. And just kind of mumbling as I follow along.
I feel kind of weird that it's probably just me and Sevens even being somewhat cautious about this, but I raise my eyebrows and just gather my skirts up and walk in.
So wait, where are we going? My meta.
There's a door that opened that is beckoning you further in for more information.
Oh,
So
cool.
a more secure
Secret lair.
private chamber.
Secret lair.
Yeah, I'm not hesitating.
Okay. Well, as you enter, you follow the lamplight from inside. You find it odd that a district like this would have that even a dilapidated building such as this would have would not have electricity, but you follow the lamplight inside, and within you find what those in the biz call a heist room. Where you have maps. There are maps laid out. There's like one of those murder boards with pictures and red string and all of that. Everything that you need, that you would need to start to run a heist. Standing at the far side of the table is the Spirit Warden. And as you each enter, the door shuts behind you. Slowly, with a creak, because Halloween.
Oh, God.
As you approach, he begins to speak again.
Definitely not a trap.
Your target is Erin Robinson, the last descendant of the Robinson family. As I previously mentioned, the family is former nobility from reaching back to pre-empire, to before the empire. Erin has never known the noble life. However, his parents, shall we say, maintained the guise that their ancestors held with their status. He has gotten his hands upon a, shall we call it, talisman, which allows him to steal the souls of those he wishes. Which is frivolous talk, of course. For we all know that the actual thing it does is it takes the spirit out of a person, leaving a hollow. The hollow behind is enthralled by him, and the spirit trapped in the talisman until he deems release it. Luckily, to our knowledge, he has not figured out what this trinket is, leaving it instead in the basement of, shall we call it, his former chateau. You note a very strong sense of sarcasm around the word chateau.
This is England. We don't have French.
Except it's not England either. Um, he picks up he walks over to the mortar board, the murder board.
The mortar bird.
I almost said motor boat, which is something else entirely.
Not the same thing.
Not the
sorry,
same
I'm
thing in
thinking-
any definition of the phrase. He goes over to the murder board.
Murder bird.
Murder board. And takes one of the photographs off the board. Takes a second, regards the rest of them, and then decides that that's the one that he wants, walks back over to the table and sets it in the center of the table. This is him. This is your target.
Does he
Unfortunately,
look
we do
familiar to-
Unfortunately, we do not have any information or visual sightings of the amulet, talisman, trinket, artifact. Instead, we are relying on rumor and eyewitness accounts of credible sources. And we know for a fact that if he had unlocked this artifact's power, he would obviously use it to regain his station in some way or form. And you were about to ask if you recognize him, Ishani.
Yes.
Check something. No. I mean, something about him looks familiar. But you don't think he's someone you've bumped elbows with on a regular basis.
Would
In your
I
job.
recognize him or know of him considering my line of work? Like, have any of his, people come?
Remind me, we established in canon that you've done a lot of business at the Vale, right?
My business runs in, if I
Like
remember
you've
correctly.
had clients that met you at the Vale, right?
Yes, and I have my official shop at the night market as well.
Right.
But I meet a lot of
He's
clients
not
elsewhere.
I would say he's not a customer of yours,
Okay.
but he is a face that, similar to Ishani, you've seen him around.
Okay.
In the photograph, you see a very uptight-looking man who holds himself as if he were nobility, but by the quality of the clothing that he's wearing, despite his attempts at making them look fashionable,
They're really gaudy.
it cannot, and you cannot, it cannot hide the obvious lack of real wealth that a lot of real nobles would have. And he's looking in the photograph. It's not like a portrait, right? It's showing him talking to somebody who's not visible in the frame, and he's looking away from the person he's talking to and in the direction of the person who's taking the photograph. And you can see, like, in his face, you can see the noble highborn bearing of facial features and the like of typical pre-imperial families. But something about his eyes is unnerving. Almost desperate. The spirit warden, unless anybody has any other questions.
I look at the spirit warden and say, how do you not know that he's just biding his time?
Honestly, we don't. And that is why we must act sooner rather than later. And as I said in the other room, Spirit Wardens ourselves cannot afford to take direct action in the open against him, because he has the support of a lot of the lowborn. He pauses before saying that word, as if trying to think of a less offensive way to say poor, but can't, and then decides he really doesn't care, and so thus says it anyway.
Sorry.
Ow.
The perks that come with being a Spirit Warden. He
Can't kill you yet.
he the Spirit Warden reaches up like he's about to like adjust glasses or something, but then just like shifts his mask around a little bit, and then says he fancies himself a champion of the lower classes, while also maintaining a respectable distance from the slums.
More than respectable. Zamira chides.
He talks a good game and pretends charity and support for the poor, but only in as much as it gets for him from them, because what their adoration allows him is the ability to be what's the word I'm looking for? The ability to be able to maintain his charade of nobility. If the Spirit Wardens were to make an open move without obvious direct proof of hostility on his part, of open hostility on his part, then we would, as you can guess, see an uprising of sorts. And that is where you come in. Not to maintain the status quo or anything like that, but if he were to unlock this artifact, who do you think he would use it on to build his army? Let me quickly check to make sure I gave you guys all the information that I have for you. Says the game master real quick. The main thing I ask from each of you above all else is discretion. You know that what is happening with the recent death of the leader of the Crows and the moves the Red Sashes have been making against them in the Crow's Foot district. Not to mention the turmoil, all the rest of the turmoil. Things are on a very tenuous spot as accusations are going around. We are teetering on the edge of civil war. We cannot afford the wrong thing being said or the wrong actions being taken. surely you each can respect that.
Samira kind of nods. Says, "I respect it. Doesn't mean something won't go wrong, but I'll try my best."
If it
How
goes
will we
wrong,
know what it looks like?
one moment. He turns to you, gentlemen, and holds up a finger and just says, "1 moment," and turns back to Moon. If it goes wrong, know that we never had this conversation. If you pull this off, you each get what was promised to you, as well as my gratitude, as well as the gratitude of the Master Warden himself. If you fail, your continued discretion will be rewarded. You are merely a group of thieves who heard about a score. Understood?
Aye, aye.
Spirit wardens take care of their allies.
Fair wardens don't need allies.
Do you say that out loud? In other words, for the first time in basically 10 minutes, does Sevens actually speak?
No. No, Sevens... has questions, but...
Okay. There will be a Q&A section shortly. It will be after the gentleman's question, what did you ask again, Tim? Because I have forgotten.
How will we know what we're looking for? Like what it will look like?
I assume again, the spirit wardens themselves have had no eyes ourselves on it. Our source called it an artifact. We are assuming it is an amulet or a talisman of some sort. But the bottom line is your whisper.
Would Samira have any knowledge of what it would look like? Because she's studied?
Or myself, because that sounds almost direct. That correlates way
Yeah.
too much with my backstory.
Like, either one of us has to have knowledge of it or have talked about it at some point.
I've also...
You've each heard things. There's no way of knowing for sure until you've looked at it.
Would I know, like, the generic, like, items to look for?
As a whisper, you would know it when you saw it, more or less. Like,
Zamira's, well, Moon, as Aurelius is gonna turn to everyone and goes, I bet I would know it if I saw it.
I turn to Moon and just give her an acknowledging nod.
In the same sense that a thief would know how to break a safe on sight, a whisper would know an artifact of this design on sight, more or less. Usually, with a few exceptions.
Yeah. I was a straight A student at college.
Well,
I forgot that was canon.
Moon is the straight A student at college.
You went to college?
Moon did go to college and was a straight A student. And now
I think he asked that in character, by the way.
Yeah. No, like, she goes, yeah, I actually graduated with honors.
I'm with the wrong crowd here.
But also, I technically don't live that life anymore, so... And then just awkwardly takes a sip of her wine, like, I should probably shut up about this.
Ishani looks at the picture. How old does this person look again?
Mid-30s, low 40s at most. It's hard to tell for sure. Because it is a black and white image, you can't tell much else other than that. His hair is dark colored. That's about it. His hair and eyes are both dark colored. But that's really all you can tell in a picture.
So he wouldn't be directly associated with his parents at that point.
Not what you can tell from the image. However, I think I did refer to the parents in past tense.
Yeah. So his parents probably died or something.
Or something.
Is his family accounted for? Asking
in
out
character.
Loud. In character.
The Robinson family has one remaining member other than Ierin himself. And that is rumored to be his grandmother. Her name is unknown to me. But I do know that her age means that there are arrangements being made with the spirit wardens for her death.
If this is in character, if he does happen to have this artifact, what happens to both him and her?
Nothing. We can't make a move against him. You secure the artifact, you bring it to me, and we move on with our lives. Because all our intel states is that he has it, but doesn't know what he has.
Out of character, would we know what happened to his parents, or at least Moon?
Everybody, tell you what, everybody roll a d6 for me. Everybody roll a d6 for me. Just a single d6.
My moon dice.
5 from Howie.
I got a 6.
Okay.
2.
Moon dice, moon dice, moon dice.
I got a 4.
And Tim?
Hey, I got something larger than a 3. I got a 5.
Oh my, that's the first time.
It's a miracle.
Tim didn't roll above a 3 last time. Legitimately did not at all ever roll above a 3.
Moon dice. So, generally speaking, the Robinson family is a name. Okay, we'll split it up this way. Uneducated versus educated. Anyone who's ever had a formal education would recognize the Robinson family name from pre-imperial history.
Heck yes.
Cool.
Anyone who has not had a formal history, has not had a formal history education, would have heard the name Robinson talked about on the street in the sense of he's fighting for the people. That kind of a thing. He's got our backs. If we support him, he continues to support us type of talk. I apologize.
So kind of Vox Populi sort of deal.
Yeah, more or less. For the 6, and I believe there were 2 5s. And Ishani, what did you roll again?
I believe I got a 4. Yes.
Okay. Nobody rolled lower than a 4. Matt.
2.
Matt, you were never one for history. You know the name Robinson
Okay,
is
Matt,
vaguely
I'll
familiar.
I'll fill you in, buddy.
Tech, you in school you had your projects. And that was your focus.
Yep.
You vaguely recall the name Robinson from a test you had to take once. But that's it.
Another lifetime ago.
for everyone who rolled a 4 or higher, Ishani, you know that the that the Robinsons, you have this moment of realization after staring at that image for a bit longer. You have met this man. He had crashed a party that you were working and had shall we say, to speak plainly, he was already drunk and acted like he owned the place, was throwing his name around like it had weight to it, and said some very uncouth things about you about your body, shall we say. But that is something that you in your profession are familiar with, unfortunately.
Well, he's dead.
For gentlemen in the 7s, both of which who rolled 5, you've never met him. You don't. Oh, last thing, Ishani. Last time you saw him, he was being dragged out by his feet from that party by the Bluecoats.
Wow.
I'm imagining somebody with his toes in a vice.
Basically, yeah. That's kind of what I was imagining. So yeah, he was like not on his back either, on his literally on his face, scraping the ground. He made a whole ass scene. Don't you know who I am? Oh, my father, that whole thing.
Oh, jeez.
Draco Malfoy, my father will hear about
Draco
this.
Draco Malfoy without the actual clout that comes with being a Malfoy.
Sad.
Now, sorry, to the 5 brothers. You guys never met him. You know people who claim to have met him, who've claimed to have gotten money from him because he was just that generous. To your knowledge, Aaron Robinson is a very generous man who cares more about the poor than anybody else in the city. However, neither of you have ever actually seen that with yourselves. It's just what you've heard.
Just what all my connections are saying.
Not all of them. Some of them. The majority. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, they say he. Nobody ever claims that he was, it's that kind of rumor mill type. Maybe it's bullshit. Maybe it's not. People don't really know, but they're saying it anyway because it's a nice story. So whether or not you or your characters believe that, that's up to you. And Ms. 6 over here with the full success. What exactly were you asking? Remind me, because you were the one who started this. What was it you were specifically asking about?
I wanted to know if I had met him before. I know I mentioned that, or had known about him, but also wanted to know kind of exactly what I was getting into, figuring out what the talisman looked like, and
Okay.
figuring out that type of thing. That generic,
Okay.
like, what do I know? Or what did I know about the Robinsons in general, and if his parents had died too, like knowing.
All right.
if we would know
You've
about
heard the same things the boys have heard.
Mhm.
You know what they say in the history books about the Robinson family. I mean, I could go into how they were historically renowned as champions of the citizens. How they the citizens they were personally responsible for were some of the wealthiest in the were not wealthiest but healthiest, the other healthiest. The healthiest of the in the island, in the island. And or I could go into all of that, but really it doesn't have much of a bearing, because when the Empire rose, the old nobility fell. Barring the few who jumped ship and joined the Empire when they saw the ship sinking. The Robinsons stood their ground, and the history books detail a very grisly scene where the Imperial forces marched on Robinson Keep in South. Shoot, where'd my map go? Where is my map? Don't mind me. There it is. In South Akaros, near where the Imperial capital is now.
Okay.
And with that, they lost all clout, all position of power, other than the heart. What stories the people continued. They used what little wealth they retained from that era to help where they could, depending on who was in charge of the family at the time. Some family leaders were more gracious than others. As for Ierin himself, you've never met him. Your circles never crossed. You've seen him at the Vale. Well, you've seen him entering or exiting the Vale while you were there to meet with your clients.
I was about to say specifically Mortis.
I mean, a few others, but yes. Mortis,
Okay.
yes. Speaking of Mortis, though, Mortis has spoken of Ierin by saying the phrase, "There is no man with whom I hold greater disdain for than Ierin Robinson." And he's never elaborated and never mentioned it again. And every time you have brought him up or he's come up around Mortis, when if at any point in conversation Ierin Robinson has come up since he said that to you, you either just overheard conversation or mentioned by you or somebody else or whatever, all you've heard emanating from the from within the depths of the walking laundry pile that is Mortis.
I love Mortis.
All you've heard
Oh,
in
Mortis.
response is just literally every time someone mentions the name Ierin or Robinson or anything like that, Mortis just goes, whether he's part of the conversation or not. If he hears that name, it's like it's a automatic response, you know. Oh, did we lose Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's bad.
and
Yeah, my Discord said, you know what? I'm just gonna shut off really.
Oh,
fun.
well,
Okay.
that's fun.
Can you throw your camera back on?
His camera
Yeah,
is
it's
on.
back.
It's on now.
It is?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking at D&D music. Sorry.
Okay. So Mortis definitely doesn't like.
Mortis detests the man. So take with that whatever grain of salt you will. And
Hold
yeah, I would
Mortis
say
in
that's
a
all-
high esteem, so that is sitting on my conscience.
Same.
That I get to deal with this man.
The spirit warden looks at each of you in turn, or at least you assume he does because of the way his head moves behind the mask. And he says, "Are there any further questions? If not, I will leave you to doing what you do best."
Is he indebted to anybody?
Why each of us?
As for his debts, that is something that is not my area of expertise or knowledge of. Surely you can ask around and find out yourself.
Oh, I can find out.
However, I will say that for someone who likes to live as lavishly as he prefers, and chances are, and is as poor as he is, there's a chance that his money comes from somewhere.
Mm.
As for why I chose each of you, you each have a particular set of skills. Damn it, I couldn't keep a straight face. I could not keep a straight face.
I was waiting for it. I was preparing myself like.
I literally have it written down. Particular set of skills, quotation marks.
Yes.
I could not, parentheses, keep a straight face. Keep a straight face. I couldn't.
You can't.
It is literally impossible.
Oy vey.
Okay.
Anyways, skill
Anyway.
sets particular.
You each have a particular set of skills. Sevens, you're a thief. And from what I hear, there is no independent greater than you. Gentlemen, do I need to say more? And now
What?
we have a whisper,
What do you plan to use it for?
a whisper, a tinkerer, and you, Ms. Wow.
Shani.
Sorry, I went suddenly in Exandria. Who am
Yeah.
I? Where are we? Spirit Wardens, Duskfall? Right. You, lady, Lady Ishani. You have a smile that melts men's hearts. As for what he will do with the artifact, as for what we will do with the artifact, upon acquisition, we will secure it and remove it from the board. The same thing we do with anything else of danger. And if that's all, he straightens himself up a little bit and adjusts his coat. I will leave you to it. Seeing that none of you seem to be having anything else you want to ask him, he turns and walks away. Not the direction that you guys came in. And you know that you don't see any other door in here. As he's approaching the wall on y'all's left, what would have been his right, the lights of the lantern in the room flickers, and the room goes dark for a brief millisecond before lighting back up again, and he's gone. And at this point, I believe you all must introduce yourselves. Because I believe there are people here who don't know that you don't know each other.
You have a smile that melts men's hearts, literally.
I know this music.
It's music.
I know this music too, and it's.
I know this music. Okay.
I will say I will make my way over to Moon with my little another little scarab, and
Yeah.
it
Moon is gonna
appears-
straighten up and look at everyone. You can now clearly see her. She has her witch's hat, fairy dress on, a purple belt sash with different things attached, like her satchel. And you can see her standing at 5'4", very pale, with bright purple eyes, very flowy silver hair, and hanging around her neck is a silver crescent moon necklace, talisman. She looks very witchy, and she all looks at you, and she's like, "So, we've got a tinkerer, me, and we run the black market. And you
Run
three,
is relative.
Yeah.
Run is relative.
we run a portion of the black market, and then there's you three. What do you guys do? First of all,
I, although being 5'2.5", stand up as straight
And a
as I
half.
can. And a half.
That
Stand up as
half is
straight as I
important.
can.
it is.
I need to know what this music is.
It's
Scheming
by-
Weasel by Kevin MacLeod.
What is it?
Scheming Weasel.
Scheming Weasel. What's it
it's
used
by
in though?
Yeah, like
everything.
it sounds really familiar.
It's in everything
It's
because
in
it's one of those
everything.
it's one of those things that's license free.
Yeah,
Well, not license free,
a
but
lot of-
royalty free. So you know that it. Hence, we're able to use it.
Yeah, Kevin MacLeod, he makes a lot of
that's it.
music and
Yeah.
releases it for free, so it ends up being very common in
Yep.
YouTube videos,
It's-
to the
yeah.
point where certain sounds have memes attached to it, or like
this is one of
ads
them.
This is
attached.
a meme.
Like this one is one of them.
Yes.
Yes.
However, it was
So-
perfect. So
So Ashani stands to her full
just
5'2.5" height. And she's like, "Well, excuse me. I'm sorry that my credentials don't seem to be enough,
oof.
but but I'm Lady
Sorry.
Ashani. Lady Ashani Deva."
Say Devar.
Moon is gonna turn to the two other guys in the room.
I deal with information.
Okay. Sevens, was it?
I'm sorry, I'm getting really hung up on this song. I know this from somewhere, and I need to know what it is.
It's from
I will
everywhere.
guarantee you've
It's
heard it on a
literally
YouTube
everywhere.
video. It is literally
don't-
everywhere.
Like,
It
I
is
think
the
it's
Mark
multiplied.
Shepard of music.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh, Fred
I-
has used this so many times.
I have a suspicion it was like used in like a game or something that we
Yeah,
played in
it
there.
actually
Probably.
has been, yes.
Probably several. Probably some from our
Anyways.
childhood.
No.
Um,
Sevens is
I
just
don't-
blue screen
yeah.
for a moment.
Sevens is just blue screen. Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Error
Okay, you know
404,
what?
Sevens not found.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay,
No,
okay,
Well, Sevens
okay.
is collecting
Oh,
himself.
no.
I'm just gonna say,
Better?
I'm not sure. Okay, so, anyways, I don't know if any of those three have heard of the business I run or have been to it. GM, would you kindly elaborate on if they have ever been there?
No.
If I recognize any of them.
They've never been in your establishment, no.
Oh,
Okay.
but I didn't finish my character description.
Oh. I thought you had, Ms. 5'2" and a half.
5'2.5". That was just to emphasize this, like
The most
her-
important description.
No. So she's like, "I'm Lady Ishani Deva, and I know that you may not be familiar with me, but I do have some ties in the upper crust." And you realize she's dressed in a very fancy but very foreign looking kind of outfit. for people in our modern day world, it's a lehenga. Lehenga. It's a South Asian type of clothing. So you can tell she's on the bougier side of life.
Yes, the people who Moon does not like.
She very much Ishani. Looking at Ishani, the two of you have probably heard rumors of a. Well, it's not unheard of that the upper crust would deign to lower themselves to walk the slums and the dirty streets of places like Night Market and Crow's Foot.
Where Moon is.
But it's not often.
I lean over
But normally, when they do, they walk incognito. And it's usually just if you know the person, that you recognize them or something. However, I will say you have heard of a foreign woman who often is seen very blatantly just wandering the streets of the lower portions of town.
Okay.
But neither of you have had direct business with her, no. Tech, you... No, yeah, you've never heard of, you've heard of the Gentleman. You've heard of someone called the Gentleman, but you've never done business directly with him. You've never heard of Sevens. And,
Wait, didn't Sevens get some explosives from him?
Not directly.
Okay.
Sevens knows of Tech, not the other way around.
Gotcha.
Tech brand toys, essentially.
The person I buy my explosives from, Tech's hit their supplier.
Yeah, is what it is, yes. But, so you've heard, gentlemen, you and Sevens have heard the name Tech, but now you have a face to put to it, assuming this one is that Tech. And looking at and seeing how he fiddles with toys that look very familiar to you both, chances are yes. And Moon, yeah, no, you've heard like with Tech, you've heard the name Gentleman. No direct dealings, and you've never heard of Sevens.
Yeah, and I'm
to my
assuming
knowledge,
never
neither
had
of them.
Yeah.
Remind me what type of
I deal with the magical side of things, so anything magic. I doubt I've had any interactions with any of them. Crystals, rituals, spells, potions. The occasional ectoplasm, electroplasm.
Yeah.
As per the last heist.
Yeah.
Which
yeah,
I'm
I would say
assuming I
that
still have.
unless I'm forgetting something, I don't think Gentlemen and Sevens would have any occasion to visit your shop.
Yeah.
Right?
I might, if I'm looking for something.
Yeah.
That said,
Which
she's not the only purveyor of such things in the city.
Yeah. And that being said, Tech also has probably conjoined his shop with mine at this point. We probably have dealings.
Yep. And
I'm assuming I still have at least 2 vials of electroplasm, because at this point, it's only been a couple weeks.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have tried to move it through shadier means based off of how worried about how hot it would be.
Yeah.
So.
And you were saying,
Howie, if I swap it back to the proper song, will you be okay?
Maybe.
Don't chance it.
I
roll a Constitution saving throw. Wait, wrong game.
Hang on. Let me break up my D20.
Nope,
D6 it is.
So, Moon,
Yeah.
you said it was involved in. You said you were involved in some sort of underground. Was it? Did you say?
Yes.
Black market.
Black market.
Black market. Okay.
So anything that you can't get legally, I can get you for
Yeah.
a price.
You would
I
probably
did-
not
I
know
have-
her name so much
Yeah.
as her shop's name.
Yeah,
As
the
a
Crescent Moon.
potential place to go, the Crescent Moon. But whether you connect the person named Moon to a shop named the Crescent Moon, that's up to you.
That's up to you guys, because I'm not divulging that. But she goes, I've done plenty of things. I summoned a demon that just so happened to date me for a couple months. I've helped.
I forgot about that.
I've helped off a few people, save a few people, by the most not legal means, but
Did she just say she offed people?
It's a-
I
in the-
mean,
I mean, we don't know how close that guy is.
We don't.
I mean, if he wanted to arrest me, I'm pretty sure he knows what I do, and he would have done so if he didn't need my help.
Maybe he just heard about your demon boyfriend. We don't know.
Don't worry about Satara, okay? Satara is somewhere doing his own thing.
You named him?
I'm sure
He
you had a
had a
name
name.
before.
Demons are allowed names.
Begins to furiously take
How dare
notes.
Listen,
You know,
Well,
if you
Satara-
name him, you end up keeping him, right?
He's not a dog. He's not like you
Satara
men.
had his name before I met him, or summoned him, or both. But
You just happened to meet him through a summoning. It
Yes.
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah.
I've met worse, I'm sure.
see,
Yeah.
I've met worse humans
I
than
mean-
this Robinson's guy.
Technically, we all met
Definitely
through a
like this
summoning,
Robinson's
right?
gang.
Was there like, burning incense or some sort of fire starter involved? Maybe tinder?
I think you're going a bit into the weeds with this, Sevens.
Listen, I had a pentagram. I had candles. They were not Tinder candles. They were nice.
Candles were-
lavender scent.
The candles were not part of the ritual, they were just there to set the mood.
They were there for ambiance. Okay, and then I had obviously a salt circle around the pentagram so he couldn't leave in case I accidentally actually summoned him, which I did.
Wait,
Okay.
is this intentional or not? You know what? It doesn't matter. We are here.
It was an
Moon.
experiment.
Moon.
It was an experiment. Okay.
It's okay. We're
There are
here
great
for
many
a
things about
reason.
this
There will
whole
be
thing that
another
seem
time and
experimental.
another place to explain all of this.
I don't know.
Time
I'm loving
being.
this story.
Can we just
For the
focus
time
on
being.
Ham?
Listen, okay? I like to experiment with spells, but I will. I'll tell you the whole.
What did he say?
I don't know.
I can't even do it.
He walked all the way off his
She said she likes to experiment!
with spells. With spells. With spells.
Okay. Anyways. Yes,
I
summoned
mean,
a
you get a
demon who
little
just so
lonely, you
happened
summon
to
a demon, you make out with them, I guess. That's, that's what you do
Oh my
sometimes.
God.
Also, I don't know where he is right now because I didn't put him back into whatever world he came from. Anyways,
Oh, good.
we should probably
so-
focus on the heist. And you
Now
know,
I feel like maybe we should focus a little more. It doesn't matter. So
Let us focus
this-
more on the job at hand, please.
So this ward of spit we have to find. Moon, are you familiar with this demon of a human being that we have to locate?
Yes, I do remember studying about him in college.
Just going to drop that a lot, aren't you?
I
I
mean, when
mean-
you're an honor student, it's kind of the highest you'll ever peak is when you are the honor student. So you kind of have to hammer it in any chance you get. Because Lord knows life doesn't actually give you any allowances for being an honor student.
And Lord knows that they don't actually promote that college enough, so anyways, in our history class, I had remembered that he was part of a family the Robinsons called the Champion of Citizens. When the old nobility fell, the Imperials had marched on the Robinsons right around South Akros near the capital. They kind of lost all their power, minus the stories that people kept telling, but they like to think of themselves as champions of the people, and we're doing good even though we don't interact with them in the slums. Kind of like this guy. He's a douche, to
Indeed.
put it lightly.
Indeed. They all act like they care, but all of them are just trying to climb the ladder like everyone else. Ugh.
Taking
So has
advantage
everybody
of
had a chance
those
to introduce
that are-
themselves? Like, properly introduce themselves and their characters?
Not our characters, no.
Not
Well-
in the slightest.
So yeah, let's
We got
let's take
caught
a
up
brief
with
moment.
summoning a demon thing, okay?
We got caught up in Zamira's regret. That's what
And
we got caught
also-
up in.
Just so I can acknowledge the comments, yes, this was actually during her college years that she summoned the demon. It was a college experiment.
Horrible.
I figured
Co-
out the
A lot of experimentation happens during college.
Yes.
Oh,
Finding ourselves and... Anyway!
I figured out the music.
Okay.
Okay, good. Good!
How do
Okay.
you know what you're thinking? What do you think you know from?
Who do I think I know from?
What do you think you know it from?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's one. I suspect it's in Final Fantasy 14, but I
shut the
know
front door.
it's from this one guy on TikTok who does the animal facts.
Yeah.
Like he just picks
Yeah.
one animal and goes ham on it, and he's usually like, "Yeah, so this is how a rhino would actually unalive you."
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I love
Anyways,
that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyhow.
Good thing you guys know. Anyways, introduction of characters, since we kind of got sidetracked by my demon boyfriend, ex-boyfriend.
I also think he's an Octodad, or it's an Octodad. But
Yes, it is. It is an
Oh
octodad.
yeah, it's definitely an Octodad.
okay.
Yep. Okay. Who's
So
going
Sevens!
next?
Introduce yourself.
Oh god.
Sevens! Who are you?
Why are you asking?
Introduce yourself,
Well,
your
we talked
character.
about me.
Who
What
are
about
you?
At length.
Who are you? What do you
but
look
maybe
like?
not enough.
Okay, so Sevens is honestly definitely a furtive fellow.
Furtive?
Furtive.
Okay,
Furtive.
better than what I heard.
Definitely-
Carry on.
Definitely a furtive fellow. He I'm sorry. My brain just went in 3 different directions at once. He's generally tries to wear clothing that makes him appear unobtrusive and also and well, that also obscures his identity if you can. You know, the hood thing.
Emo.
More like a slightly competent, roguish type, if that makes sense. A little bit less Laharl and a little bit more. He hopes you don't see him, you know?
Yeah.
Even
Okay.
in a room full of people, you don't notice him. He doesn't want to stand out. Being the edgy
So then,
would,
canonically,
kind of ruin that.
canonically,
Shut up.
canonically,
Shut up.
Moon is divulging her entire sordid affair with a demon, and then Sevens just materializes, and people are like, "Oh, forgot you were there."
Yeah, basically, it is almost that sort of deal. He's not that comically good at it, if that makes sense.
I just imagine like Samira's holding on to her wine, just like, listen, it wasn't my fault. It was an experiment in college. And then he just goes, okay, on the other hand, what kind of wine is that? Just over her shoulder, and she's like,
All right, so that's...
ideally, yeah.
Go ahead.
In a situation where he doesn't know exactly what he's getting into, like this one, he's not going to be the one to stand out. He's not going to be the one to ask questions, not unless it's
important.
Yeah, not unless he really has to. If you catch him at the corner of your eye, and there's a decent little bit of ambient noise, you might find him kind of talking to himself, like he's trying to convince himself of something. Or convince himself out of something.
He has anxiety.
No, not anxiety. There's definitely more of a touch of madness sort of deal.
Got it. Cool.
No, I don't think I'll kill them today.
oh, sorry, did I say that out loud? Don't mind me, it's the voices.
No. Can't get a drink. I need 5 cars. Anyways,
right.
If you heard it, it would be largely nonsensical. But generally likes to keep out of sight when he can. He'll show up to meetings, and he will cooperate. Best way to slip out, to stay under the radar is in a crowd. But he doesn't really volunteer anything. He just sort of notices everybody's looking at him and says, I'm Sevens. I'm good at taking things, and not getting seen doing it.
Well, debatable.
So how are you? I'm sorry, who are you? Introduce yourself. Immediately drawing attention away from him. Towards Ishani.
Well, if you don't remember, a couple of weeks ago you tried to take my necklace and then you kind of failed.
Got something better.
Yes, and we will talk about that later, but
And that's his fault.
Be quiet,
Again, directing
yeah.
attention away from him towards the gentleman.
Be quiet.
Anyways, gentlemen.
Yeah, so the gentleman has he's got like a nice suit jacket, top hat. They're both extremely worn out. If you look at it, it may have been taken out of the garbage and then washed, but it's still, it's still left over from something that was once nice. He's got a cane as well, which he uses to emphasize things. Always talking with with his hands and like keep like sort of stretching them out with like very broad gestures whenever talking.
Moon is gonna kind of nudge at Tech, kind of introduce yourself, man. Don't make me talk about my demon boyfriend kind of look. Tech.
Tech.
Matt,
Wake up.
Matt.
As I stand up from my corner of the room and I put down my little machines, like, oh, I'm sorry, are we ready to talk business now?
No, we're ready for Tech to introduce himself and describe what he looks like.
You see a pair of glasses, red hair, kind of a not a relatively nice, button-down shirt, not anything too fancy though, and bit of a as well as a raincoat, just like a light jacket sort of a deal. About 5'10", kind of a decent medium-ish build. A little bit of a scruffle around his face, and yep, that's about it.
Okay. So you guys take the time to do proper introductions. You have all the information you need at hand to be able to start the score. So, as you may or may not, to refresh people's memories, let me get to, hold on, where is the score?
If I recall correctly, first we start off with what kind of heist do we want to pull?
Correct. That is correct. What kind of heist or score is this going to be? Now, I will say that any of the options are available to you, to my knowledge.
Don't make it a canon thing, please. Too much baggage. The question is, do you have time to watch all that baggage play out with a boyfriend-girlfriend argument between Moon and her ex-boyfriend who's a demon?
Honestly, I think I could find the time if it's that entertaining.
Jamey, be prepared to play a demon.
Okay, so I do want to say...
For those who know me, I don't have to prepare to play a demon.
Oh my god, the end. I'm
right,
not
so-
having fun.
I have a suggestion for the board. Right? Do we think we can convince him to give it to us?
How would we do that?
Not.
He's driven by vanity and the love of rich things.
Can we exploit this? He doesn't
Okay.
know what he has.
Okay.
Or if he
guys,
does, he doesn't know how to use it.
Guys, I'm gonna tamp down a little bit, take us out of it for a second. So we're going to, what type of score? Any of the paths are open for you. For instance, he loves to show off the non-wealth he has, and loves to relive the glory days of that he personally never knew, but his family did, of balls and social events and the things like that. So he's almost regularly got social events going on. However, it's a select invites only type stuff, blah 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 blah. And Miss Ashani, you would know because you would be the one hearing about these. They're not highfalutin things. Otherwise you'd be there. And you don't deign to give you do not lower yourself and debase yourself to be seen at one of his parties. So you could so basically, as I said, there are any and all of the options available to you. There is assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, or transport. Those are the types of heists that you can run for this.
Well, I think Howie was trying to convince us to do deception. I'd be a little bit more interested in what he had in mind.
Okay.
Either deception or
Elaborate,
social,
then.
Maybe.
I was thinking either social or social. So my thought
Also,
is
you can roll.
basically-
You can roll more. You can do more than one at a time. Like you can split up and do different things and stuff. It doesn't
I
have
just
to be
wanted to
just
see
one.
if anybody had any ideas. If I could just throw a couple of thoughts out there to start with. We know a few things about him, and we might be able to arrange things in such a way that we can put him into a frame of mind and into a situation where he's willing to give it up or trade it or sell it or otherwise hand it off to somebody. Maybe one of us can convince him that like they know how it's used. You know,
He does like getting intoxicated. So maybe that could be an asset.
And Moon would be able to know probably how the generics of it operate. Because she has studied, like...
You mean the artifact?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least be able to kind of be like, well, I know how it works, you know, da-da-da-da-da type of thing.
Basically, if we can get her to the artifact, she can handle it.
Yeah. Essentially.
I don't mean to pry, but how old is Moon?
Moon is probably
12.
looks like a 12-year-old. No, she is probably 25.
Oh, that's 12-year-old
No,
with a demon boyfriend. This
I'm
doesn't.
kidding.
A lolly. It's typical anime lolly bullshit. I mean.
Yeah. So the picture that I posted in the general chat was the reference photo that Jamey sent me. Kind of like that's kind of generically how it look in a different aesthetic, I guess. So she's probably like 25-ish range, like in her mid-20s.
Does she doesn't actually look like a lolly, right?
No, she does not.
Okay, thank you.
No, that was me being that was Jamey being Jamey.
Like this is the aesthetic, but if you take her facial features and patch them to it, essentially. And she normally has on makeup type thing. But she's not.
She almost looks like she would be acceptable in your circles, Ishani. Except not. Like there's something about her that is obviously not of wealth.
Like she doesn't look like she's from wealth, but she could pass it off, essentially.
Maybe with a little bit of help, but yes.
Yeah. I have the thought that maybe this would be in character. I'm not pulling the accent right now. I have the thought that maybe we can get Moon close enough to him and convince him to pass it off to her after he's had a number or two of drinks. And if Moon is dressed really pretty because he likes that.
I'm also thinking if we can arrange things in the right way, get the right rumors out there, we might be able to get him to bring it to her.
We could do either way. We could try to arrange, like, if we get enough rumors out there, we could arrange for him and I to meet somewhere at a fancy party and convince him. So we could do a mixture of both, too. If we spread enough rumor and enough talk, we could arrange something.
I take it, Moon, that you're not known in any higher circles.
I normally try to keep myself on the down low.
That could be to our advantage.
That is because even though I went to college and things like that, obviously my appearances would just because
she doesn't need a parent that has the bumper sticker my student. She doesn't need the parent that has the bumper sticker. My child is an honor student at Strgtscntst Academy.
Because
she herself has it tattooed to her forehead.
Mentioning it now more and more. Like I even put a note on my sheet. Mention you went to college more.
I'm now. It's now my personal headcanon that every time it's like, yeah. So that one time I breaks out megaphone. Went to college. Megaphone. I saw a bird.
Specifically, I don't. Do you remember, Emily? Do you remember which of the two colleges you went to?
I went to the
I do. I just want to make
Immortals.
sure you do.
I went to the Immortals College,
which is part of the Duskfall Academy. It's on the campus of the Duskfall Academy,
and it's the same
which
one
is
that
it is the.
It is the college.
Yeah, there are two.
So
There's
even
another one which is the Charter Hall College, but Charter Hall College is more or less like the community college, kind of. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not,
so like
but it is
it is in
comparatively.
my backstory, Jamie. I don't know if you remember. It's in my backstory that she basically went to that college on like pure talent.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like
No, again, I
she
knew.
she didn't.
I was just
yeah.
wanting to make sure that you did, which sounds really
Oh.
bad. Genuinely though, like I
in
just wanted to
case you
make sure.
didn't remember what college you went to. But Samir's gonna basically say, even
The
though
reason
like
the reason I
went
asked was because are
places.
you just saying when I went to college, or were you saying when I was a student at Duskfall Academy?
yeah,
Like, are
she's
you
basically
name
gonna
dropping,
say
or are
like
you just saying?
she's like I went to Duskfall Academy, which is a very prestigious place, but I also kept on the down low because of my appearances. I stand out very much, and I kind of took myself away from that life. So I don't believe I'm very well known for my job in the higher realm of like classes. Like I'm very much on the down low.
You can see a million thoughts running through Ashani's head, and she's holding back every single one. But
And also, I think as soon as she says that, you guys make the connection that while she went to Duskfall, she summoned a literal demon inside the dorms.
Which summoning a demon is a no-no in Duskfall in general.
And she still graduated and got away with it.
well, I can understand not appearing as part of the crowd. I couldn't understand what it's like to go to college because I had too much work to do, so I got private tutors throughout my entire education. The best of the best. But,
I'm here for
I
this
feel like-
rivalry, and I ship it. Okay.
One thing
Later
that,
on, they end up together somehow as like the best friends of this pack.
Not enough turtles.
one thing that might be worth pointing out is if we do either an assault or sneak, then we might have a higher chance of using explosives and perhaps
Okay.
maybe
Three heists, 3 major explosions.
Okay.
Let's go.
So,
but also one more thing though.
Yeah.
It also could give us a little bit more of a ability to maybe say it was already broken before we got there.
We
Fair.
don't know what would happen if it broke.
No, but it doesn't seem like something that should be not broken.
So
What if it unleashes all
my
the
first-
demons and ghosts of hell or something?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Samira,
Her job is
Samira
to steal
hears
it,
the
not to break
mention of demon, and she goes,
Calm down, Bessie.
Moon's head just does a full 180. It just like she's on the other side of the room, not doing something else entirely, and hears the word demon and just.
I mean, we said we'd bring it, not necessarily that we'd bring
Then
it. in
there
one
would be a
piece.
bigger dating pool if the amulet was broken.
My
So,
God. As much as I
Samira-
would like to assault this
yeah.
piece of human waste, we cannot start a civil war. Probably.
Oh, I mean, we
So-
don't have
And
to.
also,
Well,
he
don't
has
get it
so
twisted.
much
You
money.
can start a civil war.
We can.
You
No.
absolutely
Bernie
can.
Sanders when you need him.
But
Jamie.
should you?
A civil war.
What I'm hearing is we need a Bernie Sanders.
Okay.
This stream might need a little more
I will
context
say
for
this.
that.
Assault.
I will say this, from what I recall of that conversation you guys had with Bernard, you did tell him where you guys are from and your name.
Yeah.
He would
we
find you
did.
if he could. If he made it out of the exploding warehouse alive.
If I didn't
But you've not
see
heard
his
of
death,
you've not heard from Bernard since. You
if
don't
I
know if
didn't
he's
see
alive
his
or dead.
death, it didn't happen. No. He's
Anime
alive.
rules.
Anime rules.
Comic book rules. What are you? Who are you kidding? It's comic book rules. If you
Okay.
don't see their death, did it really happen?
Yeah, so assault I would rather not. Because he has the prestige and knowledge of his name, and some people on the street view him as a evil man. I would rather not start a full-out civil war in front of everyone.
At the
So
very
that's a
least,
no.
if it came out that Moon led an all-out assault again, that the proprietor of the Crescent Moon led an all-out assault against
Well, we don't have to,
Robinson,
you know,
the hero
show who
of
we
the
are.
the hero of
Look at
the
me!
against the hero of the poor, there's a very good chance that that would be bad for business.
Yes.
At the
it
very
would be.
least.
It would be. It would be bad for business. Anyways.
Oh, if we did do sneaking stuff, we could explode somewhere else. And then
Maybe.
You said it's a
Really want there to
distraction.
be a third explosion.
Okay. So
Yes.
here's what I think.
So
He
here's the
could
thought.
try to do like deception or social with a stealth.
Oh,
and
while you
split
guys are doing
apart.
that, I'm going to quickly update Roll20.
Also, what if we get somebody else to steal it?
Something I did
Or,
forget
like-
to say.
do we want
Um,
to trust somebody else?
No, let me
Yeah.
clarify. Get people
Guys-
that are not as good as us to try to steal it and fail, so we can find out where it is, because the guy's going to go running to the locker or whatever it is.
Well, we don't want him to think that all of a sudden people want it.
Okay. GM, yes. Jamey.
Something I did that the Spirit Warden would have mentioned that I completely spaced on. When he was introducing Ian Robinson, he did state that this guy is based in the Six Towers district,
Oh.
which is
Sounds
where
about
the
right.
former, it's the Six Towers district is the former, it's basically where all the people who used to be rich live.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
okay.
So that means I would know that area very well.
Relatively, yeah.
So we're
I
probably
grew up there.
yeah. So I would say, and this is like Moon talking, she goes, I would say we want to keep it more on the down low, not do a point of attack. We'd want to keep it either social or deceptive and stealth if we had to choose more than one. We'd want some people to be stealthy and some people to either be deceptive or social.
And then some people to be explosive.
That would come with the stealth, yes.
I would be all about the deception and the stealth and the explosions, but I'll leave the more social occasions to those who are better suited.
Can I get a little info from maybe we can misdirect him. We might be able to talk to Mrs. Morris and get some info, see if he has anything actually worth stealing aside from this.
Well,
If he
that's
had
actually a
something
thing that
worth
would come
stealing.
up after we start the score.
Yeah.
In preparation. So, first things first, have we decided on a score type?
I think
Assault?
we're gonna.
It sounds like assault is out. Like,
Yeah.
Assault is
Completely.
definitely out.
all right.
Occult and transport were never a part of that discussion, so it's between deception, social, stealth.
Or
I still feel like it should be a social deception with some stealth thrown in.
if we do assault, we can pretty much guarantee that the cops aren't going to come for us.
The spirit wardens,
Yeah, Spirit Wardens and Blue Coats aren't the same thing.
yeah,
They're
the
two
blue
separate.
coats.
The blue coats might actually come after us, but we would
Yeah,
take part in it
and I
after.
don't- Exactly.
And
we'd
you
still
were
end up
told
in
that if
jail.
you got caught, you never had a conversation with the Spirit Warden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we fail, we fail.
And
That's
that
not
means caught by the
Necessarily.
blue
We
coats
we
too.
still get paid if we keep our mouths shut.
True.
But you would still have to spend out any jail time and stuff. They wouldn't like
so I
spring
would
you.
say
Probably.
let's focus on like a social deception with some stealth from other people.
And you can always throw in an assault later if you absolutely need
Yeah.
to.
We can always throw in stuff later too.
All right. So which score type would you like to be your primary? So I can list it first.
Social?
So I can list it.
I would say deception.
Deception, because we're gonna try to convince him to get it to me.
Mm,
Okay. And then social, and then stealth.
Mhm.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, with that in mind, what with social be not social? Yeah, social. No, deception.
Deception.
The method of your what will be your method of deception? How are you going to approach this deception? Will it
I'm
be
going to
as
dress up.
a potential buyer, money source for him?
Somebody who knows how to work the artifact.
Well, he
Yeah,
doesn't know
like-
it is the artifact.
A potential client, like business type relationship. So it would be either like someone interested in like helping him or buying it from him to like
What
give
about
him the money he needs.
what about pretending to be a debt collector?
We could try part of that.
Repo
too.
the amulet.
Yeah. Trying to like collect on something and doing it that way, yeah.
If we could find any dirt on him, we might be able to blackmail him.
Yeah.
I'll definitely be able to find some.
But let's be honest,
Right.
this guy probably views the amulet as
Are you kidding? This guy probably has never showered in his life. He's that dirty, to be fair.
He's poor. So we could find dirt to collect on.
Yeah.
what I was gonna say though is that if he has an idea of what the amulet's supposed to do, then he probably already has plans for it, and he's probably not willing to part with it under normal circumstances.
Which is why I would be the one. Because I have the arcane experience.
Right.
I
So
still feel like we already know two of his weaknesses. He likes to get drunk. He likes women. We have a person who can specialize in both
yep.
and also knows how to work stuff
The amulet,
around.
yeah.
So
The
many
amulet.
assumptions.
Mhm.
So
So
I
you-
feel like we should
She-
honestly go in with deception,
Yep.
with Moon,
Yes.
as somebody who may be like for the
Business
people,
partner.
but also is very classy. He will want to show off. He'll show off the thing. And then maybe
If you go with business partner, you might need a point of introduction, because in business deals, often there is a person in the middle who introduces A and B, especially when they have no prior connection.
It's good that I have a lot of business connections as well.
Also, as a potential, depending on how small you want to keep the circle, technically, Ishani's met him.
Yeah.
technically.
You could be my point of contact.
Could also
Potentially.
arrange for her. Could also arrange for I'm blanking on the name again. Moon. To meet him at one of the parties
That
That he
he
throws.
hosts.
that he hosts. Well, no, you
I
are
get the
correct.
right connections inside, but we would have basically a point of contact still. So we'd
Would-
want.
What if Shawnee had her family throw a party and invited this fellow? And also Moon.
That could happen, but it would also be quite suspicious.
It would also not provide you necessarily with the opportunity to steal said artifact.
Well, as part of like a setup for it.
Then that would not be part of. That would be
That,
flashback
we'd
material.
do a flashback in the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
Well,
flashback
let's
material.
just say there was a point of contact and
Yeah,
I
and we'll
was
get to that in a
introduced.
sec. We'll get to that in a second. So the detail, to get back to the process, you're going with deception, and the detail for it is you're going to approach him as a business partner.
Yes.
Everybody cool with that?
Yep.
I think so.
Okay. Now,
I hope. I'm
Now,
sorry.
here-
This it's starting to
Go ahead.
seem like there are elements of this that we need to hash out before we can actually do it.
Yeah, I know.
Because otherwise,
But you
we have no
can't
idea what the
do
hell
it.
we're doing. You know.
But you
Yeah.
can't do it until the score.
Yeah.
Well, that's where the
It's so
flashbacks
backwards.
come in.
Yeah.
This
yeah.
is where the
So-
flashbacks come in. The flashbacks are like, hey, so we have enough time that we had him invited over to a party, and
Yeah.
you know, that kind of thing.
Okay,
We built the rapport.
so I'm gonna tell you right now, the 0.5 session that I did with tech, I was taking stress left and right because I was just like, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that.
Stress is there to be used.
Yeah, so
Um,
it's there.
but yeah, first, before we get to the actual minutia of it, item loadouts. What kind of
Yes.
loadouts are each of you taking for this?
Like,
Remember, you do not have to choose exact items,
actually,
and any items that you
taking
have on
light.
your list that are in the italics do not count towards your load. You have those. on
I
your
already
load.
have like 4 italic items, so I'm pretty much set there. But
Yeah.
I'm going with a light load, I think.
And
Yeah,
remember
not
that that your load affects how suspicious you are to people around you.
All right, I will also go for a light load.
I actually suspect I may go for a heavy load purely on account of the fact that I'm probably not going to get spotted. Probably.
And someone's got to carry the bullshit, right?
Yeah. I mean, better hand it to the person who's not going to be seen wearing it, right?
Yeah, the person who's not going to be the face of it, the talking to the guy who you're stealing from. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Matt, what you got?
Just normal.
So the medium, the mid load,
Yeah.
or the light load?
Mid. Right?
Yeah. Mid, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And just to be
Oh.
clear, because in case you were zoning out, you are on board with the whole deception business partner plan, right?
Well, I know I'm not going to be doing any of the talking, so I'm assuming I'm going to be in the background somewhere with Seven.
Yeah.
You'll be part of
Sounds
the secondary stealth slash aspect of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody else here is better at talking than us.
Pretty much.
Hey,
Uh,
I convinced people about a union in our 0.5. We're gonna
So-
unionize.
So we have 2 light loads, a mid load, and a heavy load. What are you going with, gentlemen?
Oh. See, I'm not sure which group I'd be going with. Probably. What do you guys think? Where?
I think you're too haggard to pass off. No offense.
Yeah. Well, if you're
Go
trying to like.
sneak.
Okay.
Go sneak. Or just
Right.
like something that's not front face, because we don't want to cause suspicion here.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would say. I
Well,
would
if
say.
you- my thought was if you're like specifically looking for, like a. It sounded like you were talking about like some sort of a connection with forming some sort of a connection with the poorer people. You know, the gentleman is sort of fake poor or fake rich, I should say. Not really rich, but like high class poor. If that makes sense. So
Yeah.
You mean like
Yeah,
this
at the
guy?
very least, he fancies himself that way.
Yeah.
well, yeah, he tries to at least present himself that way.
Mhm.
Okay, so your load.
If I'm going sneak, then I'll go medium.
Okay, that works. So 2 mediums, a heavy, and 2 lights. Okay, solid.
Am I correct in understanding properly that heavy load is only 1 more than normal?
1 or 2.
I mean,
depending
it
on what
does
says on
say
your sheet.
6.
Yeah.
Each
Well,
sheet, I
on my
believe, is
sheet,
different.
it's
Huh? Sorry, Jamie.
I think each sheet says 5 or 6 depending on which
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
class you are.
yeah.
So I think
Oh,
if
it's
I
based
think-
on class.
I think because I've
Yeah,
I've
most
always
of
seen
them
it 5/6.
hover around.
Okay.
So if yours says 5, then that's what your class can carry at heaviest.
Mine says 5 for normal, 6 for heavy.
Okay.
Same.
Same.
Okay.
Then yeah.
Well, I'll
Okay.
just take the 6.
The difference is that it's how you're carrying it, you know, because it's not just like I have 6 pieces of paper and a pencil or something
Yeah,
like
no.
that, you know. It's
Mhm.
big things you're lugging around potentially. like trying to get into
Okay.
a business building with a sniper rifle, you know.
Doesn't work like that.
Okay, so just as a heads up, we'll be taking a break shortly. For those who need to run to the bathroom or whatever, we can do that in a bit. Almost there. We have one final thing to do before the actual heist begins, and we'll take the break and then go into the heist. So first things first, the engagement roll. First off, we start off with a dice for luck. Now, let me find my notes. There it is. Is this a particularly bold or daring thing? I would say hell yeah. You know, you guys know what the risks are for this. This would absolutely be bold or daring, right?
Yeah. Especially since we're splitting up our party to do multiple things.
Yeah, you're splitting the party. You're going after some guy who's got a decent bit of status, even though he's not necessarily got the wealth to back it. You get caught, you're in trouble. You know, you get, high risk, high reward type of scenario. Right?
Honestly, I feel like at this point, there's an element of this that involves getting away with the item. At the point that we actually steal the item, that's when we're in trouble. Anything leading up to that is completely danger-free.
But that doesn't affect whether or not this is a daring attempt.
Doesn't it?
It's still it's still daring because we're also trying to deceive someone who has rep.
Yeah. And it's very much it's not about how much danger there is, just how bold it is for people of your station, of your status, of your position.
For me to risk my entire business, this is bold.
Yeah. And if Ashani gets caught, she's in major trouble as well. Tech too. You're probably the only one who really, nothing's really different for you. Oh boy, you go to jail.
True.
But hey, you get a lot of money. If you stay quiet about your connections to the spirit wardens, you get a lot of money. It's that kind of a thing.
Yep. And meanwhile, there's the two people here who are literally putting their businesses on the line. So
yeah, I would say that this is bold or daring. So that's 2 dice. This I would not say that this is overly complex. It's pretty straightforward, going forward and lying to him, and then having that backup crew of just sneaking in and actually getting the thing once you figure out information and stuff. Or just in case the talking falls through, or however you want to approach that. Does this expose a vulnerability?
Expose or exploit?
Either.
Yes.
Yeah.
It exploits too, at least.
Yeah.
Booze and women?
Does. Yes.
Booze and women, and also money grubbing.
And the fact that he doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah. We're exploiting a lot of him.
Better exploiting him than he exploiting you.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And so, okay, that's 3d6 so far. I would not, and because by definition he is not strong against this assault, against this approach. I would say not. He's not strong against a deceptive type of approach.
Nah.
Not really. I mean, he wouldn't have any reason to think that you guys are, would be trying to play him, really.
Depending on how inebriated he is, he may be rather uncooperative just on account of, not thinking things through. But,
Yeah. But no, I wouldn't say that he's particularly strong against this approach. Now, I'm going to skip the next one. Just to cover, will there be any enemies or rivals interfering? And obviously the verbal answer is not that you know of. But from my side of things...
There's a chance. Depending on how things go.
I have a blue coat for a rival, so you know there's a.
Yeah, you have a blue coat for a rival. I know each of your rivals and stuff like that, and it doesn't even have to be the specific like. Well, I mean, kind of does, but also doesn't. But
For me, it has to specifically be my demon ex-boyfriend.
Hang on, is your demon
I-
ex-boyfriend your rival or your
My
good connection?
rival. He's my
Oh.
rival. I have a
Okay.
nemesis.
yeah,
I
it
was-
was not an amicable split.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sheesh.
It's the only reason he was mentioned in my backstory. He's my rival.
Okay, no, I won't tell you whether or not I've subtracted a dice based off of that.
I will say this. It was between the demon or the vampire.
Vamp. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, now
I did roll
now
a
for
3
the
last time.
wide-ranging question. What was that, Tim?
I was gonna say I did roll a 3 last time when trying to frame my rival with the last thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's gonna come back.
And just because it might come back eventually does not mean it'll come back tonight. Okay, so now for the wide-ranging question. Last time I ran this with each of you, I did not put a cap on it. However, I will say each of you can only add to this once. Hold on. Let me actually confirm that I'm remembering this correctly.
And to what ones?
Hold on. Oh, yeah, no, I'm misremembering, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, ignore what I just said. Do you guys have any friends or allies, whether they're already on your character sheet or whether you can think of them right now off the top of your heads that could help in this scenario?
My witch friend could probably help if I didn't have any
Jewel?
idea. Yeah, Jewel could help.
Depending on the right circumstance, my beggar friend might be able to pull something.
So the simple answer would be yes. Okay. And can you guys think of, are there any other elements that you could argue for why I should add another dice in favor of you guys having, for this?
I think with my arcane knowledge from the college and also just from the business that I run would give me a better chance of convincing our friend to hand it over. And it would also be a lot easier of a distraction because I have credentials that I could try to distract him with. Should I not be able to convince him to give me it, it'll give them more time and buy them more time. If all else
Yeah,
fails,
sure, I'll
I
take
bring
it.
up the demon ex-boyfriend.
Sure, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Cool.
Anybody else? I'll give each of you a chance to think of one reason why I should add a D6 for something you've got.
I'm particularly motivated because it's an arcane object.
I really want to succeed.
Well, no, Jamey knows what I'm on about, I suppose. If I'm able to gain any sort of inkling that I know what this is, I would be unreasonably more motivated.
Roll me a... What's the thing?
A D6?
No, I'm gonna actually ask for an action roll here.
He's gonna ask for a check.
A study then? Or a survey? Something like that?
Where's my actions list? Oh, there it is. Of course, the literal last page I look at. Let's call it a... consort. Basically, to see
Consort?
basically what this is you using time that you guys are using to however much time prepping for this. Basically, this is a flashback without being a flashback.
Mhm.
You're using the time of prep to see what rumors you could learn about whether or not this might be what you're looking for, or something like
Alright.
what you're looking for.
If he wants to
Um,
go through me, I can roll. I've got really good consort.
I will
I
allow
don't
one.
believe you.
What's that?
I don't believe you. What's your console?
I would say that he has to roll this.
It's 2 plus 1 because of a flashback.
Ah,
Consort.
Yeah,
So
I will
3 basically.
say that if that he has to roll this. However, you would, if you wanted to help him, or if anybody else wanted to help him with this, or if he wanted to ask anybody for help, or if Sevens would ask for help in searching for information about these things, that's up to him.
I would probably be asking the one who knows about magic stuff.
I could help him, yeah.
Okay.
So
you
if she can help me
have-
figure out some things about what the nature of this artifact.
So you have an additional D6 for your roll, for your consort roll.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna say that takes me off of disadvantage then.
Correct.
Because
Do a straight roll.
right, but
If you
I don't think
you
that's
can push
worth pushing
yourself,
it.
you can also take a devil's bargain for more for another dice.
I wouldn't do it right now. I would save it.
yeah, I'll just keep the 1 for now. And that's because this is just me trying to add 1 extra die to the setup roll.
Yeah.
That's a 2.
It might be. You don't. You've heard conflicting information. He's got basically all you found out is that he's got a shiny artifact. He's probably got several left over from family heirlooms and stuff like that. It makes sense. Sorry. So no extra die for that. Tech, you got anything that any excuse to why I should add a D6 to this roll in favor of you guys?
Well, this sounds like something that's directly up my alley. This sounds like something that I was fiddling around with in my college days.
We both went to college.
wow.
I love it that on my screen, the way everybody's lined up on my screen on Discord, it's the college kids in one column, the scamps in the other, and then the GMs on the in the third.
Not same with me.
Well,
College, man.
We're just too cool for you guys.
Can I insert my explanation?
Well, hold on, let me finish with Matt's.
Tech.
Yeah.
Is there?
This sounds like something that Tech would be very interested in uncovering this technology.
So you're kind of wanting to go for the same kind of thing that Howie went with, which is highly motivated?
Yes.
Okay, give me a study roll. No. Yes, a study roll.
Study, you said?
Yeah.
What did I do with my dice? Okay.
I mean, either study or attune, either one. But I think you're gonna go for the study because I think I remember what your stats look like.
Nope. That's a 1. No more for that dice.
Sorry, man.
Dice jail.
You are highly motivated, but almost to a distracting quality, involving the, for lack of better term, trauma. Do you think that's kind of fair? Like
I'll
you're
say
like you're
that's fair.
motivated in a this is right in my wheelhouse, but also last time I messed with something like this, it didn't really end well.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sorry, man. That's Emily, Howie, and Matt. Ishana, you spoke up.
I think that I have the upper hand because everybody else is working off of rumor. I've actually met the guy. Had to spend a whole disgusting evening with him.
All disgusting.
And-
5 minutes.
And I know how he talks. I know his vices. I know how he acts around people. And I think that will help us cinch this.
I'd have to agree. Without the women or the drinking, we
Yeah.
probably wouldn't have a.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, I feel like Yvonne is a reason why we know about at least one of his weaknesses. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
that alone is.
yeah, that's fair. Give me a consort roll, and we'll see if that actually is worth a dice, though.
All right,
Or
so
basically, this consort roll will determine whether or not it counts, whether or not you're essentially worth 2 dice because you've already heavily attributed to 1 previously. Basically, so consort roll.
Okay,
Yeah.
so consort roll. That's 2 dice plus another. Or wait,
You can get aid from people. You can get aid.
So,
you can
do
get
you
push
have any
yourself,
dots?
etc.
I have 2.
You have 2
So
dots,
that
so you get
is
advantage.
2 dots.
So 2 dice.
You roll 2 dice.
Alright.
And if anybody wants to help you, that's a 3rd dice. Or if you want to ask anybody for help for this, or if you want to push yourself, you take stress, and then etc. etc. etc.
Don't push yourself yet. We've still got the score.
All right.
By the way, make sure everybody you've cleared your stress from the prior times, because
Yeah.
you have
Mhm.
Good
if
point.
it's been long enough, stress would be cleared.
All right. So rolling 2
And take the higher.
dice. It's a 5.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you a D6
Yes.
for that. Okay. And now, gentlemen.
Yeah, I've been trying to think of something that really isn't playing to any of my specialties or any of my past or anything like that. So
You don't have anything?
I probably shouldn't even try.
Oh.
I will. Something I haven't pointed out is that the double side to this is if you convince me too well in the wrong way, you might accidentally convince me to subtract the dice.
Wow.
Okay.
Because
Now I'm
yeah,
especially not wanting to try.
it depends on what you say and
Okay.
how you approach it. Like, yeah, it's basically what you're bringing to the table. But if you bring the wrong thing to the table, you might accidentally subtract the die.
Isn't the gentleman basically in the same boat as this guy? Like, fake rich?
It's kind of the opposite side of it, though.
Yeah.
It's like,
But it's still sort of that you guys would be hanging out in the same circles, right?
well, first of all, I'm not doing the.
Yeah, but you'd be
I'm
sneaking
doing.
in.
I got on the sneaking end, so even if
The
that were
main-
the case,
the main
I don't think we really
difference-
would be in the same circles anyway.
Okay.
So,
The main difference
GM.
between the gentleman and this guy here in Robinson is the gentleman has taste.
Yeah. He's gonna want to bring this guy down because he has no taste.
Well,
Okay, so
highly motivated.
did you start
Well,
to ask?
I
me
mean,
something?
I'm more motivated by trying. I want to get this object of power outside of this guy's hands before he, before he actually ends up finding out how it works. Right? That's where my motivation is coming from.
Okay, give me an attune roll.
Attune. Interesting. I think that's -1 or disadvantage. I think.
I believe
I'll
so.
help you out because I have a good attune anyway. So
Then
Okay.
a straight roll.
yeah, so a straight roll.
Okay. Cool. Sweet.
So you don't have disadvantage at least.
I appreciate that. All right, that's a 4.
unfortunately, what I'd said is the middle grounds. Like if it's 3 or 4, no, yeah.
Okay. Well,
You're motivated, but not dice worthy. I mean, you deal in information, you know,
Yeah.
and your information is that this is bad. If he activates it, it's bad. But also,
Well,
there's a lot of things that are bad.
just from the guy's explanation, that our employer's explanation, you know,
Yeah.
I got the idea that it's bad. That's all the information I have. I don't have any other information that the character wouldn't, you know.
Yeah.
okay.
Well, it's regardless. You still have 6d6 in the end. So we'll make this
Dice.
roll, and then we'll go to break.
Let's get 3 6s, guys.
Perfect for Halloween.
Get that crit success.
Do you hear that dice rolling ASMR?
Yes.
Yeah.
That sounded like
Okay.
a single die just smacked the table.
They all hit it once.
Okay. And with that, we're gonna take a break. See you guys in a bit.
Keeping me in suspense.
And we're back, everybody. Welcome back.
So tell us more about that demon boyfriend.
Yes, let's spend the
no.
next 4 hours talking about the demon boyfriend. Not that I don't
Yeah.
already have a whole other heist planned for the future if we decide to do more of this.
Yep.
Anyway. So,
Mhm.
2 teams. Team A, Team B. Ladies and the men. An invite has been secured to Lord Ravinson's estate, quote unquote estate, in Six Towers district. He insists on everybody referring to him as Lord Robinson, even though he has no real claim to that title. So, for reference, in the Six Towers district, couple windows so I can get to roll 20. Come on, Discord, I need you to move. Thank you. Okay. For reference, the approximate location of this Lord's estate is approximately here. Here.
I would just
In
like
the-
to throw out there that I grew up in the Six Towers, so I would actually know the area pretty well.
Sorry, could you ping it again?
It was
Okay.
down around here.
Okay, so near the Gossamer Canal.
Yeah, in the southeastern quarter of the district.
Hmm.
Whereas
Crossing of the Clearwater in the Gossamer.
yeah, more or less in that general area. As for Ishani, sure, you grew up here. However, Duskval is a big-ass city. And, you know, there's a very good chance that while you did a lot of walking around growing up, one district is massive.
I spent like 12 whole years here though.
Okay, well then are you going to flash back to the time when you were a child?
Only if it becomes necessary.
Okay. Well then.
I'm gonna use all my flashbacks.
Right now?
Right now.
Right
Flashback
now.
and a flashback and a flashback.
I'll
of
take
full
9
Naruto.
points of stress right now.
When I was
We're
14,
going
I stood by
Naruto
the
on this.
Gossamer Canal, singing about the lost love I shall never have.
Here's
Remembering back toward that story, where I remembered back.
Swing Kun has issues.
9 points
was
of
it
stress, and she gives us her entire childhood story as a monologue.
And it's all about how she sets how I don't know. Forget it.
How she
Ages
sits by that
-5.
very now.
Age -5 to now. Let's go. 9 points of stress. Let's go.
Oh God.
What's it
No.
called?
-5? How does that work?
Oh,
5 years before you were
Anyway.
born.
Anyways, moving
Anyway.
on.
So, you guys have secured an invite to Lord Robinson's estate. And looking at it, there is no more generous term for this building than estate. Using the word estate to describe this place is like, no, I will not make a pizza metaphor.
Are you sure-
just to neg Howie.
are you sure chateau isn't a better word, or more generous word?
No, considering chateau is French for castle.
Yeah, it's generous.
No. My
Even this
point,
place.
bottom line is, make the pizza metaphor. I will not Because that will be the next 4 hours of this stream. No thank you.
Just like explaining my demon boyfriend.
So, the
So
Lord on
basically,
hits,
while the positive things about this place, it was nice back when the district was nice. So you could tell that by looking at it. You could see how, oh yeah, I could see that it had something to it. Oh man, it's rundown as fuck. Like, you see places where the ceiling has. I was trying to think of a word to describe this place, and I genuinely can't think of one.
It's in
without
shambles.
going into detail. It's shambles.
This
Thank
is
you,
basically
yes.
an apartment on the Upper East Side of New York, in that really forgotten spot.
Would you say that the room is in shambles?
So like there's a
Is that
spot
One
where
Piece
the
reference?
roof has collapsed in on a whole wing of the building, and like there's a door in better condition than the place you met the spirit warden. It's actually on the hinges.
Wow.
There are a few
Boy,
windows
there
that
are-
aren't broken,
This is upper class right here.
and it has electricity.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
And it works?
And may or may not start a fire. Yes. As you enter the building, you split off in your way. You approach, you split off. Team B goes to a prearranged location. Team A goes through the doors. Yes, Matthew.
Before the guys that split off from the ladies, I hand them a little mechanical scarab, and I tell them, just in case things go wrong, I'm giving this to you. This has, let's say, a special powder in it that if people breathe it in, it will knock them unconscious. If this sicko decides that he wants more than you're willing to give, just utilize this, and it should help you get out of a sticky situation.
Duly
The
noted.
taser. He hands you a taser.
Yeah. Moon is gonna tuck that like
Pepper spray.
She has like a version of this dress on. It's longer. It's a little bit more elegant, but she's gonna tuck it like in her sleeve.
Okay. Mark it as load.
Okay.
Both of you. Because while you don't have it on you, you were still carrying it. And now you have it on you. In addition, well, no,
I mean,
you don't
it's
have to
pretty
mark it as
light.
load. Yeah, you don't have
It's
to mark it
pretty
as load,
light.
Emily. He does, based off of his character sheet. He does have to mark it as load, but you don't because you didn't walk in with it. So it
Yeah,
doesn't take up
it's
what
pretty
you
light.
brought with you. However, I will say add it to your inventory. I believe there is a spot for it.
Yeah.
And
Armor.
just keep in mind that you have, essentially it is a one-use thing. You use it, it's gone.
Yeah.
And in theory, you could try to cannibalize it for parts if you needed to. But that's neither here nor there at this point. So
I do mention to Tech that I will give him a signal if our plan is not going well and they need to sneak in. Like where to exactly to find it, because they'll probably be searching around, but where exactly to find the amulet if we can't get him to give it to us.
I figure that they, at the same time that you guys are inside, they'll be inside sneaking around trying to find it. And at the very least, that way they're close at hand for backup if it's needed.
Yeah, I'll just give him a signal like, here's where it is specifically, like a magical thing. But
Tech, roll me real quick a what's it called? Tinker, and add a dice.
Oh,
in addition
I
to
already
your
have
normal
2 in this, so now I
Yep.
have 3.
Yeah.
And I take the highest.
And if you get 3 sixes, it's an automatic critical success.
2 is a crit success.
2 is actually the
2 sixes is
yep,
a crit.
2 or more.
That's even better.
My highest is a 5.
Okay. I would say for free, this is probably something you would have made in the time coming up to this. I'll give this to you for free. Just as a way to make it easier to give a sign. You have earbuds, essentially. Walkie-talkies.
Yes.
They're big, they're clunky, their range is short, and there's a chance of failure. But they are relatively easy to disguise. They will not count against your load. And like for the women, you can hide it in your hair type of stuff, you know?
Yeah,
the
mine will
guys-
be hidden in my hair. I have
For the
long
guys,
hair.
you're not going in, so you don't have to hide it, you know? I would say it's about that big. And yeah, it was made by Tech. It's experimental. He's never tried anything like it before. Few bugs to work out still.
So we know nobody else is listening on the same frequencies.
Yeah.
Because there literally is no other frequency.
Just
Well,
because
that's-
he's never tried something like it before doesn't mean that there's not things like it in existence. There are
Ooh.
radios. So basically, you stand in the wrong spot, you might get some music.
Or if we stand in the wrong spot, somebody else can hear, I need extraction. I need extraction.
Yeah.
Abort.
It's just like it's
exactly.
sneaking by, and all of a sudden, just music starts blasting. Whoops.
Also,
And just
there
in the
is-
right
like I
spot,
said-
get a real headbanger.
Yeah.
like I said, well, kind of like that story that Mark Hamill has been quoted saying that he was when filming with the Yoda puppet, to actually hear the lines he was trying that he had to respond to, he had a headpiece, and if he turned his head just right, the one time when filming, he turned his head just wrong, and he's like, "Oh, I have the Rolling Stones."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So picture that.
kind of like that, but also in addition to that, there is a chance that you just won't connect for no reason, for no apparent reason, because there are bugs to work out of this.
Yeah.
If
But it's
you
still
roll
a
the 6 or
chance.
higher. Darn. But yeah, you have this for communication purposes as necessary. So your emergency signal, basically.
Sweet.
And I'm giving you that for free.
Thank you. Okay.
So yeah,
So we get to the party.
girls walk in.
So the whole lot of us have a set of these things?
Oh, I thought it was just between
Or,
the two of them.
or is it just the 2?
One per group.
Okay.
That's like me and Tech would have.
Yeah, basically he only had enough time to make one each. One for each group.
One pair or one piece?
Two pieces.
2 pieces.
A and B.
Okay. Cool.
And again, they are about that big.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway, so roll
Pretty
initiative.
small
No.
for a radio.
All right, let's go with the fellas first. You're approaching the building. You broke off from the girls. You said your be carefuls and your good lucks and your break a legs is to each of them, and split off. And you cased the joint. Past tense. You found a pretty good place that would be pretty solid to sneak in without being seen. On the hope that certain people weren't like, because there's the river not far away, and random people in gondolas, but you were able to time it out, and you have a lookout, and things like that. You get in, you are inside the building. Ladies, you walk in, you are greeted by a very unwashed man, elderly man, in what looks like it's supposed to be a coat with tails, like a butler outfit, but it's dirty, it reeks, and it doesn't fit him. Like, it's too big in some places and way too small in others, and you're like, I do not need to see that much of this old man's bony ass chest, but there it is. And he holds himself posh, his nose in the air, and he welcome to Lord Ravinson's estate. What are your names?
I do my standard curtsy.
I
Lady
follow
Shani.
her.
And this is my close associates.
Lady Moo. Lady Moo. At your service.
He gives a curtsy in response.
My
Obviously,
close
he's never.
associate, I don't remember your name.
He gives a curtsy in response,
Oh my god.
going way too low, and you start to be a little concerned that his knees are going to give out because he struggles to
Uh-oh.
stand back upright. And he says, "Welcome, Lady Shane." I'm losing the accent. Welcome, Lady Shane. And Lady Nude. Right this way.
This music
And he
is perfect.
turns. You have no idea. I was up till 4 trying to find perfect music.
This is giving me
With it this
strong The
perfect,
Great
I
Comet vibes, and it's amazing.
With it being this perfect, I almost thought you made the character for the music.
I mean, okay. I'll talk about it later. We have stuff to do.
Yeah.
He turns, struggling, like as he walks, you're like, how is this, like, you briefly wonder how this man is, and you know he's a man because as he turned, you discovered that there is a large cut in his left leg that when he turned, the wind flapped it open, and you saw way too much of this elderly man.
I turned to
And you see just how unwashed he is in
We
his
cannot assume
entirety.
their gender, but also, the
Also,
dingling is just out there. Oh god.
Like, it's not out there, but like he turned, the pants flipped open.
Going on.
Going on, yeah. moving on.
Anyways, I
Thank you.
turned to my partner here. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a long evening. Kinda.
I take her hand and I say, "We will survive this."
Maybe.
No.
Like, you can see the repressed pain in Ishani's face. She's just like,
And Moon is mutually like, yes!
Okay, so he turns and he leads you, and every step he takes is slow. Like the worst example of escort missions in video games.
I give up. Not worth it.
Like, if you've played the original classic Tomb Raiders, with how slow and shaky Winston is in those games, that is this man. Except this man is like paper thin compared to Winston in those games.
Dear Lord.
oh my god.
And he is shaking.
The people know. The people know.
And this man is shaking, and you're not sure if it's because he's cold, or old, or ill, or just barely, or what. You don't know why, but he's shaking, like, almost to a sarcastic degree with every step. And as he leads you, he is just babbling inane things in the worst attempt at a posh accent you could possibly get outside of the South United States. I lived in North Carolina for 10 years. I can make that joke.
I'm debating if it's worth it to deal with this man.
And everything about this man not just reeks, but reeks of someone who has absolutely no idea how the other side lives, but is doing his best at an approximation of what he thinks they're like. Like it's all one big act, essentially, a play that's being put on. And as you're introduced eventually into the hall, which turns out to be the portion of this house in which the roof is collapsed,
Please.
and yet has been
Tell me.
cleared out and with the rubble shoved up against the sides, and in some instances stacked up in ways to look like tables, chairs, and furniture, with a few of them even having ragged cloth draped over them like tablecloths, stained, putrid cloth draped over them. Rats are visible
Shut
on
up.
these tables, eating from the plates on the table, eating from the plates.
Oh,
But that's
oh,
okay.
Bonnie instantly takes 3 strides. Oh God.
okay, so I'm just gonna say, I'm assuming that
real
the
quick,
earbud
let
is
me
working
finish.
at this point.
Let me finish. Rats on the tables are eating off of the plates of food for the guests. However, that's okay, because the food is obviously rotten.
So,
Ishani takes 1 trauma.
so I'm assuming the earpiece is working, and all of the guys can hear. Are we sure we're in the right place? Are we sure? Just her whispering and like murmuring to herself, "Oh my God, we're gonna survive this. I know we are." But
We would have cased the joint before we actually got here and have been at least slightly prepared.
You knew that on
But
the
not prepared for what
outside.
we're seeing.
Okay, here's what I'll say. You case the joint, that is given. That is what people do. If you want to know how much you learned from casing it, that'll take a flashback.
I'm gonna say we didn't know about the rats eating rotten food.
Oh no, yeah. Anything you learned from the flashbacks from a flashback would be pertaining to the outside, because this
Yeah.
place is under heavy guard. And by guard, I mean there are groups of individuals carrying weapons who march their way across his grounds in what they approximate to be a guard pattern. Men with no
Wow,
real training that you know of.
There's a giant hole in the ceiling that somebody might be able to look through.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Exactly.
With
So many loopholes.
yeah, I yeah. What each of you gathers very quickly, and even the 3 of you who are hearing the reactions through the earpiece or through the walkie-talkie, through this, let's call it a spark talk, because why not? Steampunk spark talk. He
Spark speak.
What? Spark speak. Perfect. There we go. It's
Speak
called the
Spark.
Spark speak. Mark it down.
It's a Sparky. It's a Sparky Speaky. Speaky Sparky.
Speaky
Okay.
Sparky. Yes. Walkie-talkie. Yes. Speaky Sparky. Let's go.
Okay.
Anyway, back on topic.
I am not calling it Sparky Speaky.
No, I'm calling that because the one time I tried to use it, it went.
It's like how walkie-talkie is not the official name for a walkie-talkie, but it's what everybody colloquially calls it.
I will never call it that.
And I bet the person who invented the walkie-talkie refused to call it a walkie-talkie.
Probably.
Anyways.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so what, to put you all out of your misery, what each of you learned very quickly, the three of you not present in this room, but hearing the reactions over the Speaky Sparky.
Just the horror of us like discovering there are rats eating food.
Eating rotten, obviously very rotten food on plates.
Yeah. And the guy.
What you guys gather very easily and very quickly is that what matters the most to Lord Ian Robinson is the pageantry of it all. The facade, the pretend. He is so obsessed with the thought that he is descended from nobility that he will go to any length to emulate that. But not just emulate it, but emulate what he believes it to be. Rich people have parties. He has a party. Rich people have lots of guests, lots of food, and wide open space. Rich people have butlers. Rich people have guards. However much he wishes it, the bottom line still remains. He's not rich. Because if he was, he would not be living in this district. And he would not be as shunned as he typically is by the people of status. And based off of your interaction with, shall we call him Jeeves? Not his name. He didn't give a name. You didn't ask it. You don't want to know.
We don't.
But we'll call him
Probably-
Jeeves.
I'm gonna call him Jivvies because he's like close but no cigar.
That works. Jivvies. He, from your interaction with him, it doesn't matter how, like, the inaccuracies don't matter to Robinson. He doesn't care that it's filth and disgusting and all of that. Because what matters to him is being able to say, I had a party with guests. I have a butler. I have guards. I have status. And from the way that he's swanning around in the center of the room, dancing with a mannequin that is missing its left arm and half of its head. Like full-on waltzing to someone attempting to play a waltz on a harpsichord. From the way he's all in this dance, and very loudly complimenting his dancing partner. Maybe he's a little mad, too.
Okay.
Aha.
I'm sorry, just let me recruit from.
Fellas! You're in the basement. You roaming bands of guards. Nothing. They're not trained. Half of them, two of them didn't even have eyeballs. They were just walking around and following the person in front of them. Half of them didn't even have weapons. It was just a stick. Like they were holding it like it was a rifle. But you're in the basement. No problem.
Should we just search?
The basement of this place. Well, you decide what you want to do. The basement of this place is as initially seems to be as dilapidated as the rest of the building. You can see places where the wood has rotted and collapsed, and behind it, and in some places, you see masonry peeking through. What was I saying? You see some masonry, stone masonry peeking through behind the wood. What do you three do? I was playing BioShock, by the way. That's when I was planning this.
Ah. My God.
I mean, I had the idea for this, but BioShock heavily influenced.
You know, at this point, I feel like we're overprepared.
I feel like we're gonna get taken by surprise on something.
That's
Anyways.
that's exactly the thing. I mentioned it to the other two, like, mark my words, there is something to this that we're not in the knowledge of. Something doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be this. Because I noticed water. I'm assuming water's like dripping from the ceiling or what I think is water.
You wish it was water. You prefer to think of it as water. You're not sure. And there's only one way to find out. And it ain't just to stand back and smell it.
No.
There's
No!
something more. There's something more to this. Stay on your guard.
Somebody pull out a match and see if it lights.
Careful, you might light the entire place on fire with a stray spark.
Explodes! Yeah!
Nah, the place like this, it wouldn't be an explosion. It'd just be like a gone.
It'd just be like a
Well,
flare.
Fortunately, I tried to consort with a what's the word?
Are you calling a flashback?
Yes. Was it Gret? I don't remember the word. A guard that is no longer working there, but like wasn't happy with disgruntled. That's the word I'm looking for. A disgruntled guard that had left.
Yeah.
To get some information on where he keeps things that he treasures.
Okay, roll a consort.
Where are people even paid in here?
Probably paid in booze.
It's probably easier to pay more.
If there's so much pageantry, the guy probably has a vault somewhere.
Yeah.
Full of Monopoly money.
So
Bet it's all full of pyrite.
Oh, weaving the web also has +1 to the engagement roll. Did you take that into account?
What was that?
The weaving the web also.
Oh,
gives
your
one-
ability? No, I didn't take that into account. By the way, do you guys have any abilities that I should have taken into the engagement roll?
What?
Your class abilities. Do you have any class abilities that you have chosen? I believe you guys should have one class ability.
E.
I think that would get taken into account for a luck roll. No.
Mine has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
I don't believe so. I'm checking right now.
Okay. I got
Pardon
a.
me.
I just take the highest, right? I got a 6.
Yeah. If you have 2 6s, then that's a crit.
Right, almost.
26.
What did you say, Yvonne? About
I do not.
Okay, so I extra d6 for the engagement roll. It's a 2, so you guys are still on what you're on. Okay, so you're trying to consort with a guy to learn about the vault, right? Is that
Well,
what you
if
said?
there is a vault, like not specifically the vault, but just where he keeps what he treasures most. If there is an actual vault, then that would probably come up in the conversation.
Right. There's a vault. As far as this guy knows, it has money in it and valuables, like genuine valuables. He's only ever
Okay.
seen the guy access it once. And it was to pay off a debt in which he paid it in exact cash.
Did he have any idea where it was, though?
No, because he didn't see it. He didn't see the vault. He just knows of one. There was only one time that when he was a guard that he knows that the guy went and accessed the vault. So he assumed he knows there's a vault. He doesn't know where it is. But he can give you 3 locations it might be.
Cool. I'll take that as well as like a general layout of the overall.
Yeah, he gives you
place.
a general layout of the place. So you know generally where those are. That's how you knew that this location was one of the places that you could easily slip in and not have to worry about guards once you were inside. But the 3 locations of the vault, potential locations of the vault, are the bedroom, the basement under the great hall, and a place that he jokingly referred to as sarcastically, not jokingly, that he sarcastically referred to as the fountain. Which, now that I've said that out loud, has implications that I was not intending when I wrote it down.
Can you repeat all that though? The bedroom, the basement under the ballroom, and the fountain.
Yes.
The basement,
the bedroom,
the basement under the great hall, and
Great
a
hall.
place he sarcastically referred to as the fountain.
Which has implications Jamey is now realizing.
Yeah, and I'm genuinely debating about changing the name, changing the place, because it genuinely No, I'm leaning into it. The fountain.
Jamey, this is terrible.
So many bathroom jokes on this one.
It's supposed to be terrible. You're welcome. Actually, no. I'm not gonna lean into the fountain because I've already made enough filth references. So no, not the fountain. Place he refers to as the gallery in sarcastic terms.
Okay.
Also, that term probably fits better. I was going to avoid it based off of things, but you'll see. Anyway, spoilers. So those are the 3 locations: the gallery, the master bedroom, or the master suite, whichever you prefer, and the basement underneath the ballroom or the great hall.
Huh.
Okay. And we're in the basement right now, so would it be trivial to check the basement under the great hall first?
Looking at the map, looking at the map you got from the hand-drawn map you got from the guy, yeah, it doesn't seem to be bad. There are some hallways that were collapsed because of the how run down the place is. But you can easily find your way there, no problem. but you never know. Truth be told, you never know.
Mm.
So is that the plan?
I definitely recommend it to my 2 co-conspirators.
Let's give it a
What
try.
do you guys have to add to this? Oh, by the way,
Okay, what do I do
2
for stress?
Yeah, 2 stress, I believe. I'll go ahead and put 2. I might reduce it to 1 based off of what I find in my after I remind myself of a thing. But what the rest of you have to add?
I'm assuming we all would have been there for this planning.
I mean, you would have split up to do different tasks
Beforehand, but we would have heard about it, so
yeah, you would have caught each other up on things.
so we
So you
would
would
have
know that he
known
has a
we
map
were
and stuff
going
like that.
down to the basement.
But the plan is for
Probably.
them to look to try to find the thing.
And
That way
that's
they
gonna
at
be-
least know where it is.
Yeah. Okay.
1 stress.
1 stress. Cool.
Yeah. So, tech, 7s.
Nothing
you have
at the
anything to-
moment. If this
At the
is
moment, we're just going with.
yeah, if he has a good lead, we'll follow up on it.
Alternatively, we can all split up.
Exactly. There are 3 locations. You could split up and go 1 each.
That's a good point.
Let's do that, just for the sake of fun. It'll make a fun story at the very least.
Matt does not seem plussed with this idea. That I saw that sigh, Matt. That
Splitting the
Okay.
party. This could possibly go wrong.
What more? The party's already split. We're just splitting it more. Fractures.
You each have stress you can take.
I will go for the fountain.
Gallery.
the gallery.
Gallery.
The gallery.
The
gallery.
yes.
All right.
Okay.
I'll go to the base.
The basement. The
That leaves. Yep. And that leaves Tech to go to the bedroom.
Hey.
At least it gets him out of the potential sewer that you guys are down near.
There's
guys-
that.
Yeah, there was leaking water.
Is the gallery downstairs as well?
No, gallery is mid-floor. It's the same floor as basically the 3 locations, 1 on each floor. Because the overall even though it's spread out, the estate has 3 levels to it.
Gotcha. Okay,
The
so
Great
Tim's the only one
Hall.
with the sewer down there.
Yeah, the Great Hall is large enough that it covers the top 2 floors in space. Except the roof is collapsed in, and then
Okay.
the master bedroom, to be in the top floor, the 3rd floor, of the main portion of the house, and the 3rd location underneath is the basement underneath the Great Hall, and the gallery is main floor on the opposite side of the main hall. I mean, from the Great Hall than the bedroom.
Okay.
Okay, so they're
And-
gonna split up. I'm gonna say it's probably gonna go back to us as we're
Yeah.
probably recovering from shock at this point. And I'm trying to make sure my friend does not pass out.
I would say that at this point, the dance finishes, and Lord Ravinson himself, notices the arrival of his 2 new guests. It's at this point that you guys when he ceases his dance, he spins the mannequin he's dancing out. Its arm pops off, the body falls over. He's holding the hand. He then drops the hand and then turns to the rest of the room, and there is some applause. It's at this point that you guys realize that there's actual other guests here other than you 2.
I'm gonna
Oh.
kind of
However,
The rats are clapping too.
what? This is how depraved the place is. There are people sitting at the tables where the rats are, letting the rats eat the rotten food, acting as if this was a grand gala that they were invited to.
Are
They're
we
all
sure they're not
talking
all on drugs?
You don't know.
Whatever they're having, I'll have.
Well,
I will
Not
not.
exactly.
Well, what if
I
they're
will
having the
not.
artifact though?
What I will say is that you
No.
guys do know, you and the lowborn sectors do know of a drug that is prolific across the city that allows, as always exists within dystopias, that allows people to regain and believe in good old times. Whether or not these people are on that drug, there's no way to know.
Lovely.
I can make a pretty educated guess. Anyways, I'm assuming at this point, like,
Oh, yes, sorry. Sorry, I got completely distracted by
Okay, we got
reveling in
distracted
how
by the
uncomfortable
rat.
you guys are. As they're applauding, the man takes a very extravagant bow
Of course.
and
it does.
then looks up directly at the two of you without standing upright.
I do a deep curtsy in response and flash a nice smile at him.
He then-
Kind of like
He-
beckoning him over.
He gives a grin in response. The grin is entirely too wide. Like Sam Riegel, but more menacing. And the teeth shine
Whoa.
with how clean they are. He is the cleanest thing in this house.
That's not.
Clothed- that's saying something. It's not a lot. It's not something to say, but
That's
like
not a lot,
but like he is clean. He is as clean as you two are. His clothes look kind of like recycled for noble clothing, formal wear. Like somebody dumpster dived for a nice tux, and then cleaned it up as best they could and put it on him.
So like how I described that I look.
Kinda, yeah. Like
Oh,
it's
I
that
guess
kind of a
mechanic, too.
thing, though. But it's that kind of vibe to him. Like he's clean, he's well kempt, but everything is just shy of what it should be. He stands upright and gestures at you both, and then announces to the room, "Let's have a round of applause for our two esteemed guests, Lady Moon and Lady Ashani." The crowd then, the rest of the guests then proceed to clap even harder for the two of you. And then as he gives a flourish of the hand, and the applause stops abruptly. He approaches each of you with his hand with the hand that he flourished tucked behind his back, holding himself in a very regal, formal manner, and then bows to you each once. "Welcome to my humble abode. Can I get you anything to drink or to eat?"
Oh no, he calls it humble.
Moon is going to do a curtsy and say, "Thank you so much, Lord Robinson, for inviting us."
I curtsy
Emphasis
as
on
well.
the Lord. She emphasizes Lord Robinson.
Your
And she
GM
goes,
remembers this.
"Yes." And she goes, "I'm not very hungry, but thank you for your most generous offer."
I curtsy as well. saying the pleasure is ours. Thank you for extending your invitation.
It was the
The
least I
sigh is
could do
not-
after you showed me the deepest kindness when we last met, Lady Ashani.
Hmm.
Your smile truly does match the rumors.
Rumors.
And you, Ms. Moon, Lady Moon, that was the GM fucking up. You, Lady Moon. He literally does this thing where as he's talking to one of you, he has one hand behind his back and the other hand out, you know, flamboyantly. And then as he swaps to the other one, he swaps hands. So that one is always behind his back and the other one is always out.
Ah, yes.
Like, it's almost like he read a storybook once and extrapolated way too fucking hard what it would be like. And something about this moment, as he shifts from one of you to the other, you both catch his... Bless you. You both catch his eyes. You saw it in the photograph, but they're even more almost hypnotic in their cringe. Like, I genuinely can't think of a better word to describe just the reaction. Like, this person looks at water and it turns into a stone with his eyes, basically. Like, that's not magically, of course, but like it's that kind of uneasiness in his eyes, that something's not quite right.
I don't know. Wait, no, I have to message you now.
Message me?
Yeah.
So as she's typing that message, as he's addressing Lady Moon, I want to take a look around the room.
Ishani would like to scream
No.
and run.
I want to take
I'm not sure
take a
if
look
it's
around
right.
the room. Please let me know, how do the people look? Do they look like people with sentience and like their own thoughts running through their heads?
Give me a study or survey check.
Oh God.
And let me read your message.
Oh, really?
No, sorry, that was to Ishani. She's checking the crowd.
By the way, Yvonne,
Ishani, give me a survey.
Right. That's gonna be
And-
a flat roll for me. And that will be.
And I'll take an attune from you, Emily.
Oh, yes.
I got a 4.
Advantage.
You got a what?
Yeah, I have advantage on this.
Okay. Ishani, as you look around, you see... Hold on. Let me actually check my memory on this. Genuinely, let me check my memory on this.
Please.
Okay. You see, looking around, what appears to be people having in a play, almost going through. It's almost like, you know, if you get bored in a game, like an MMO or Final Fantasy 14 or whatever, you get bored in a game and you follow a single NPC around. Eventually, they'll just repeat everything they're doing, all the same lines of dialogue, all the same actions, all the same... There's a patrol path that they go along. It's almost like that.
are they being WandaVisioned?
going to take Moon's hand
Okay.
and squeeze it.
To finish what I was about to say,
One
though,
second.
Yvonne,
Okay.
from what you see, that's what it looks like. But to your ability, to what you can tell, these people seem to be all there. Like, maybe they're on something, sure, but they maybe are fine. You can't really tell. You'd have to go talk to one, and you can tell from where you stand already that they reek as much as the rest of this place does, and are probably about as washed as the butler is.
I'm
Okay.
looking for nose blindness at this point.
So, Jamey,
So,
I messaged you.
Moon, what did you get for your attune roll?
I got 2 6s.
Yes.
Yes.
Bow, bow,
So-
bow.
And your question
you
was
gonna-
what?
Do
For
you
the
want me to
audience,
announce
because yes, for the audience,
Okay.
because they're not privy to this private message that you sent me.
So I asked if he either used the amulet or has the amulet been used on him and the guest, and would I see if there's any like hollows or magical off-puttings of any sort.
Lord Robinson is not a hollow. He's not, as far as you can tell, he's all there, sorta. The people in the audience, as far as you can tell, again, like I said for Shawnee, they're on something, but they don't seem to be controlled.
I don't trust this.
You got a crit success! I'm telling you the bare honest truth. However, the butler, you realize now, was 100% a hollow. Not just, but also was a resuscitated corpse.
I have already taken Moon's hand, and I'm squeezing it in a very anxious way while trying to appear fine.
So I'm gonna go with Moon has a resting, poker face.
Calm face. Resting calm face. At this point, I'm going to swap back to the fellas.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Which fella?
Yeah.
I would like a d6 from each of you. Higher number goes first.
Oh, sweet, sweet.
Initiative. Roll
5.
initiative. 5. 3.
One.
1. Okay. Okay, so Matt, you were going to the master suite, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I will need a prowl check. If you don't mind.
Prowl check. Okay.
Or, hold on. Before you actually roll anything, let me get my dice straight away. Prowl or consort?
A prowl or contort?
Consort.
Consort. we should
Basically-
just mispronounce it.
Contort! I fit right in with everything else in this place.
Basically, what I
Squeezing
need
through the
from you,
vents.
Matt, what I need from you is a roll that will decide how successfully you get to the master suite without tipping people off. Whether it's by socially convincing them that you belong there, or by sneaking. That's up to you.
Or by blowing up anybody.
I mean,
Wait,
that's assuming you're not gonna out the gig right then and there. You know.
Well, yeah, I'm not actually going to do that. I mean, I have a point in sway. Would I be able? Would
If
that
you could
be like?
yeah. Yeah, sure, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh,
That's the way it works.
just so people feel like, oh, he's supposed to be there. He's not totally.
Yeah,
a
if
total
anybody
stranger.
basically it'll be a you kind of hold yourself like you belong there, and if anybody questions it, you can convince this is how well you're convincing them otherwise. I'll take it.
Come on.
Makes sense.
As a note, now that you've rolled that, as a note, anybody can assist retroactively. Like you can, like for example, you could say that at some point in preparation for this, if Shawnee gave you tips on how to blend in, or something like
that's
that.
yeah. No, I'm gonna help with that.
No need for that. I got a 6.
Okay, well.
If they helped, you would have a chance for a crit.
Do it. Take the chance.
Or if you pushed
It
yourself,
can't
you could go
hurt.
for a crit.
I don't want to
Yeah,
push
sure.
myself.
Okay.
Take the
And do you want to claim essentially a flashback help?
Oh, would an assist give someone else stress? Well,
No.
I
It
forget
gives
how the
somebody
assist works.
stress.
No, assists do not give stress. Flashbacks do. This would give you stress. This would give you a point of stress, based off of it being rooted in a flashback mechanically.
I mean,
Already a success.
I already succeeded, so
Yeah.
I'm not gonna try for a crit. I'm not gonna get greedy.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, a full success, that works. All right, yeah, you absolutely get to the, like, you meet a few people, but you manage to blend in pretty well. Nobody really questions your presence, cause honestly, you kind of look like you're clean, but you look like you fit in. You know, you've got that kind of air to you that of poshness, but the raggy-ish clothes. You know, just a little bit.
Mhm.
And so, you know, you're able to convince people relatively easily that you're there, that you're there, essentially.
Right.
You're there for intentionally. You're supposed to be there. You get to the bedroom. Or, sorry, I keep calling it a bedroom, but it's not. It's a master suite. By which I mean it's like three rooms that have had their walls knocked down in order to connect them as a suite.
Open floor concept. It's the future.
Open floor concept for bedrooms.
And
Yes.
like and like the like to the point where the rubble is still just laying clustered in piles on the floor.
Okay.
There's not even a door to this guy's bedroom. It's just wide open.
Of course it is.
What's got
Inside,
behind
inside, you find 3 guards dozing off. Guards. Guards. I can't emphasize the quotation marks enough. Guards dozing off. Basically, there's 3 bums in what looks to be something like a costume for a guard, dozing off in this guy's bedroom.
They've got hats. That's about it.
They literally have hats that say guard, but the U and the A are swapped.
Coward. Gourd. Say
And-
gourd.
The gourd.
It's funny because it's a euphemism for head.
And anyway, also the D is a T.
Gourd.
In addition to that, you see four mannequins just chilling.
Where?
Several different places. They're not arranged in any discernible pattern or anything like that, but there's 4 mannequins just kind of chilling in his room.
4 mannequins, 3 guards, and literally nothing else in the bedroom.
Paintings on the walls, you know, decorations, things like that, but nothing visible. If there's a vault, it would be hidden. Are you okay in there, over there, Emily? Emily's just like, I'm not having fun. I want to go home, please.
First of all, I hate mannequins. Second of all, I'm going through this like, oh my god, wait, no, wait, no, wait, wait. You cannot be doing this right now. And like going through a whole mind frick, because I have several theories.
Could I do a survey? Looking around the room, seeing if anything stands out to me.
Yeah, I'll take it. You're alone, so you cannot get help. However, you can indeed, unless you can convince me that there's some way that someone could assist you, or if they can convince me of a way to assist. Other than that, you can push yourself for an extra die or take a devil's bargain.
I will push myself for this roll.
Okay, 2 stress.
Not worth it.
It'd be like that sometimes. You don't know though. What'd you get?
2. Twice.
Oof. Double
You
two.
take a look around, and you see something on the far wall.
I thought he was gonna say you see something moving.
Oh no. No.
You see one of the mannequins just...
Dear God.
You go
no.
to the you step towards it, being careful around the guards. Because you know you don't want to wake them. Why would you wake them? They're sleeping. You know you don't want to disturb them. So you sneak over, not sneak, but you carefully walk over to this painting that catches your eye across the room. And you recognize it. Remind me, Matt, your character has a thing for art, right?
Yeah. For art, theater, that sort of thing.
Yeah. This is a really nice painting. What's it doing in a shit house like this? It's a really nice painting.
Could I take the painting off the wall?
It doesn't budge. Not easily. It seems to be anchored. Poker face.
Could I... Boy, would this be more of a tinkering thing or more of like a... Now I'm really wishing that...
It's how you want to approach it. You could try to force it off the wall, which could be a skirmish or a wreck. You could try to wedge it off the wall, which could be a wreck or a tinker. You know?
I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try to...
Or a finesse, even.
Tinker or like around the wall, see if I can find something that's holding it up or some gadget, some gizmo somewhere, so I could try to get it on the floor.
Okay. Make the roll.
Second roll was a 6.
Yes. All right, so tell me how you get this painting off the wall.
I check around the outside with my fine tinkering tools, just looking for like a loose spot where it's like a little more loose, and then I just slowly pry it from there and just very gently take it off the wall.
Okay. You fit the thing behind it, you wedge it off. It comes free with a creak. It looks like this guy nailed it into the wall, more or less. Or whoever hung it here nailed it into the wall. And behind it, you see a hole into the next room, which has even more mannequins. Bye, Yvonne! I've been playing Resident Evil. Can you tell?
Yes.
I have just spent an entire month playing horror games. Can you tell?
I will go into the room full of mannequins.
Happy Halloween, Yvonne.
I will be back.
Rule number one
Okay.
of horror: the player's mind will always come up with something worse than what's actually going on.
Okay, but also mannequins just creep me out.
Yeah.
While I
And
walk
this-
in, I will take my other little gadget.
Sorry. I was distracted by everything else going on. I didn't get to reply to you saying that you enter the room. Okay. So, this painting was about this big. The hole behind it is slightly smaller than it because there needed to be enough wall for the painting to be nailed into. So, you can go into the room. Gonna need a finesse.
Oh,
Or-
Jesus.
Or something that you can
navigate
convince me
around.
otherwise for. But I will need a roll for it. However,
Oh,
what we were about to say.
well, I don't
I mean,
have...
you do know, you've seen the map. Let me save you some stress here. You've seen the map. You know that this wall connects to a room on the other side of it. And that room has a door and a hallway connected to it. It's not like this is a secret room.
Okay, great. Then I'm just gonna
So,
try to put the painting back on the wall and do that.
are you sure?
I thought this
It's a
was
really
like a
nice
sealed
painting.
off room or something.
This is a really nice painting, though. Like, really nice.
Well, I'm not gonna steal it. I don't have any.
But it's a really nice painting, though. I'm appealing to your vice.
What's going on?
Jamie's trying to hypnotize Matt.
You
With mannequins.
want this, don't you?
I do gaze at the painting for a bit, admiring it, but in my head, I put it back up on the wall and just
Okay.
in my inner dialogue, I'm so sorry that you have to be in a place like this. You deserve a place of honor, not in a filthy, rat-infested house.
To his
Matt,
credit,
I'll come back for you.
strokes the frame lovingly. To his credit, he has taken really good care of this painting. It is the cleanest thing in this room, even
What's the
compared to his bed.
What's the painting of? Like, anything in particular on it? Is it like a portrait or?
It's a landscape.
A landscape
Not of any
a
place that
state,
you-
perhaps?
It's not of a place that you recognize. There's trees and lots of green, which you've not
Someplace
seen
out-
in your entire lifetime.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not true, because some of the upper districts have green. Not much, but
Well,
some.
has he been there?
Duskfall Academy is in the
Oh, okay.
richest district of the city. It's in the same district that the governor's mansion's in.
Mhm.
Well, Governor's Stronghold. So when I say these kids went to college, I mean these kids went to college. They went to Harvard. But it's a landscape. There's a building. It's in the distance. You can't really make it out. It's covered by plants. It's got some vines on the side of it and crawling up one of the walls. and trees and bushes and things like that. In the painting is the guy. Proper blue. Which you scientifically know is what it should be like, but hasn't been since the Cataclysm.
Wow.
And you can even see a painting of the sun, which was destroyed in the Cataclysm.
Who is this?
I tap the painting again, and I take my leave out of the room, and I try to whisper as quietly as I can. There's nothing in the bedroom.
Here's a question, though. Who has the walkie-talkie from your group?
I do.
You have one. Who has the other?
Tech has the other.
It was
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was tech.
Okay,
It's-
so you
it's
didn't hand it off to
pronounced
one of the others.
Sparky, not
Yeah,
walkie-talkie.
If
Right.
it breaks or something goes wrong, he has a chance of fixing it.
The sun was destroyed. I'm going to stream from this city, right? Yeah. This city is in a permanent state of cloudy ass dusk.
Yeah.
There's
So
no
fun.
moon. There's no sun. And the ocean is known as the Void Sea, and you can see what looks like starlight on the clearest days from the bottom. But anyway, has nothing to do with today. However, so Tech has the walkie-talkie, and he contacts
Me.
Moon.
Mm.
Okay, I need both of you to roll a d6. Actually, 2d6, take the lower. Wait, hold on, Matt. When I asked you to roll the Tinker thing earlier, what was your roll? A 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, straight d6. Sorry, I was remembering it as a 3. Or, no, a 4.
We both do, or I still do
Yeah.
disadvantage?
One for each device.
Okay.
If you roll above a 4, his message gets through. 3. If you roll a 3 or above, the message gets through.
Rolled a 5.
Okay.
Oh,
So you
wow.
hear his message. What's the quality of your message going through? What'd you roll?
3.
And what is it you say?
Bedroom's clear.
Okay. So what you hear is static. Clear.
She's still keeping a poker face at this point.
You said you rolled a what on that, by the way?
You
Emily?
rolled a
Sorry.
3, I rolled a 5.
I rolled a 3.
Rolled a 3 and a 5. 3 and a 5. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Habibble, the starlight comes from the ocean. I love Duskfall so much. The setting for Blades in the Dark is such a genius thing. I love it so much.
Okay.
Remind
So
me
I was-
sometime, Habibble, and I'll read the intro hook for in the book about Duskfall. It's great.
Yeah. I'm
okay,
assuming
so-
at this point we're going to another guy.
Because he contacted you, I'll just say that this is happening while you are being approached by Robinson.
Okay.
Like at this point, the place is still applauding. So,
Okay. So we're gonna jump to probably another guy.
yeah, the next guy I believe was who? What did you roll, Howie? I believe it was a 3, and I
Yeah.
believe
Howie
Kim,
was
you
higher
rolled a
than me.
1.
Yep.
Okay, so Howie
Okay.
at the gallery. Actually, sorry, I need a prowl. I know that's what you're gonna prefer, right?
Yep.
Prowl, sway, or consort.
Prowl. All right. 6.
Yeah, you get there.
Don't
You don't.
eh.
Yeah, eh.
Don't eh.
It's not a 45, but you know. Actually, statistically, it's much better than a 45 for a level 20 rogue.
Jamie's like, well, Vax.
Yeah. Vax rolls a 60 and disappear and stealths out of time and space. So no. So yeah, you look at the map before you head out and you decide the fastest way to the gallery and the easiest way for you to get to the gallery would be to exit the way you guys came in and slip along the side of the building and enter from the other side. And this is your bread and butter. You know the timing for the guards. You've been keeping track of it in the back of your head. You're in, you're out, you're done.
First point, are they like strangely rhythmic about their timing? Like, is it like you said the guests before were very like seeming to repeat the same motions kind of thing, like the same pattern. Is this the same sort of deal there on account of me having to judge their timing?
These guys believe that guards go on patrol. And how guards patrol is they go through the same steps in the same point in time over and over and over and over and over again.
Okay, so nothing ticking off the spooky sense there.
Not about how they're patrolling.
Okay, carry on.
But they themselves are the same quality of individual as I've been describing.
Yes. Hobos.
They're mannequins. They're all mannequins.
Not be so loud.
Actually, I shouldn't have said that because that's exactly what you find in the gallery.
All right, so
Oops, all mannequins.
Is it a gallery of mannequins? Are they like wearing any clothes, or is it like
they're all nude mannequins?
Mm-hmm.
They're all. Have you played the game Arkham Asylum?
No. Yes, but a little.
Okay. Are you familiar with the character Victor Zsasz from DC Comics?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
and it's not going to be a comparison that works for you.
Then all of a sudden a hole opens up in the wall and you see Tech peeking in.
No.
Stop reading my mind. No.
That's upstairs.
I mean, time and space. You're also on the opposite side of the estate from him.
Yes.
Oh no. I looked up who Victor Zsasz is.
You shouldn't have.
I shouldn't have.
Yeah. So basically, these mannequins, they're in one piece. They're the most pristine mannequins. They're the most pristine thing you've seen, that you yourself have seen in this entire estate so far.
Strange, but everybody needs their hobbies.
The only thing about them is that they're covered in dust. Unmoved, untouched for a while. However, each and every single one of them is posed. So let me lay out the full scene for you.
Mm-hmm.
The gallery is a large, not massive like the Great Hall, but large, round room attached to the end of the estate. It covers a floor and a half, but the half is a glass dome that is broken in, because time and wear and tear and not being kept up. Inside, each along the curve of the wall is little alcoves. Well, I say little. They're alcoves about the size of a closet or a bathroom. Not like a public restroom, but like, actually, I've been to your house. It's about the size of your house bathroom. You know, just big enough that you could have like 2 or 3 mannequins, maybe 4, posed in individual slices of life, posing around the gallery. Almost as if they're art, or paintings, or portraits, or statues.
Don't blink.
Actually, in Doctor Who, mannequins weren't the things that you didn't have to blink for.
That's true.
Yeah.
Those for the watch out. We have sudden guns in our hands.
Yeah, kinda.
Like, how did that happen? Anyways, so yeah,
Aliens.
this is weird, but people have their hobbies.
Honestly, in the streets you live in, this is probably not the weirdest thing you've seen.
Yeah.
Creepy, for sure. Odd, definitely. Not the weirdest.
Nope, I'm a little cautious. I'm making sure every single one of them is a mannequin and not just like shadows playing off some random disfigured body or something, you know.
Give me a
Or-
survey or a study.
Because I imagine it's kind of dark in here, maybe, or is it decently lit?
Well, it's not. It's as light out as it gets in Duskfall, but
Okay.
but there is no lighting. There is no electricity in this room. I mean, there are lights on, but you'd have to turn them on. A 4 for a study or a survey. Did you push yourself or anything?
Depends. Would I be using the same roll to determine whether or not I can find a
No, it'd be
a vault or a safe or something?
We could lump them together, or what would be your preference? Would you prefer a separate roll or
We'll lump them together. I'll push myself for it.
take the stress?
5.
Okay. Okay.
Yay!
To your knowledge, none of them are bodies.
Is that 1 or 2 stress?
It's 2 stress to push yourself,
Okay.
I believe. I'm now doubting myself.
Yeah.
It is. Yep. 2 stress.
2 stress? Okay. Yeah, it's the flashbacks that varies.
Right.
What was I saying? You examine each of the mannequins, each of the slices of life as a whole. I mean, they're pretty mundane. Like, there's one that's like this guy. If it wasn't creepy as fuck, assuming he's the guy who posed them all, whoever posed these guys is damn near an artist. With how expertly and like almost lifelike he's managed to capture posture and things like that with them. But from what you can tell, luckily, none of them are corpses. However, you do notice something. You said you had a 5, and you're also looking for the vault or something that could be potentially okay. You do notice
the vault,
something.
safe, or some sort of hiding space where it might be the object of power might be hidden.
So like there's an alcove of like just people having tea. Alcove of a mother and their baby. An alcove of
Hang on,
a picnic.
I need to amend that. It's actually a 4. I forgot that I needed to roll disadvantage the first time.
Oh.
Huh?
So it just being a straight roll, that's the 4.
Okay. So you push yourself to give yourself the straight roll rather than the okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't really change much.
Okay.
I'll give it to you. It's fine.
Sorry.
If it was a 6, then it'd be a bit different. But a 4 and a 5, they're not too different. I mean, they're different, but they're not too different. Alcove, mother and a baby, or what you can tell exactly what these things are supposed to be. Like you don't have to
Right.
spend much time going at them going, huh? But like you can tell exactly what these are posed as. Mother and a baby, as I keep saying.
Do they have like props? Are we talking like a stroller or
For the mother and the baby one, it's 2 mannequins. It's a femme mannequin with a smaller baby-sized mannequin in her arms
okay?
that she's kind of like cradling.
Weird that anybody has baby mannequins.
It's a thing.
You don't know where he
Do
got
department
these.
stores exist yet?
There are stores. But you don't know where he got these. You don't know if he made them himself and it's just his art style, or if he got them commissioned, or if he salvaged them, or what.
Yeah. All right. So for the rest of it,
But yeah, so there's a group of picnics. You know, there's different literal, like, innocent looking slices of life. If these weren't mannequins, they would be probably worthy of museum. In fact, the only thing wrong with them being mannequins is that they're creepy, because mannequins.
Yeah.
And because the dilapidated surroundings. However, you do notice in one of the scenes that you come to when searching around, you come across a scene of a woman sitting on a bench, holding her hands like she would be reading. So like she has a hand with what would like she's holding a book, kind of a thing. Yeah. Unlike the others, you notice she's anchored to her seat. And the one thing about her pose, there's something about the pose that's not quite right. All the rest are pristine in their poses. But you don't know if this is one like he's still working on it, or maybe it's just over time the arms have lowered or something. There's just something about the pose that's just not quite perfect yet compared to the rest. Also, it's the one that doesn't have any dust on it. There's dust on the bench she's sitting on, but not on her. Except her leg. Or legs. Lower half of her body. Like basically the legs have been there longer than the upper half, basically.
Okay. Is there
Are you okay over there, Emily? Emily's over.
You're just making this more and more creepy as you go on. I'm like,
Happy Halloween, everybody.
So first taking a mental note to make sure exactly how it's positioned, so I can reposition it that way afterwards to make it look like I wasn't here. Gonna try moving the arms up and down a little bit, see if there's any sort of hidden mechanism inside, maybe give the torso a twist.
Me, Tinker.
Okay, could I give it a finesse?
Sure. Yeah, I can see that.
Much better. 5.
Good. Yeah, okay. You examine it. Do you want to push yourself for the chance at a full success? Because remember that a 4 and a 5 in general, while the consequences can vary, it's a success with a consequence.
I'm gonna say no. I have a feeling I'm gonna need my stress.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. So you examine the torso, and you realize that the reason the pose isn't quite right is the arms are a little too high. Like they're not weighed down properly. You try to push them down and the arms kind of go down a little bit, but then they slowly raise back up. Could just be a design malfunction in the mannequin. You'd have to actually take apart it or one of the others to see what, the innards of them look like. But the arms do have some kind of a mechanism to them. While you're finessing your way through this, running your fingers along seams and things like that, being very careful of the parts that are where they're dusty, because you don't want to leave any trace. You notice in the dust on one of the legs the shape of a hand in the dust, where basically someone put their hand on this poor woman mannequin's thigh while semi recently, like within the last 24 hours. And I mean, it could be something innocuous, like he was helping himself stand up, or it could be something more creepy. You don't know. It's not yours to judge, or maybe it is. I'll let you draw your own conclusions. But the arms seem to be where the mechanism is. And again, unlike the other mannequins, this mannequin is anchored to her bench.
Mm-hmm.
And unlike the other mannequins, this bench that she's sitting on is a solid piece of stone connected to the ground.
All right. And yeah, I was trying to activate the mechanism using the arms.
It seems that there is... You said you rolled a 5 with finesse? I'll say that how about this? The consequence for not rolling a 6 is that you cannot activate the mechanism. You know there's a mechanism there, but there's something you're missing about that mechanism.
It almost seems like you would need a book to weigh down the arms. In a way. Or the mannequin baby, too. You just take that from the other mannequin. Make the other mannequin very upset.
Good lord, I've played way too much Resident Evil this last month.
Yeah, I didn't go there at all with my thoughts. Thankfully, I brought a book.
I mean, you could go there with a flashback. However, I'll let you think about what you want to do.
I wouldn't even need to have a flashback. I just add it to a useful item.
Assuming any book would work.
Right.
I would say that you gather that the way that this mechanism, whatever this mechanism is supposed to trigger, it is weighted and counterbalanced for with a specific book in mind. But
okay.
Beyond
so
more than that, you would need spot. More than that, you would need to branch into tinkering to figure it out.
All right.
Which is one of the things I'm keeping in mind while giving you what you got for your role, is that there's aspects to this that you would not be able to determine without going for a tinker roll.
Gotcha.
And I'll let you consider your next steps as we move over to the basement, the sub-level beneath the Great Hall.
I'll be right back.
So, Mr. Gentleman, you are now close enough that you can hear the harpsichord and the noise from above. The harpsichord is in its... It didn't take you long to get here. There was no obstacles or anything like that, no guards to worry about having to sneak past. You did have to wade through some liquid that was up to your calves. So good thing.
I'll be cleaning up after this. I'm committed.
Yeah. But you're not sure if it's mud. It could just be mud. It genuinely could just be mud. It's hard to tell because everything in this place is just so weird and nasty. By the time you get to the basement beneath the hall, you can hear the harpsichord that I described earlier, playing an attempt at a waltz, and you can hear the idle chatter and whispers of the crowd above, and see the floor shake and hear the footsteps of Robinson's dance as I described it to ladies. You are in a large room, punctuated by pillars of stone that support the floor above. They are in remarkable condition compared to the rest of the house. Made of the same similar mason work that you've been seeing throughout behind the rotted away woods that had been lining the walls prior to this. So you can surmise that these were here before the wood was put on top of them and had functioned as the foundations for this building, or at least connected to the foundations of this building. The stone mason work is these pillars is each a solid piece of stone.
Can you repeat the last sentence? Howie's cans. Howie's whistling cans.
What did I say? Each of the stone pillars are one solid piece of stone, rather than stacks of multiple bricks. And they seem to be doing a pretty good job of holding the half-rotted floor up. Though obviously not too rotted because people are standing on it and it's fine for now.
I feel safe.
That's a mistake.
Around what would be the external wall of the above, the foundation, where prior walls had been the rotted away wood with peaks at the masonry underneath. This is just a bare wall of the mason stone work that is supporting the house. The walls, unlike the pillars, are broken up into bricks, as far as you can tell, but they're big bricks, and they're intricately carved and with designs across all of it. Runes that, even if you could read them, you probably wouldn't understand. Like nothing you've ever seen. What are you doing? What's up?
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be, doing some surveying to find any secrets. So looking at the wall, checking the bricks, see if there's any loose bricks that come out or that can be pushed in as a mechanism or something like that, or checking the floors to see if there's any trapdoors, or any compartments and the pillars that you're describing there. Just...
Yeah, give me the survey. You're checking for secrets.
Yeah, and I'm also pushing myself as well.
Okay. Alright, hit me with that roll.
Alright, that's a 5.
You see a lot of secrets. You can tell pretty quickly that this place was originally built as almost a safe room of sorts. Probably back before the above room was built, it was remodeled into a hall of sorts. Or even after, you don't know. This place is old. It was turned into a safe room of sorts. You find one button that opens a recess in the wall that leads to a now collapsed tunnel out into underground, which is probably an escape tunnel. You find another one that opens to a staircase that goes down. Find another one that opens to a staircase that goes up, except that one's collapsed. You
Then another one going nowhere just for show.
Basically, you find a lot of secrets in little compartments and things like that. I'm sorry, I need to run to the bathroom. My brain is, I've reached the point where my brain is not functioning anymore because I have to pee.
We're drinking too much.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the problem. And we can't even blame Habibble with his hydrate.
No. He's safe.
So should I throw this to an intermission or just leave you guys to deliberate?
Deliberate.
Okay. I will be back.
Yeah.
Take off your headphones.
No.
So
Oh.
there was one rhetorical question I wanted to ask though at some point. That's probably a good point to do that. What would happen if this artifact was put onto sort of a body that didn't have a soul, like a mannequin, for example?
See, that's what I've been
Transferring
worried about
souls.
too. So that's what I've been worried about, is that we're gonna have a mannequin army after us. But also, I had some questions as to whether or not it was either the grandma or the son who's been behind all of this and using the artifact. And I've also been wondering if the mannequins are there to create an army, or if they're there for art, or things like that. Mannequins are just creepy, so I hate them in general. Just don't like them. Don't get along with them. But, yeah, so my whole thing is, could be the son, could be the grandma. We haven't seen the grandma yet, but, mannequin army. I'm thinking that's where this is going. Thankfully, I have abilities.
Well, I'm glad one of us does.
So. So. I apologize. I tried to drink the tea earlier to try to head this off, but I've been getting a bit of a sore throat from all the talking. But, so was there anything you wanted to check else? Because, like I said, there's secrets galore.
You mean anything that you mentioned?
Or any... Oh, I remember something I was going to say, but I had to stop because I really had to pee. It's at this point that the music stops. You check, you open a bunch of secrets and then you close them, and you know. But it's at this point that the music stops above, and you hear the applause of the crowd and all of that, and then you hear him saying what he was saying to the ladies.
All right. So any smaller compartments, I'm going to be taking a look at first. As for like any of the paths, like the escape path or the stairway down that isn't blocked off, I'd check the stairway down first.
Okay. The stairway down, you say you check it first.
After any small compartments or anything like that.
Small compartments first.
Well, first of all, how sturdy do the stairs look? Like, are they made of wood or
They're
stone?
carved in stone.
Okay.
The
so I
whole
don't have to worry
corridor
about them
of the stairway down is carved in
collapsing on
stone.
me.
The same kind of stone as the masonry. As opposed to the collapsed exit tunnel, in which it was a bunch of like wooden and dirt debris type stuff. So it looks like the tunnel was not stone in the same way. And
So the exit tunnel is collapsed.
Yes.
Okay. As
And
well as the staircase going
there
up.
were two collapsed tunnels. One was an exit tunnel from the safe room, and the other was a staircase going up.
Safe room? What do you mean by safe room?
This place you'd been able to determine was probably used as a safe room back in the day, like a panic room type of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like whenever the rich people who obviously owned this place would hide because of danger, they would go down here, type of thing. And so there's a staircase going down and a bunch of smaller compartments. Each of the compartments are empty. I mean, of anything of value. Like there's one that has old decayed papers that are completely illegible. One has a.
Is that just because I can't read, or?
No, because of how
You
old they
can't
are.
read?
I mean, can I read?
Most-
I don't see why I would be able to.
I mean, can you read?
Is that normal?
I mean, in the game.
Yeah. I mean that too.
Just Tim going, I'm not having fun anymore.
Well,
So he you find all kinds of strange, not artifacts, but like archaeological artifacts, you know, old things. You find a pouch of leather, made of leather, like old leather. It looks like maybe it might have had an insignia on it once upon a time, but it's faded. It looks like there's nothing in it anymore, except a couple bugs that somehow got it and crawled their way in. You find an old rusted sword and a shield in another compartment, with a helm that had rusted so thoroughly that it collapsed in on itself. And things like that, you know. That's what you find in the compartments for the most part. And then the staircase down. Well, okay, so about the staircase up, because I'm assuming you do your due diligence and check each of the things as best you can.
Yeah.
The staircase up, while it's collapsed, you can see through. It's not like thoroughly collapsed. You could try to finesse your way through the rubble, but it's dangerous, and you might pull some of the rubble down on top of yourself, and that'd be bad.
I also don't want to
especially
make
since we're
noise.
alone. Yeah, and it would make noise. But you can see through gaps in the rubble that the staircase itself is largely intact and goes up. You can't tell how far, but you judge based off of the map of the house and the position in the wall that it might be a way to get from the uppermost floor to the lowermost floor should an emergency arise.
An escape chute.
More or less. Because again, safe room, panic room. And you can surmise that at least the weapons in here were for protection, if needed. And emergency supplies and things like that. You're able to gather that from what you've been able to find. The escape tunnel is like full on like collapsed mine collapsed in on itself. Like you can't there's no way past it without excavating it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that just leaves the staircase down. And you can see a light. Not a flickering light. Not a flickering light like from a fire. Like a solid electrical light from down the stairs.
Okay. I'm going to cautiously go down.
I'm gonna need a prowl.
Okay.
And it's at this point in time.
Depths.
At this
We'll
point in
go too
time,
deep or too greedily.
you can hear above that Robinson is addressing the ladies. And the applause has stopped.
All right, it's a 2.
Okay. You stumble a little bit, but you catch yourself on a rusted sconce that, with a loud snap, breaks off the wall. So you have a rusted torch sconce, rusted empty torch sconce in your hand, and you didn't fall down some stairs.
So if anybody is down there, they probably know that I'm coming.
Probably.
So I'm just gonna move forward confidently, acting like I'm supposed to be there.
Because yes, always, you know, it's fine.
As you descend, we'll go back to the ladies.
Okay.
Okay.
Ladies, you hear a loud metallic snap from somewhere below you. Robinson stops mid-word and cocks his head to the side.
Like looking at us?
He has a look of confusion on his face, like he's trying to place what the hell that sound was.
So,
And then he says, he extends his arm flamboyantly and shouts, Darby! Darby! Go check on the rats! And the old, butler, you see shaking.
Old.
The butler that you now know to be a resuscitated corpse, of a hollow.
No one else.
No big deal, as happens.
I'm right there.
Appears to your right. Sorry, I blanked on your name. Moon. Like, he wasn't there, and then suddenly, boom, he's there and speaks and says, yes, sir. I'm fucking up his voice. It was something like, yes, sir, or something like that. I don't remember. It's been a while. It's been like an hour. He, yes, sir. And then turns and shakes his way out of the room.
I'm just imagining that instead of walking, he just vibrates so violently that he slides across the floor.
Shimmy, 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 shimmy. He, Robinson clears his throat. Oh, what was I saying? All right. Welcome to my home. To my humble estate. Would you care for a seat? And we can talk. It's at this point that he realizes that nobody else in the room has resumed their frivolity, their NPC actions, if you will. They've, ever since he stopped them from applauding, they've all just been sitting there, all staring at the three of you. Silently.
I would have noticed this last time.
Well, it only just now got to this far.
Yeah.
Besides, there's been a lot happening.
I know. It's just I would have noticed this when I was asking.
You did notice. Okay, how about this? You did notice it. It's been bugging you, but it's now Moon noticing it.
Yeah.
How's that?
Moon.
Because Moon's kind of been standing there freaking out about the fact that, oh, a fucking zombie is this guy's butler. Okay.
I'm just standing there like poker face because I can't flip out in front of him.
Yep.
And so Moon is just going to go, why yes, that would be lovely. Like, let's have a seat, and kind of like ushers her friend to like with her.
One of the tables that doesn't have a rat.
Scooter out off the chair.
Just
Robinson, having also just now noticed that nobody else was partying any longer, turns and in a quick flash of rage barks, "Get back to it!" Completely breaking the facade he's held up to that point. But he and just as quickly returns to the Robinson you'd been talking to.
Without even, like, flinching, Moon
And
just
the
keeps
music
smiling.
begins once again.
Moon just keeps smiling through it all. She's like, just very gracious.
So, my dear, I hear that you are looking for a specific artifact of mine.
Yes. I don't know if you've heard, but I love.
He extends an elbow to you both.
Yeah, and she like takes one of his elbows and like walks with him. She's
And I
like
take the
trying to
other.
flatter him. She's trying to flatter him.
As he walks to this table, which is obviously his table, because it is like himself, the most pristine in the room. It's the one that has real food and no rats. Except there is a ring of rats staying about, like sitting, like these rats are like not like a full solid ring, right? It's not like it's rat next to rat next to rat next to rat, but it's like there's a loose perimeter of rats keeping their distance from this table, like there is almost like there's an electric fence that they're trained to not cross.
I've been playing too much of that game. You've been playing.
I've been playing. My last month and a half has been horror games. Let's go.
My dude,
No.
I am going to not get enough sleep, and it will be horrible sleep.
You're welcome.
This one.
Moon is going to continue conversation as they sit down. I don't know if you've heard, but I just love different artifacts and magic, crystals, rituals, spells. I'm not sure how you feel about it, but I love dabbling in the unknown as well. And like she's like trying to like
A brief puzzled expression comes across his face as you're obviously talking about things that he doesn't know shit about.
yeah, like she's keeping it
But
really
he
basic.
tries.
She's like, yeah,
He
she's
tries
keeping it
to
really
cover it
basic.
up
Yeah,
by
So
falling
she's,
into.
like-
Go ahead.
yeah. She's not like being like, oh, this one. She's like, I like
Right.
experiment with spells and crystals, and I like looking at artifacts.
Right. But like he's
It's like that.
he does that thing where when you talk to a person who has absolutely no interest in your nerd culture, and you're talking about your nerd culture to this person, and they just kind of get that confused. What the heck, doctor? What? You know, and that just blank, huh? You just dribbled all. You just spoke to me in an alien language, and I don't
Yes.
understand it.
know-
Kind of look to his
like-
face for a very brief moment. However, both of you are obviously very classy ladies
Yes.
and have
And
a
we look
status,
classy.
and he knows that Ishani has a status far above his own. And
Not
so,
for much
not
longer,
wanting
but
to be left out of the loop, he falls into verbal step and does that thing that he, you know, when you're talking about something that he obviously doesn't know anything about, and it's like, oh yeah, sports ball, yeah, you know, like, yeah, sure, they scored on, they put the football through the basketball hoop or whatever, they put the
Oh
the-
yeah, I
the-
didn't see that one play.
the hand egg in the yeah, it's exactly like a person who's trying to talk about something that they don't know shit about, but
The
he's
giant metal
Yes.
wedge.
he's doing it through that characteristic flamboyancy and charm
Yes.
that a facade that he maintains.
I've always had an interest in the ectoplasmic veil.
He like to the point where it's like he mispronounces more. Like you can tell he's vaguely familiar with some of these concepts that he's talking about. Like he's heard them said maybe once.
Plasmic veil.
Yeah, and he says things. He uses the wrong terminology, and says and mispronounces words. Like he doesn't call it the occult. He calls it the occult.
Yeah. And Zamira, Moon throughout all of this is just gonna keep smiling and like laughing with him and like acting like he's doing it all right to make him feel good.
But
Like,
she
she's
also
gonna butter him
adopts the
up.
pronunciations.
Yes, she's gonna like butter him up with it.
Okay.
To make him
Okay.
feel more like he's been talking
Okay.
the same
So-
language.
Yeah. All right. So we both know where where this conversation is going, and we've already spent a lot of time getting up to this point. So for the sake of brevity, I would like a consort roll or a sway, or if you can convince me of one of the other actions that you
I'm
prefer.
going.
And
I'm-
I will say that this is a roll from Moon, not from Ishani.
I'm gonna help her.
Okay. And you can push yourself or Devil's Bargain, etc. At any time, remember, at any time, whether it's related to a roll or not, you can ask for a Devil's Bargain for something.
Hey,
And we can talk
Jamey,
about
how much longer are we gonna go? Asking for High Shelf Collective here.
Yeah, you can go ahead. They can go ahead and raid. It'll be a bit longer, probably.
Yeah. I'm going
I'm trying to make
push
this quick,
myself.
but
Yeah, I'm gonna push myself to get the extra die for advantage because I don't have any consort or sway, which are gonna be basically what I want to use.
okay. So you're gonna push yourself and then get help. Okay, so take your 2
Yeah.
stress. Yes.
Yeah,
Can
I
I-
just did.
Can I do a flashback
Sure.
to add a little help to this?
Ishani's already helping.
Oh, so only one help?
I believe so.
I can't recall.
I can't recall either if it's. I think it's one. Well, I think once you have help, you get the help.
Yeah.
I see.
Yes.
Yeah. I see. Yes.
Never mind.
Also, technically, I would like to say, technically, assisting does give the person who is assisting 1 point of stress. However, I'm ruling no because it's more fun. Technically.
Thank you for
You get
taking
more stress
two
for that.
stress. Thank you for helping me. I got a 6. I got a 5 and I got a 6. I will take the 6.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we all know where this is going.
Wow.
You're trying to convince him to hand you the artifact, or at the very least, tell you where it is.
Yes.
This man is thoroughly, and with the aid between the two of you, beautiful young ladies, this man is thoroughly wrapped around your fingers. You both have dealt with assholes like this. You know, you live in this world. You know how to handle things like this. Especially Ishani, but you know, that's another story. He's downright thrilled to go into business with you in regards to this artifact. What are you trying to specifically convince him? He does not seem to be willing to part with it. Claims it a family heirloom.
I'm not trying to part him from it. I want to because my whole approach in this thing has been I'm just interested in looking at them like it's part of I'm trying to play it off as part of a vice almost. I would love to just look at it and kind of see what you have to offer for business partnership, and I'll bring stuff to offer you, your food, your wine,
Clout.
your girls,
Clout and
your-
money in exchange for connection to this artifact.
Yes.
Okay.
Not taking it, but connection to.
Oh my gosh, guys. Thank you so much, guys.
Oh
Oh,
snap!
thank you for
Wow.
the raid.
Hi guys.
Hello, everyone. Thank you
Hello
for
and
the
welcome to our
raid.
clusterfuck that is Blaze in the Dark Halloween one shot.
Yeah. Have a good
Get
night.
ready.
We've got
people.
rats and mannequins and
Lots of mannequins.
So
rats and
so
mannequins
many.
and people and a GM who has obviously spent too much time playing BioShock, Resident Evil, and A Plague's Tale.
Already.
So okay, he's fully on board with that, especially because it quote especially if it means I get to see more of the both of you. And then he just gives that grin again.
I do that sparkling laugh that you do at parties.
Yep. Moon is going to grin and just kind of like, well, like kind of like that kind of flirtatious, like, oh well, if it means we get to see more of you too, like type of thing. Like trying to butter him up even more, like even though on the inside she's like.
I'm gonna need a roll for that. Basically, basically what I need is I need a roll. You can tell me what action you're using for this, but I need a roll that'll tell you that is you navigating the very narrow avoiding the very narrow line of him actually making a move. That thing of you're flirting enough, but not too much, basically.
Because I'm going to have more of that like confidence, but I'm also gonna be like, not like,
I'll take it.
Yeah, like
I'll take it.
but more of like that air of importance.
I'll take it. Absolutely. And
That
Ashani
is
can
a
help.
6. That is a 6. Oh my god.
Do you want to crit?
Does someone want to help me?
Can I help her again?
Yeah. Just roll another d6.
Okay. Come on, let's go.
Please give me a crit.
I help by ripping off a wall sconce downstairs.
No, that already happened. It's a crit.
Oh, it's a crit.
All right.
Yeah.
I am commanding the crit right now.
You have this man wrapped around your finger.
He is enthralled. The only way he could be more enthralled is if he was his own butler. So he gets kind of excited at this point. Not like excited,
Oh,
but
God.
excited, like
Not that
hyper
excited.
happy. He now seems to be thoroughly all in on this business venture.
Oh my
And
god.
let's get this started now. We'll get the paperwork rolling, and we'll even take you to the artifact afterwards.
Ooh.
Sorry, I'm going to rephrase what he just said. And after that, after all the paperwork, I can take you down to the artifact.
Okay. Hold on.
He's still giving you that very unnerving grin of his that is just too big.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, discreetly, I'm going to kind of like, I'm assuming we don't have to activate the earpiece because there hasn't been any indication that we had to press a button or anything.
I would say that there would be a button.
So like, very discreetly, she's going to like lean her hand up, and because it's hidden underneath her hair, she's gonna press a button. She goes, "Lead us down to the artifact." Like, and repeat,
Alright.
and then like,
like before, that's a D6 from both of you.
Well, how about we have a few drinks first and discuss our business venture?
Absolutely, is his response. But I need a D6 from both you and Tech.
Yep. Okay. I got a 5.
Okay. That means your message is clear. It goes through.
Well, that's a 2 from me.
Oh my god.
Your message is clear. You know, you think you get through. Tech? We'll take this opportunity and flash back over to you. We'll rewind to you leaving the room. You're going around the long way to the, shall we call it, the Mannequin Day Spa. The mannequin storage room. How shall we refer to this?
The gallery?
No. The room.
No, that's down.
Yeah, no. This one is more just the storage room of the mannequins. It's an easy traversal. You get over there. You find the door rotted off its hinges, literally. Like the hinges are in place. The door, not so much. Inside are, as expected, a bunch of mannequins.
Okay.
You walk in, I'm assuming. And you look
Well,
around.
I don't just throw the door open, but I kind of like.
The
peek
door
as
is
I-
already thrown open. Let's just say that.
Okay.
It's on the floor.
All I imagine is the SpongeBob and Patrick like eyes like peeking around the door and like slowly sliding.
Like, again, this door has literally rotted off of its hinges. It is open. It's permanently
Yeah,
open.
but they're not that he's opening the door, but just peeking inside.
Right. So I'm assuming you go in carefully, but you go in. I'm piggybacking off of the roll the stealth-ish roll you made earlier.
Okay.
The I belong here type of roll that you made earlier, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
You slip into the room carefully, and yep, it's a room of mannequins. They're not unlike what I described the gallery as for sevens. They're kind of just. You know how in really busy subway cars in movies, it's a bunch of people just standing around clumped together and in like a really tight space?
Uh-huh.
It's that, but mannequins. Like, none of them, they're not posed or anything. It's like they're just stored there.
This is
Like
this is
they're
a big
waiting.
old bucket of nope.
He's raising a mannequin army.
What?
She said he's raising a mannequin army.
I hate this so much.
It's an army of mannequins. I'm calling it.
Oh god.
You
And he
walk
took
in,
the souls from the guys downstairs.
or may be planning to, because the attune check earlier, everybody had their souls.
Yep,
Except
only
for
one
the
hollow.
butler.
So far.
So far.
So far.
And luckily Moon doesn't know shit about mannequins yet, except for the one the guy was dancing with in the middle of the dance floor. That is currently in pieces on the ground. But anyway,
Well, it's coming back together if you look closely, but
Shut up.
so you walk past the clumps. I'm assuming you keep your distance from them,
Yeah.
just in case. I mean, they're just mannequins. It'd be absurd for anything else to happen. But be absolutely absurd. I'm a need some kind of search roll. You can tell me what you give. Tell me what you use.
Okay. Let me see what I got. Survey?
Sure. It can be
Alright.
whatever you could justify.
Okay, that fell off my desk. Ugh.
That sounds like a re-roll to me.
No, it bounced off my mic.
That's
and
always
spun
fun.
out, so it wasn't a clean roll.
Hacked.
Let me clear a nice bit of space. Okay, 3.
3. Thank you. Thank you, God. You enter this room. You notice at the far end of it, under where that hole in the paint in the wall was, where the painting is. You can see the other side of that painting, by the way. Because you said you replaced it, I believe.
I tried to put it back up, yeah.
Yeah. You see where that hole was, and underneath it is a desk, like a workbench. You're very familiar with this kind of bench. It's almost identical to one you use or have used in the past. It's a sturdy brand and is obviously well used and loved, as it's in much better condition than 90% of the rest of the stuff in this house. You turn to this workbench and you walk up to it to examine it, because where else would you keep important stuff? You see a set of tools, you know. On it is the arm of a mannequin. You surmise that he makes these mannequins, or at least alters them somewhat.
Okay.
You hear a rickety clattering sound coming from the door, where the door would be. And as it draws your attention, you hear a breath of wind pass your left ear.
That's coming over the radio, right? That's just a failed
Is
communication.
that coming over the radio?
You don't have the radio, homie.
No, he's asking if it's the sound from the radio. It is.
Good.
That's all that comes through from the message down in the.
I hate this and I hate you.
It's like, nope, I don't have to turn around. There's gonna be a mannequin right here.
That's a good one, Jamey.
It takes you stop hearing the sound of almost breathing in your ear. It catches you off guard. And you freeze in half turn, because you turned to look for the rickety clattering noise, but stopped when the wind breath started. And then your brain parses the information, and you realize, oh, it was just static coming from the microphone, from the earpiece, and maybe something about the position of the hand muffling the microphone, or something. You're not really sure what happened, but whatever message tried to come through the speaky sparky did not completely come through. And you calm down, you breathe, you exhale. However, there still was that rickety clackety noise that came from near the doorway. You turn around to finish your examination, praying, prepared to tell a guard or somebody why it's perfectly okay for you to be here. Why it's perfectly natural. There's nothing there. Nobody behind you. Huh, that's weird. Wait a second. Where'd the mannequins go? You're now alone in the room. Just you and the workbench.
Fuck you, Jamey.
Why mannequins? Why mannequins? Why?
Because they're now available at your local department store that's going out of business and needs to sell all its shit.
This will be great.
And so, sevens. You've found that you found the mechanism in the mannequin in the gallery with the arms and you've deduced that a book or something. You've noticed the oddly specifically placed handprint in the dust on the female mannequin's on the femme mannequin's thigh. Well, not thigh. That has a little bit more of a connotation to it than I mean.
Knee?
You just realized.
On the leg, just like the upper leg kind of thing. Like, there's no way to determine from the hand placement the context or the intention behind the hand placement there. You do remember hearing or seeing, sorry, on the map that there's a library. You don't know if there's any books, but where else would you keep a book? Maybe a study, but you could try to go for that. Or you could try to bypass it entirely. Or whatever else. What do you want?
Let's go for the library. I was thinking about going to see if I can hit up Tech. See if he could tinker with this thing, but just in case he's already got a good lead on his own, I'll go that way.
Okay.
Sorry, man, I ain't going near that shit.
I mean, he said to.
I'm just gonna give my stuff and leave.
He said to have the, or what was it, check on the rats or something like that?
He told the butler to go check on the rats.
Okay. And, like, the noise came from downstairs, and the rats have this strange behavior where they're staying away from the table. So what if the rats are hollows as well, and their souls are in the mannequin?
But then wouldn't have Moon sensed it?
She only asked about the people.
Okay.
But that would be if I was being incredibly pedantic about it.
Yeah, if
What
you
you
were
can
being
be.
incredibly picky about where
Which,
Okay.
for people who
But
know
you
me,
tends
is
to
not
be-
something I would ever
No, not ever.
do.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
make
I am
another
not one of the
reference
most
check here.
pedantic people you'll ever
Mm.
meet in the world.
Mm.
So it's 1 a.m. Let's go to the library.
Yeah, alright, so you head to the library. I'll piggyback off of the, I believe you had a 6 prowl?
Yeah.
Earlier? Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I'll piggyback off of that. No GM would ever do that. No, never.
Of course not.
You easily enough get to the library. And yeah, there's books. There be books here. Lots
I'm looking
of
for the
books.
right one.
All right, give me a roll for it. Tell me what you're using.
Correction in my notes. Anything that has the ability to have a life form. I did ask for any magical.
Yeah, I
Off-putting though. But next time.
I will go ahead and put your worries to bed. There's something else going on with the rats entirely.
Yeah,
They-
I figured.
Yeah, there did not. You asked about hollows in that room, and the
Yes.
answer I gave you holds true, even in regards to the rats.
Yeah, they're not hollows. There's
It's
something
just
else.
Something else.
I'm gonna ask for another magic thing, I think. Because I have a bad feeling.
I'm honestly surprised you didn't ask about one when I described the perimeter of the rats.
Honestly,
But then
I
again,
was
you were
more
being a
worried
little
about
distracted.
I was more worried about the fact there was actual food that wasn't rotten on that table.
So I'm gonna have a little bit of fun with this one. Hey, Jamie. Can I get a devil's bargain to just find the book?
You want to find the book, hey?
Yeah.
No roll. No roll.
I want to find the item specifically that triggers that mechanism. I suspect it's a book.
Okay. Sure. In exchange, you'll take stress. 2 stress. How many stress are you currently at? You're at 2 or 3?
2.
Because you kind of did this.
Yeah,
2.
that's
Okay. 2 stress. Yeah, we'll call it 2 stress. And you get a spook.
A spook?
spoon.
Here's what happens. If you're okay with getting a spook.
I don't know what it is, but you tell me I get a spook, so
It's the deal. If you get a spook and you take stress and get a spook. In other words, I
Okay.
give you a haunted thing similar to what I did to Matt. Not identical, but similar. Okay, you're okay with that? Okay, that's the deal. It takes you a little bit of time, not a lot. You're familiar with not this kind of a thing specifically, because that's a little niche, you know. But, you know, you're familiar with eccentric people, and you can easily logic where one might hide something that they want later access to. And you go right to it. First book you pull off the shelf. It's not a real book. It's a wax facsimile with the shape of 2 hands on either cover. Well, a hand on either cover, mirroring the pose the mannequin's hands were in, and with metallic plates where they would meet her. I keep calling her palms. And having examined the mechanism as much as you did, you do remember that in her palms there were equal plates.
close
Kind of
circuit.
like, yeah, something like that, yeah. As you take the book down, you look at it like, huh, cool, little clever. Tech might enjoy this. You turn around, and suddenly the room is very cold. very cold. Colder than you've ever felt, and you've had some nights without anything. And then you feel what can only be described as a hand passing through your back. Through your back. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't leave any mark. There's no pain. But not like someone punches you through your back or anything like that. You know, it's just this casual brushing of what you would assume it would feel like to be someone running their fingers through sand if you were the sand. And then you hear a voice. Help us. And then just as quickly, it's gone.
What the hell was that last?
I hate you so much.
The ghost said, "Help us. He's and then was gone.
Okay.
I hate you oh so very much. Like an insane amount right now. Because it is 1:05 in the morning and I cannot scream, you piece of poop. Continue.
It is 1:05 in the morning, which means it is officially October 31st.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween, guys.
I'm gonna play the most benign, spoopy but not scary thing today to erase this from my memory. Thank you.
Minecraft has lots of skeletons and spiders.
Animal Crossing. I'm sure they have a Halloween thing going on.
Only at night.
Anyway, so
I'm going all. I'm going back to that room,
the gallery.
the gallery. I'm going back to the gallery. I'm not looking behind me.
Okay.
I barely care that I'm moving about hiding.
You no longer care about stealth. You're TFing out. So over to, or shall we say down to the gentleman. You descend the stairs. As you go deeper and deeper, the light seems to be getting further. Like, it seems to be almost like you're going nowhere. Because the light will always stay at an equidistant part away from you. And when you're just about to give up and go back, you step out through a doorway into a subterranean chamber, a crypt. Not uncommon for those who are educated in the knowledge. Not uncommon for a castle or a noble estate to have a family crypt underneath of it. But why is it lit with electric lighting? And why, across the room, sitting next to the lamp, is a rocking chair. Not moving, with someone in it.
Okay. Somebody alive or dead or?
You'd have to go and find out. You're still at the base of the
Did he
steps.
resurrect his family?
What?
I assumed that the butler was an old assistant that had passed on, but I didn't think he would have brought back his actual folks.
Okay.
What
Does
if that's his grandpa?
does the person seem like the person doesn't seem
From
particularly
where you can see
aware?
in the light, from what you can see in the light, they don't seem to be moving, nor is there a sound coming from them. They're hunched over in the chair, and in the light you can see gray hair.
Okay. I'm not going to address it unless I see it move. For now, I'm just looking for the artifact.
Emily, it'll be okay, I promise.
I know.
But I am gonna look around for the artifact or any compartments or any secrets in here or anything like that. I am gonna keep corner of my eye on that rocking chair. Yeah,
Okay.
just to see like if there's any movement.
So you're going to
inside.
examine the room as best you can without attracting the attention of whatever may or may not be living in that chair.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, make the roll.
Okay. So I'm gonna survey it.
Okay.
And
I'm not sorry.
I'm gonna push myself again.
Okay, so take the stress. I went spooky and we lost like 8 followers.
Okay, so I got a
Not
6.
followers, viewers.
Well, it is late.
Yeah, it is late.
Yeah. Or early.
Alright, so I did get a 6.
That's a good roll.
You got a 6?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it is a family crypt. There are not sarcophagus. That's very specifically Egyptian, if I remember correctly.
Coffins.
Stone
the stone
crypts.
entombment.
And yeah, it's not like you've played Skyrim, right? It's not like there's open holes in the wall with corpses strewn out, tucked into them. It's not like that. Each body has a stone encasement that they're in.
Sarcophagus.
And they're lined up against
Not
the
as
walls.
Not quite a
I'm gonna find a
sarcophagus.
word.
Okay.
Not quite a sarcophagus, because I believe that has a very specific definition.
Okay.
And so the by the way, Yvonne, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm gonna sleep fine tonight. You check them out. They all seem to be unmoved for the most part. They seem to be well kept, well taken care of. One of the most well taken care of things in this entire house, from what you've seen. And you don't see anything that could obviously be the artifact. And I mean, do you want to crack try to crack one of them open and get a peek inside? I see the nope on Matt's face.
That depends on how much dust is on top of them. If there's something that has like a lot of...
They
like...
are perfectly pristine. No dust.
Okay.
Like I said, these are well kept, well cared for. Someone comes through here and dusts this crypt.
Okay, then yeah, I'm definitely taking a look inside each one.
Okay. They're heavy lids. And if you're gonna try to do this, we'll piggyback off the 6 you already rolled. It's fine. You crack one open very carefully, very slowly, very silently, and peek in. You can't check all of them because where the rocking chair is, you'd have to get past the rocking chair, and you know, if the thing's alive in the chair, then you might get spotted by them.
Okay,
but
so
the ones you can access,
hiding from the rocking chair is not my number one priority. Finding the thing is my number one priority. I'm not convinced that whatever's in there is alive.
Okay. Well, you check every single one of them. Inside is a decomposed skeleton, unmoved.
Okay.
That's very dusty.
And I am putting the lid
exactly
back on
what you'd
each one.
expect opening a crypt, opening a coffin. What?
I am putting the lid back on for each one too.
As you better.
As you approach the crypt nearest the rocking chair, you notice that the elderly woman that is sitting in the rocking chair has her eyes shut.
I knew it.
And as you take a step closer, because her eyes are shut, you know, she can't see you if her eyes are shut. As you step closer, you hear a deep snore come from this elderly woman.
It's the grandma.
Granny needs to stop.
She, in the rocking chair still, she just snores away, quietly, mumbling to herself.
Is she wearing any jewelry that might look like an artifact or something like that?
She is wearing plain... She's wearing nothing. No.
Shut the front door. This is not...
She's wearing a plain dress, like a dressing gown, kind of like she got up out of bed, came down here, and fell asleep in the crypt, basically. Is what she looks like. Like, she's got her hair up in this kind of like... Ladies, help me out here. What's it called when you sleep with your hair up in a thing?
Bonnet?
Yeah, like that kind of like, she's got her hair up in one of those kinds of things. And she's got like kind of a robe with like a nightgown on underneath. And she's small. Like, she's shorter than Ishani small.
Oh, Jesus.
By half
Shorter
an
than
inch.
the...
No.
Shorter than the 5'2.5"?
Yeah, she's exactly 5'2". No.
The Japanese grandma.
She's about 5 foot even. Or at least appears to be.
Not a Japanese grandma. They don't get higher than 2 feet.
Wow, I will fight you. Yeah, I will fight everyone here.
I'm already gonna get murdered by you, so I don't care. So she, in her lap is a journal or book of some sort with a pen in her other hand. Well, was in her other hand. It was now on the floor, but you can surmise that she was writing in a journal or something before dozing off. do you open the crypt or do you go for the journal first, or do you do something else entirely?
I'm gonna check the crypt first.
The crypt first. Okay, you open the crypt, and like the other ones, there's a skeleton there. It's perfectly exactly what you'd expect opening a crypt.
Okay. And it didn't.
And
wake
it's
her
the
up from
last. I'm assuming it's the and it would probably be the last crypt that you check. You know,
Yeah.
Just because it's the most dangerous one, just in case. Do you go for the book or do you just leave,
I
or do you do something else entirely?
do try to grab the book.
Rap.
It's
Yeah,
just kind
I
of
mean,
on her
carefully, but-
lap. She's got her hand, like she had it in her hand. It's closed. It's just kind of resting on her lap. It's not that hard to get it, and obviously, and if she was gonna wake up from you
She would've
messing
done it by
around,
now.
it would have been when you would have been when you opened the crypt. So,
Or when he's got the metal thing.
I
Right.
was a little bit up the stairs, but yeah.
yeah, she the sitting next. So the in case I didn't describe it, I don't remember. She's sitting in a rocking chair. On the one side is the crypt that you just opened. On the other side is a table with an electric lamp on it lit, which is what's illuminating the room. In her lap is that journal, and on the floor by her foot, fallen from her hand, which looks like it was holding it, is a pen, like a proper antique type of pen, ink pen. There's a word for him that I'm completely blanking on.
A fountain pen.
Quill.
Yes, thank you, fountain pen. Not a quill, because that requires like dipping and stuff. This is like an actual fountain pen. So you take the journal. She's kind of got her thumb in a certain spot, you know, because that's how some people hold books. So you open it to that where she's got her thumb, which would be her most recent entry. And it's a letter. It's hard to make out exactly. I don't remember. Can you read
If that's normal
in the game?
Yeah, then yeah.
I would say it's not exactly normal. Like I would say Sevens can't read, based off of his backstory. Maybe
Okay.
he can now, but he wouldn't be like formally educated in it.
No, I wouldn't be formally educated, but you bet your ass my dad would have.
Yeah, that's fair.
I do make a point in gathering information. So
Yeah, so it
Like-
makes sense that you could, and
Reading
passing on
it.
information.
I would at the very least have tried to learn it at some point.
Yeah. So you may not be the best at it, but you can read. Okay. So, however, this handwriting is very, like, it's that very flowy, flowery cursive that is almost impossible to actually read unless you grew up used to this person's handwriting. But you're able to decipher it enough to basically surmise that it is a letter to the person whose crypt she's sitting next to. And you flip through each of the previous pages and you see that she's written a letter to a different person in each of the rooms, or each of the crypts in this room. And you can tell by how dry the ink is that it's usually like one a night type of a thing. So probably is like her nightly routine. It's a letter to them. Nothing sordid or deep, just kind of like, you know how like some people go to like to their parents' graves and they talk to them at the cemetery, kind of like, it's kind of like that. Just this is how my day was type stuff. Kind of like obviously just kind of a way for her to maintain a connection to her family. And you can tell that each of these people in this crypt that are in this family crypt are who she's writing to based off of the fact that each of these crypts are engraved. Now you did notice that there was a empty slot that didn't have a stone box crypt in it, so you didn't go and look at it. But in the last letter, the one she was writing tonight, she talked about joining them soon, and how she's lived a long, full life, and how resting eternally with them would be a God's send. And at the end of each letter, you notice she's written a symbol. That in her handwriting looks something, it might be hard to see because it's in pencil. Something like, yep, that's really, there we go. Something like that. But in the mirror, because I'm mirrored on Discord. I'll send a picture. Basically, it could be a signature. It's hard to tell. Because her handwriting is so hard to read anyway. Actually, I won't send a picture. I won't mess with it. But unless you want me to. But
could also be a symbol or emblem or something too.
Right. It's hard to tell for sure. So yeah, that's what the journal is.
Okay. I'm gonna set it by her feet to make it look like it just fell while she was asleep.
Okay. Do you leave it open or closed or?
Let's say closed.
Okay.
And I want to double check that empty spot that you were talking about. See if like there's anything there that like could be like a secret, like I don't know, secret tunnel or
okay, I'm gonna. You rolled a 6 previously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of that.
Well, that 6 was specifically for looking around the room, not specifically for checking.
Oh, true. Okay,
So,
that's fair.
like, this is
You've
sort
convinced
of
me.
part of
Go
it.
ahead. Give me a roll for this.
Huh?
Give me a roll for this. You convinced me to ask you for you to roll for this.
What? Okay.
You could have piggybacked off of your 6. Instead, you convinced the GM to make
You said that this was for another. You said the thing was a general look, previously a general look around the room and the individual crypts, but
No. I said not the individual crypts, not just the individual crypts, but just
yeah. And so
There's a
because
check
it was
for-
not the individual crypts,
the whole room.
And because
basically,
it was
give
not
me a roll
just
for
about
this.
the crypts, you
Okay.
now have to roll.
I need a roll for this, Tim. Tell me what action you're using for it.
I'm still surveying. I'll guess
Still
I'll roll
surveying?
again,
Okay.
but like I
I
intended
forget.
to look more than
do you have any
just
dots in study?
those things. What's that?
Do you have any dots in study, or is it just survey?
I've got more in survey.
But you do have at least 1 dot in study.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and give me a study, please.
Okay.
And if you have only 1 dot, go ahead and roll a second die.
I mean, I got a 6, but
I'll take it.
I'll check again in case it's a critical.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Okay. 6 is still fine. Still plenty. You yeah, you check it, and you can surmise that this is probably her spot, reserved for the next person who will get entombed here. Which is kind of morbid because she's not 5 feet away and sleeping soundly. But You do study it. You get in there. You search around, and then you see a symbol that you recognize from upstairs. The same symbol that you, same kind of marking rune that you noticed every time there was a button to activate a secret above. So you push it, the button, and a crawl space opens up on the wall to your left, which is the far opposite wall from the stairs you came down, pointing in the direction of where the gallery would be, to help you orient yourself.
Just far below it.
Potentially. Like if you were to crawl through this crawl space, you would be crawling, as far as you can tell without going into it and looking. You would seem to be crawling in the direction of the gallery.
So,
yeah, I'll take a look. I'll go through.
Okay. And at that point, we will jump back to the ladies. Ladies, this man is creepy as fuck. Conversation has gone really well. You guys you thoroughly have him wrapped around your finger. He's ready to, like, if this was a wedding deal, he would be already in green suit and tie. You know, like, he would be, like, he's that on board with this business deal. And at some point, Darby, his butler, returned with the documents. No word about the rats that he checked on. But he returned with some documents, and you guys were doing business discussions while the facade of a party was happening around you.
I want to make a general attunement check of magical stuff around the room with the rats.
I'll take it. Go ahead. You can push yourself. You can ask for
I have
assistance.
2 dots of attunement, so I get advantage, so I don't necessarily.
I mean,
need
you
it.
can always get more dice.
Yeah,
More
I'm
dice,
good with
the
more
higher
dice. If
chance
anyone
of
wants to
success.
help me, but it's
I mean, they don't, to help, you don't have to have anything in that slot to help. It's just
I got a 4 and a 6. So 6 actually came from my metal dice this time. Nice.
Now you're expanding your mind to focus on more than just colors. There is magic everywhere to some degree. Sometimes in some instances, it's minor, weak, almost, like it's far, far underground. Bit stronger, like a bit stronger the nearer it gets, almost. But the thing that unnerves you is that the rats that are immediately surrounding the table are not magical. And that's why they're unnerving. You could believe that these rats were behaving this way if they were under some kind of magical enchantment or conjuring or something like that. But if they're normal rats, what the hell? However, in the room, other than the hollow butler who's now standing, lurking not too far away. Oh, sorry, I turned stuff up and forgot to turn it down. I turned stuff up for the really creepy music and forgot to turn it back down for this. Sorry. Also, I'm further away from my microphone than I was previously, so let me turn that down even further. Thank you, Hibbiman. Anyway, what else? In addition to the magical aura coming from the hollow butler, not lurking not far away. Sorry, my headset just beeped to let me know that it was close to dying. You do sense a vague magical atmosphere around, just around. Kind of like when someone was baking cookies, but like several hours ago. Like the scent is there, but it's not strongly fresh. Like there's magical stuff around that you can't quite pinpoint, but it's either weak or it's scattered. And I have one question for you to determine what my next words are. How much do you focus on trying to figure out what it is? And how much do you focus on the conversation that is still happening around you?
So, I'm gonna kind of do this in a different way. So, Butler brought out paperwork. I'm gonna pretend I'm gonna be like, give me one moment. I just want to look this over.
And during which I try to engage him in conversation,
And yeah.
My party.
I'm going to like pretend to embed myself in some paperwork and like look through that as I try to focus more on what that magic is.
Okay. It takes you a bit. Not a bit, but it takes you a relatively small amount of time because you're good at this shit. You're familiar with it.
Yeah.
It's on the tip of your tongue. What is it? And then you realize it's ghosts. Apparated ghosts. Just filtering through the air casually. If you were wearing your spirit mask, you could probably even see them. It's hard to tell how many. And you were so disgusted, and the reason you didn't notice it before was you were so disgusted and so distracted by the performance this man across from you was putting on that it was hard that you just hadn't noticed. In the way that when a fire alarm is going off, you don't necessarily notice the smell of cookies. Like I said, it's hard to tell how many ghosts because of how faint they are. They don't seem hostile, otherwise there would have been a problem by now. But they're there. They could be just chilling. They could be antagonistic. But regardless, this is something the spirit wardens should know about. And if they don't, there's more going on than you thought. Suddenly, your attention is ripped back to the papers in front of you as Robinson takes your hand and seems to be eagerly pulling both you and Ishani to your feet. Bah! Forget the paperwork. Let's just get this over with. You wanted to see my artifact. I would gladly show it off to you. I'm proud of this wonderful artifact. Come, ladies. Come and see, behold my artifact. And he starts to pull you two with him.
Moon is gonna kind of have that facade again, like, oh, of course. Oh, I would love to see it. The paperwork can wait.
I kind of look at Moon as like a check-in.
Moon kind of gives you like, it's very well concealed, but it's almost like you can see like there's something going on. Like she kind of gives you like side like quick one-off glance, like, oh god, there's more to this than we know. Like we'll catch up in a minute.
And I just do that, friendly, jovial laugh, like, you're so quirky, kind of thing.
You're so quirky.
Before we continue, I have a question for Ken. Where were you going after discovering you were empty and that you were alone in this room?
After I get done peeing myself,
That is the appropriate response to being told that you have haunted.
can I hear this in the other room with him leading them downstairs or anything?
You are not close enough to hear that.
Would I be able
And-
to like tap on my ear thing and try another communication, even though it's gonna probably fail?
You could try.
All right, let's roll the dice and see. I'm gonna pretend
Okay.
like I'm adjusting my hair.
My dice haven't really enjoyed me so far.
I got a 6.
Hey,
Come on, man.
Yeah, but Matt got
come
a
on.
Come on!
Is there
The
any
six-
way I can help? Is
In
there
this
literally...
instance,
Is there literally
in-
any way?
okay.
He's going to
So,
dice jail too.
Unfortunately, no, there's no way to help with this because this is not an action roll.
Could he
This
be
is
like
a
possibly-
fortune roll to determine whether or not this machine works properly.
Could he?
I will
tinker
say,
with it, though?
however, that the 6 counters the 2
Oh.
and balances it out to a partial success.
Oh.
It's like a lot of it is missed, but the important parts are there, kind of thing.
You are able to convey that where you're going to him. However, I also just realized technically Tech is still the furthest in the past out of each of you. So he hasn't gotten that information yet. Because your stuff took the quickest. Sorry, Matt. So, where are you going in the meantime before this? Well, while we're... How do you kill time for this message to arrive? You know that, from what you could see in the bedroom, there are plenty of places where there could be a safe or a vault. You know that the gallery and the basement, the sublevel beneath the Great Hall are being explored by the others.
Well, before anything, Tech, putting away his fears for a minute, I'm going to tinker with this desk. I'm going to look it apart, see if I can, because I figure, if this is the same kind of desk that I work with, maybe I could find similar tools, kind of get an idea of maybe this is his workshop where he's making all these damn mannequins.
Yep. The Damikins.
I like it. All right. New dice. Let's see how this one does. 5. Okay.
Whew. Okay.
So much better.
Give me one more d6 roll.
2.
Dang.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's not a.
Oh, that.
It,
Well, I was tinkering, so I'd take the
yeah,
higher
this
roll anyway.
no, this wasn't a second skill check. This was a help me determine. This was a fortune roll essentially.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you check out the desk, and it is almost exactly like yours, except I mean it's laid out differently. It's like someone who has the same laptop you have. It's familiar but different because they customize their layout differently, things like that. Like maybe his desktop has the taskbar at the top rather than the bottom or something like that, you know. And Yvonne, are you okay?
No. Why would you ask?
Because your heart apparently has stopped.
Yeah, it's fine. So is everyone else.
Yeah, this happens.
She's only dead. DED dead.
I'm just physically achieving the state in which I constantly live my life on the inside, dead. Okay. But yeah, there are drawers in it, are tools, etc. Like you would not have. This is not how you would have arranged the desk, but hey, it works. You guess. And he. You do find some spare parts in there, even. In fact, yeah, you're easily able to determine that this is the workshop where he has built these mannequins. You see some parts for machinery, mechanisms, and the like. Not too different from what you use in your toys, your gadgets. In fact, you even find enough that you could quickly make something if you wanted to.
Ooh.
Boost your headset. Boost your headset. I swear to God, please boost your headset.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to do just that. I'm going to take my tinkering tools, mess with my headset.
Okay.
to
Thematically,
make it better.
literally like 2 minutes ago, this thing spooked the fuck out of you because you thought it was like breathing in your ear, and then you remembered, oh yeah, that's a fucking speaker there. So yeah, that absolutely tracks. You absolutely take that thing apart, and
Signal comes in while it's in pieces.
tinker with
Doesn't
it a
actually
bit.
come in.
It brings my heart rate down because that's where Tech finds peace, is messing with machines. He understands machines. He doesn't understand freaking mannequins that just vanish.
The world
Unless
makes
they're
sense
machines.
once more for a brief moment. You're tinkering with the thing, and you go ahead and give me a tinker roll. How many dots do you have in tinker, actually?
I have 2 dots in tinker.
Okay. You want to push yourself or anything?
I feel like I'm gonna need.
Let me say it this way. This roll will counter your 2 even further and make it, depending on how you roll. It'll make it so that her message, how clear her message comes through to you.
Ooh.
You know, since this damn thing is so important, I'm gonna push myself.
Okay. So take the 2 stress. You could also, as a note, you could also take a devil's bargain.
No, I'm not getting spooked again. My heart can't handle it.
There's no guarantee it'll be a spook. You don't know.
So 3 dice total.
Halloween.
As you turn around and all the mannequins are back, staring at you.
I will take that 6.
The 6? Okay. All right.
Oh,
So you
2,
rolled
1,
3
and a
dice.
6.
A 2, a 1, and a 6. Okay, you'll take the
Oh my
6.
God.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. You realize, oh shit, you forgot to connect this piece to this piece, and that's because you missed this piece over here. Hopefully, nobody was actually trying to reach you a bit, nothing with anything important. So you quickly you find what you need in his desk, quickly
I left the
scramble it
insulation
together.
on the antenna wire. Whoops.
Oh,
You quickly
gods.
Silly me!
managed. Well, you mumble to you curse and then you mumble to yourself. This is what happens when you rush. Like this is what happens when you rush. Silly mistakes, silly lame mistakes that a third grader would know. You know, it happens.
Yeah.
And yeah, you put it back together. You pick it up, you check it out, make sure, you know, no extra screws that you missed or anything like that, you know. You look around, no, the mannequins are not back. However, you notice
From their lunch break.
I don't know if it would be scarier if they were back or not.
It'd probably be scarier.
Watch it just be like one in in a dark corner or something. Just turn towards me or some shit.
What in the Doctor Who is this? What in the Doctor?
And every time I look away,
Anyway.
it just scoots across the floor. I need to stop putting ideas in Jamie's head. Go on.
I was about to say, it really is true that the players make things so much worse for themselves. You pick up the device and you're looking it over, confirming, you know, you don't want to risk checking it because it could potentially cause a static feedback that could, you know, tip off, you know, could screw Moon over. But you look at it, it seems to be in much better working order now than it was before. And you once again curse yourself. And then you hear a loud thunk coming from directly in front of you. The wall that had the hole with the painting on it. Where'd the painting go? Looking through, there's nothing there. I mean, there's the bedroom. You know, nothing seems to be different. From the angle you're at, you can see the guards that were sleeping. They're now startled awake. And don't see you yet. They're still trying, sorry, the Gorts. The Gorts.
Sneak away.
They haven't noticed you yet. They're still in a sleepy daze. Because you remember that when you pulled the painting off the wall, you had to pry nails out of the wood. And when you put it back, you didn't hammer it back into place. So it was not secured.
You played yourself.
Away, man. Sneak away.
However,
Yeah,
you have not yet been seen.
Got any toys that just make a ringing sound or something?
Small cherry bomb you could throw outside.
They're still, right now, literally what's happening is they're still sitting. They're in their lounging positions. They're going, what the fuck was that? You know, they're trying to make sure that it wasn't one of them or that they didn't dream the thing. You know, they haven't yet noticed that anything is actually amiss. So you could just walk away and be fine. But whatever you do, you should do it soon.
I am absolutely going to walk away, and I am going to start quietly winding up one of my toy so it's ready to. It's like a little. I'll say it's a little mouse. I'm gonna quietly wind it up so it's ready to go if I need it to. But I'm just gonna wind it up, put it in my pocket, and head out of the room.
Mark a second one of your gadgets.
Yeah, I already did.
Okay, good. As you're walking away out of the room, outside of the room, there's no door. Remember, you're outside of the room. You're in the clear. but you hear coming through that hole, "Oi, that goddamn painting fell again."
Again.
As one of the guards obviously sees that the painting fell off the wall again. And you hear some pounding as they apparently try to reaffix it to the wall.
So, I mean, when I found out that it fell, my first thought is, oh no, the painting is also alive.
How quickly are you walking away? Like, how much of a
Well-
hurry are you? Better question. How careful are you being? How stealthy are you being? Are you, like, speed walking the fuck out? Or are you trying to not gain attention, going slower and trying not to gather attention to yourself?
Somewhere in the middle. Think of like my long strides, but I'm not like sprinting out of the room. I'm just like,
Okay.
Good long striding sneak.
yes.
Okay. So faster
like-
than the walk
I'm-
speed in Phasmophobia. Okay.
Yes, I'm like Gronk, sort of, kind of like Gronk, just kind of like, you know.
Okay. Okay. As you're retreating, you hear another guard swear, and yelp. He yelps in pain and then swear. And the other ones, you hear another one say, sorry, I didn't, your thumb was in the way, man. I told you to watch out. And then you hear a pause. Wait. Wasn't that painting of the blue sky? And you walk away. Where are you heading? Actually, it's at this point that the thing in your hand crackles, drawing your attention away from listening into the guards as you're walking away. And you get perfectly clear the message from Ms. Moon over here. Ms. Sailor
Saying
Moon.
that she's heading downstairs and he's taking
Yeah.
her to the artifact.
Yep.
It says, yeah, it's that she's on her way to the thing. Yeah. To the artifact.
Yeah. Yeah, bring us downstairs to the artifact type thing, yeah.
Is it possible for me to answer back without completely blowing her cover?
I would say with the repair job you just did on this thing, yeah. I mean, yeah, I would say neither of you have to make a roll for it. You would still probably have to tinker a bit again with her portion of it to make it perfect. But basically, you know what? No, roll. I would like a roll from Ms. Moon at advantage
Ooh.
because of the tinkering he just did on his device.
Yeah, I got 2 5s.
It's any reply you make would be perfectly clear.
All right.
And
I
not
will
make a
reply to
Basically,
her.
it was a don't roll a 1 scenario.
Yeah.
I replied to Moon. Mannequins. Something is wrong with the mannequins. And that's it.
He says this, and you then realize, where was the mannequin go that he was dancing with?
Fuck the shit I know.
Well, as we're on our way down to the artifact. Lovely.
So great.
Literally what happens is as this reply comes through, you're stepping past the spot where he was dancing with the mannequin and left the pieces of the mannequin that had fallen apart after he, had that spinning flourish at the end of the dance. You should have stepped right on the body of a mannequin. No mannequin.
Moon's not gonna say anything. She's just gonna like just kind of excuse it and just be like, "Oh yes, let's go down to the artifact. Sorry, I was thinking about something else." If she gets caught, basically.
Robinson doesn't seem to hear you. He seems a little distracted as he's walking. And mumbles something like, "Where'd Dolores go?"
That's an old name.
That was my grandma's name.
Is that the name of
In
the
real life?
mannequin?
Like, did I actually pull
Yeah.
your real life grandmother's name out of thin air? I'm sorry.
That was just even more creepy than I needed it to be.
I'm sorry.
I immediately go, "Oh dear."
He doesn't say. Did I say Dolores? I don't mean Dolores. He says, shit. Why did every name that in existence other than Dolores just leave my brain?
How about
Just go with
Daphne?
Rebecca. That's my grandma's name.
How about Daphne? Daphne's a good name.
Daphne!
Agathis.
Agatha!
Oh,
Agatha! Where did Agatha go?
Okay.
Like, he whispers it to himself, but audible enough that you guys hear it. Or could hear it. And then he just kind of does like a half, huh, like, this is what happens. This is normal. And then keeps walking, dragging you guys behind him.
Okay, so we're going down to the artifact.
So wait, he doesn't
Yelling
know?
timber. He proceeds to start talking about the room he's taking you to. He's thrilled for it, for you to finally see the art he works so hard on in his gallery.
I'll be right back.
I say, "Oh, what is this gallery like?" And hopefully a way that will.
Ishani just gets up to Moon's ear. "Oh, tell me about this gallery."
Well, considering he's dragging both of us probably by our wrists, I'm probably next to her close enough for that to
I
happen
would
anyway.
say, actually, hold on. Let me make a. I hadn't thought about how he was holding you. I'm gonna make a quick
Yeah.
D6 roll to determine how he's dragging you.
How is he dragging us? By our
Did
feet?
Nails
Grappling
clawing
for
on the
each of our
ground as you try
toes.
very desperately to get away. Okay, with what I rolled, he's still trying to maintain that formal host-like noble facade.
So we're
with
still
everything
on
he
either
does.
side of him.
And in the previously where he had offered elbows to you both, he now had you both by the waist.
Lovely.
Because your business relationship has evolved from casual strangers to business partners and the odd flirtation.
I'm going to
Like, he's not like
make-
gripping your gripping your waist. It's just like
Yeah, no.
like
I'm gonna
that
make
thing where he's
sure that-
casually got his hands not quite in the small of your back, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure, like, because I'm gonna act like I'm adjusting my hair again. Oh, the gallery. What is this gallery?
He proceeds
What
to
is it
launch
like?
into a long-winded ass thing. about-
Info dump.
Yeah. He talks about how
just so that way
he
Tech hears.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
while
she
these
relayed
people
to
don't
you
know.
through her thing. Actually, now we'll piggyback off the roll you had before. It's fine. You hear that they're heading to the gallery. Tech. You okay over there, Matt?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's great.
You just looked like you were over there Lamaze breathing. It's fine.
Oh God.
So we've notified Tech that we're going to the gallery.
And we're gonna roll this along a little bit. Fast forward just a scene change, shall we? To said gallery. Sevens.
Yes.
You're at the gallery. You've been there for a bit. Well, not been there for a bit. You had that instance of getting the library book, going to the library, getting the book, having the spookening, and then returning.
Yes.
And
I'm
as you
just
get
getting
there,
back.
yeah, you're just getting back. You go right over to. Nothing has changed. First off, nothing has changed. All
Good.
the
All the
mannequins are
mannequins are in
still
place.
there.
I will be right back.
Okay. All the mannequins are still there. You go over to the woman on the bench. You put the book in her hand. And you release it. For a second, nothing seems to happen. But then you hear the Zelda chest opening sound. No, a secret door has opened. No, after a second, like almost like the mannequin stops to think about it a little bit, but not, because it's a machine. The arms slowly lower to the position that they should be in naturally when reading the book, from the position of the rest of the body and the head and all of that. With that, you hear a grinding thunk as big cogs crank and move, and the sliding of stone along stone as the floor beneath you begins to turn. The entire room seems to spin, but you realize that it's just the floor you were standing on in the is moving, and which makes it seem like the rooms around you are rotating. After one full rotation, it grinds to a halt, and then there's a series of loud, heavy drops, like a thunk, 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 getting closer, coming from below. As finally, with one more stone against stone grinding sound, an opening grinds open in the floor before you, revealing a staircase down.
Time to go exploring. I'm heading down. I feel like I'm getting close.
Let me do some quick time calculations in my head. Okay. Yeah. You go downstairs. You don't hear anything coming. And everybody else, and nobody is close enough to be able to hear this happening that you are aware of.
Good.
However, it was quite loud. But you do go downstairs.
All the more reason to move fast.
Yep. As soon as, after a point, we'll say 10 steps down, your head is clear. You're far enough down the stairs, because they're steep steps. Like, each step down is a decent step down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have a brief thought of, Ishani might need some help coming back up. Like a hand up. But going down is fine. You, because there's no hand railing. And after you reach a certain point, there's no central pillar to these stairs. And the walls, and it's just staircase going, spiraling down, as there are no walls on either side. You can see firelight below. A single source of light in the center of the spiraling staircase downwards. And but as you reach a point where you step in one of these stones, right before the wall on your left vanishes. The stone depresses a little bit. And the hatch that you walk down through slides back into place. And you get down to the bottom of the steps, a similar depression happens. And the steps begin to rise back up. Basically, the mechanism is resetting.
Okay.
So where'd the book go?
The book is still in the hands of the machine, but apparently the depression, the step that the plate he just stepped on, apparently cancels the open order from the book, essentially, or something like that.
I imagine that if I took the book on the way back down, it probably would have stayed open until I got down here.
Yeah, it's reasonable for you to assume that or guess that.
All right, moving.
Yeah,
ever forwards.
You're now close enough to the source of light to see that it is a lit brazier. In a large chamber of darkness. Next to the brazier is a stack of torches. Little archaic. But you use what you gotta use, right?
Yep.
So I'm assuming you take a torch and light it.
Sure.
And you proceed into the darkness. You can, with the brazier, you can see where the walls are around you. It's not like a massive chamber, right? You can see where 3 of the 4 walls around you. There's obviously one direction to go. It's just that it hollowed out so that the wall on the one side was gone, basically. And you proceed to step forward into the darkness with a torch. When somewhere behind you, you hear a panel slide open, and the gentleman crawls out.
Pleasure seeing you here.
Wish I could say the same.
Dang.
Dang.
And
But I assume you have a way out.
We can go back this way.
Awesome. I can't go back this way.
Okay.
the hatch slides shut behind you as you crawl out.
Got it.
Like, you know where it is. You're pretty sure you could probably get it open if you needed to, but
Yeah, like, I'm
Dynamite.
guessing it's probably. I'm guessing I'll probably find the same symbol somewhere since I already know what to look for.
it's a reasonable guess, reasonable assumption. So together, the two of you continue into the darkness, and you're getting subterranean vault vibes, like in your bones. Like, you can feel it. That this is, like, you both know this is good. This is what you're looking for. Nobody builds a place like this except to keep their valuables.
That's what I wasn't
hope.
expecting this guy to actually have this scale of.
Well, you don't know if he built it or if it was already there and he's utilized it.
Well, yeah, I doubt he built it, but still, even that he has it is just mind blowing.
I feel like it's more that he found it. Somebody has to have found it, right?
Because again, this is, I would say the two of you are talking about this. Because why not? Reasoning about it. You're telling him about the masonry you found and all of that. And the two of you are able to deduce that from what little you know about pre-imperial history and pre-cataclysm history, that once upon a time this world was your standard fantasy D&D realm. You know, witches, warlocks, heroes, adventurers, etc. And there's a lot of the modern stuff that is built on top of that old stuff. And you know that the stonework is very old of the foundation of that building. And lots of places in Duskfall, especially the older districts, like this one, have the roots of their buildings reaching back to that era. And so it's not unreasonable to think that he was exploring this old forsaken house and found this entrance to a dungeon of sorts, as told about in those tales of adventure and heroes, and repurposed it.
Somehow work the mannequin into the mechanism.
Because why not? As you approach, you start to see, you feel the walls around you narrow a bit. Not in like the claustrophobic sense, but in like the room is getting actually smaller sense. Like you feel like you're being funneled towards something.
Okay, funneled. Okay, not trash compactor.
No, sorry, yeah, funneled, not like.
Oh my god!
No
Not
Star
like-
Wars.
I'm not trying to.
Thinner.
I'm not trying to kill you that badly.
Not yet.
No, first you have to meet the army of mannequins.
And then we
In
have
fact-
to create Bernie Sanders.
Speaking of the army of mannequins,
Speaking of Bernie.
what is that human shape you see at the edge of the torchlight?
Shut the frinky.
So
you
we
continue
are
on-
the only two that have no inkling that there's anything up with mannequins. I haven't even seen a mannequin yet.
Probably another mannequin. Yeah, there's a bunch of those.
He's only had a thing with ghosts.
I haven't
As
had any
you-
spooks.
As you continue on,
Tim's just been with Grandma.
as you continue on, you pass one mannequin, then another, then several more. The deeper
That's
you
a lot
go,
of mannequins.
the
Huh?
more there are. But also, you start to see more signs of your destination. You see other torch sconces along the wall with torches ready to be lit. And
I am checking each of the mannequins to see if, like, I'm not afraid of movement or anything like that.
that's a lot of mannequins.
Yeah, okay, I'm not like checking carefully, but like I'm keeping an eye open to make sure, like,
To make sure they're actually mannequins and not somebody
No.
blended in with them.
I'd be surprised. I'm not looking for that as much as I'm looking just to see, like, if if I wanted to hide an artifact, like on the lead up to the final chamber, I might like put it in like an army of mannequins. You know, so just keeping an eye open. If it's like an amulet, you know, checking around, like keeping an eye on their necks and their hands or whatever.
You all hear behind you the sound of the staircase opening once more, echoing through the chamber.
Lovely.
All right,
And we're gonna cut back to the ladies.
wait. Let's hide behind the mannequins.
I was gonna say it's smash and grab time. Just run.
Well, we can like if we sneak behind them, we can get an idea for like any extra steps that are needed to get to the artifact, right?
Unless it's the guards, Gorts.
Yeah, you don't know if it's us or not.
We don't know who this is, but somebody's gonna be coming in to check.
The guards don't come here.
Yeah,
How do you know?
Not well.
Because I talked to them.
Fair.
Or at least one of them.
All right, yeah. Let's hide amongst the mannequins.
They'll never see it coming.
As a
No,
note,
We can pretend to be one.
as a note, the mannequins do not seem to be posed in any particular way. They're
just sort of
kinda-
standing,
Yeah.
like frickin'
Storage.
iRobot, that one, the factory scene.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yeah, so we'll just like stand up straight. just
Yeah.
have the same pose basically as them.
Are
Basically,
these
it's
an-
almost
they're an
like you
alcove,
guys stumbled across. It's almost like you guys stumbled across a chamber full of terracotta warriors.
Yeah,
Almost.
yeah. So the goal here is really just get far enough away from the main path and torchlight won't really illuminate us.
Especially
And
if
then,
whoever comes down also grabs a torch.
Exactly. So at that point we follow the torchlight.
So, back to the ladies.
Sorry.
Hi.
As you guys approach the gallery, he suddenly stops. Oh, I'm sorry, ladies. I totally forgot. Why don't you wait here? I have to go grab something in the library.
Would you like to escort us inside?
I forgot my key.
For
I'll be
sure.
right back. Darby will wait with you
Oh,
if you need.
I think we'll be fine.
yes.
Very well. Darby, come with me. And he and the old man, he goes off with the reanimated butler shaking his way after him, vibrating his way after him. You're alone in the gallery. Hello, mannequins. Hello, posed mannequins,
I'm going
Yes.
to turn to
including
My-
one with
my
a red covered book in her hands.
A red book.
Isn't that what
Well,
I
as
said?
soon
Didn't I
as-
say that already?
I didn't realize it was red. Anyhow.
I may not have
Yeah.
described it beyond being wax.
First of all, I'm going to
Mannequin
turn
can read the book.
to my lady friend and I'm going to update her a little bit as quietly and as fast as possible. So I'm going to let
Yes.
her know A, there's like ghosts, spirits everywhere. Like everywhere. B, that butler is a hollow. So someone has used the amulet.
And you would know that a hollow is a body that had its spirit pulled from it.
Yeah, like the spirit warden
Yeah.
would have told us.
Yeah.
And C, all those rats are not magical, but there is something going on. And that mannequin that he was dancing with just disappeared. It's nowhere to be seen.
So I knew we were in trouble, but I didn't think it was this much. Do you think the mannequins are alive?
That could be a possibility. They could be animated some way. They could be taken over by ghosts. All I know is
You got
that
the message from Tech, right?
yeah, like I got the message from.
Yeah, you've
Tech.
already gotten the message, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
All
skipped
I know
ahead
is
a little
that-
bit here.
Yeah. All I know is that Tex said that there was something wrong with the mannequin. And I'm actually gonna grab the book off of like the mannequin and kind of look at it. I'm like,
It's wax.
I don't even know.
It's obviously not a real book. You pick it up, you
Yeah.
pick it up. It's not a real book. You look at it, it's wax. It fully, yeah.
I'm gonna look at it and be like, I don't even know what's going on in here. And I gesture to them, and I'm gonna set like the book down on the bench.
You hear a
Like-
metallic clank of metal against stone as the metal plates hit the stone. 'Cause remember, there were metal
That's
plates
not normal.
in the wax book that connect to the metal plates in the mannequin's hand.
Okay. I'm not gonna like toss it down. I'm gonna like set it down.
Right. Still metal hits stone.
Yeah. I'm gonna kind of look. Anyways, I'm not sure what's going on here, but we are in some deep trouble. And if the spirit horns don't know about those ghosts, we are in deep trouble. Because
I'm
they
sure
need to know.
I'm sure they don't know about it, or else this would have been a lot more of a different situation. But I think that currently there's no way we can get to the artifact without playing along. Have you heard anything from the others?
Aside from Tech talking about the mannequins and saying a room was clear, I have no idea what's going on. So we best play along until we can figure out where they are.
Okay. Send a quick message to Tech.
You get 25 words per spell. Per spell
Hmm.
definition.
I hate you.
And always end with, "Are you pooping?"
Oh, Jester.
So,
I miss Jester.
before anyone is within an ear range coming back to the room, I'm going to send Tech a quick message through the earpiece saying we're headed down to the gallery. Something wrong is going on. Try to find the rest of the group.
Tech,
And I reply to that.
you hear the message, but you hear it double through the machine and with your own ears. You're right in the hallway
Huh.
outside. Time has passed. You made it to the other side of the house at the same length of time that they did.
Okay.
So
So
I'm
basically-
really close by.
You
Yeah, right outside the door.
Yeah, where you were coming from is basically you just missed the Robinson and his butler going back to the library.
Lovely.
Like you would have passed each other, except as you were essentially as you were going down some stairs, he was walking past.
Okay. So I can hear her then.
Yeah.
Like actually talking. I will tap lightly and like,
I'm gonna like quick run to like the door as quietly as possible, like open the door and like, what are you doing? Get in here! Robinson and Darby are gonna be back any minute. And like have you hide in a corner,
Hey Tech,
in a dark corner.
hey Tech, you're in a room of mannequins again.
I'm
And
guessing
these
That's
ones are
like-
posed.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm leaving right now.
I
you're
see
gonna have
these
to hide in a corner.
I see these
with a
mannequins all over the place and I'm like,
And these ones are posed like people in slices of life.
do
Realistically.
they look at all like the mannequins that I saw earlier?
they're all identical in the sense that they're all mannequins. Like they're all basically the most generic basic mannequins you could think of.
But I'm not looking at them and being like, no, I saw this just
Correct.
in the other room.
I mean, it would be really hard to tell. They're not like branded or named or well, I mean they might be named, you don't know. But they're not like they don't have name tags on them.
So I'm gonna turn to Ted.
No distinguishing
And I'm
marks.
gonna be like, you have to hide among these mannequins right now.
I
And
will
at least
tell
find a
her,
way out.
one, I found his workshop. I found where he's making these mannequins. I walked in the room. Mannequins were all over the place. I started messing around with his desk and I turned around and they were gone.
You hear a creak.
We don't have time for this. We gotta go.
We don't have time for this. Hide in a corner. Watch to see how he does the mechanism and then follow us.
Tech,
And the last
as you're
thing
about to get
before
into a corner, you a look of red catches your eye as you see the wax book that was set on the bench next to the mannequin that is the mechanism.
Okay. So I noticed the red book.
Yep. And you notice that this, with the parts that you saw above and the tools that he had, you see this book and you see the metal plates and the hands on the shape of the hands on the covers of the book and the metal plates near where the palms where they would meet the palms and all of that. You see all of this and you're able to a light switch goes on in your head. What would you do if you were this fucked up and eccentric? Oh, you'd make the mannequin the mechanism.
Okay.
You're able to connect the dots, basically.
And before I run off to hide, the mannequin is the mechanism. Sevens is down in the gallery, and I hide in some corner.
As a note, you guys are in the gallery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well,
basically, Sevens is supposed to be here, and that. So I'm gonna connect the dots between him needing to go to the library to grab his key, which that is the key, the book, and everything. I'm gonna be like, Sevens has already figured it out. He's down in the gallery. Hopefully, he's far ahead of us at this point, and we're gonna have you hide in the corner.
Okay.
As he hides,
How long do you
I'm
wait?
like,
Sorry, go ahead.
as he hides, Shani's like, well, he'd be suspicious about the book being here rather than in the library.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
We can say it was already sure.
He left it behind or something.
Yeah. A reasonable excuse. Or maybe some stupid guard misplaced it for him.
At the very
What
least,
odds
y'all
even
contained
know?
ignorance.
Yeah.
And I can make a distraction at any time. As you see, my little lined up mouse, as I tuck it in my pocket.
We'll be ignorant. It was there.
How long do you guys wait?
Wait.
I thought you said that there was creaking outside the door.
No, I said you heard a creak. I didn't say where it came from.
So if it takes longer than a minute or longer than 30 seconds after the creak, I turn to Moon and be like, is he coming?
Moon is gonna say,
You stop and listen. There doesn't seem to be footsteps down the hallway. Not yet, at least.
We go down.
If anyone goes down, it should be you. He's waiting for us.
I quietly come out of my hiding place and I go over to the mannequin, which I assume is the mechanism. Would it be a tinkering roll
I'm
to?
going to go and stay on watch for him, basically by the door. Because Lord knows our luck, some GM is gonna try to get us caught in the act. So
Okay.
I'm going to go outside the door and be staying on watch. Go.
As he places the book into the hands of the mannequin, I walk up to Moon and be like, "We're having a fun conversation." Oh, you're so funny.
So,
Moon's
Tech,
gonna
what do
play
you
along.
do?
I'm assuming I'm gonna connecting the dots in my head. I'm gonna use the mechanism and try to go
Yep.
down there.
Okay. You place the book in her hands. The arms depress. Exactly as I described it for Tech.
Yep.
Not Tech. Sevens opens up.
And the
outside
lady
the
and I
door-
are outside the room.
Outside, you guys hear very loud grinding and kathumping, and you can feel it through the ground. And it's at this point you guys realize you could faintly, like, a light goes off in the back of your head. You didn't think of it at the time because this place is just so run down, everything is shaking. It could just be Darby vibrating on the ground as he walks across. But you noticed when this opened before, you just weren't this close to it.
How long ago was that?
Fuck, now I have to do math. We'll say 15 minutes sound good? Reasonable? Sound reasonable?
Is there any way through my tinkering I can notice it starting to make noise and quiet it down in any possible way?
You could
Like
try.
looking at maybe some of the machinery is old. I could try to.
You could try, however, you do also know that a lot of what the noise is just comes from it being the weight of the mechanisms underground and stone grinding on stone.
I just fucked us over, didn't I?
Yeah.
Ladies,
But
now you hear footsteps down the hallway.
in retrospect, would I have heard this earlier the first time it opened? Would I have
You would
already
have
known
known.
that it was loud?
You heard
By
something.
looking at it.
You felt like they did.
Would he have
You
known?
heard and felt, but you didn't necessarily connect. Because this place is weird as fuck already.
Okay.
I mean,
going to
in your
start
own
walking-
defense, Tech, in your own defense, there were mannequins and then there weren't. Is that fair?
Okay.
There were mannequins and then there weren't. You may have been a little distracted.
So,
I'm
I
going
want-
to wind up the paralysis toy I have from.
all right.
Very like.
The footsteps
my
the footsteps you're hearing don't seem to be hurried. In fact, they seem to be exceptionally slow.
I know she has the toy, right? Can I see her
Yeah.
winding up the toy? Can I see you winding up the toy?
Can
I
you
would
see her
say
winding?
yes. It's kind of like concealed because I have like the arm, so you'll see like I grab it outside of my sleeve, and you see me like winding it up basically with like.
Semi loudly. Still holding on to her on like her arm, like girls do. I'm like, oh my lands, what was that?
I'm gonna play along and be like, I don't know. Do you know if the Lord is nearby? Maybe he'll know.
I don't think he's returned yet. Let's wait until he comes. We'll ask then. He should know it's his estate.
And then loudly, I'm gonna say, I do find this to be quite worrisome, though, without some sort of explanation, like trying to play along.
Mm.
The footsteps seem
What?
to speed up a little bit.
Mm.
Like someone who was casually walking
Okay.
or carefully walking suddenly realizes, oh, someone's talking about me. Someone whose company I very much enjoy and who seems to enjoy my company. Like, there's like, you could swear there's pep in the step now.
Oh, Dickles, what have you done?
Can I
I'm
do
just
my?
playing along.
By this point in time, you can absolutely descend the stairs now, Tech.
Well, okay.
If you
So
want.
you were mentioning something earlier about the flashbacks or that kind of thing, and
Yeah.
people that. Does it apply to like a earlier spot in the mission itself?
Yeah. I don't see why not. Go ahead.
Could I say that I left my my little clockwork mouse that's a noisemaker?
The one you prepped.
Yes.
The one you
Can,
prepped.
can I say that I prepped it and I left it in the bedroom? Underneath like one of the beds on a timer. And
I would say that you know that there were the 3 guards in the bedroom, in his bedroom, but there absolutely were other bedrooms in the house that you passed by. Because, I mean, this is a massive house meant for a large family.
So could I say then that I put that I just wind it up and let him into one of the bedrooms?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's set on a timer that's set to make noise?
Specifically make noise.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. And when would it be going off?
I would say the time that that when I rounded up,
Well,
I would have.
better question. Actually, better question. Sorry. How good is the craftsmanship that the mechanism within this device goes off when you expect it to?
Is this
Well-
because of last time?
This is me trying to say I need a roll.
Yeah.
Tinkering roll.
Yeah.
Could I say
And this is
on
going to
my
be
sheet?
at this point. This will be a 1 point, a 1 stress flashback. Well, yeah, we'll call it a 1 stress flashback.
Could I say that in between this session and this session, clearly I made a new toy. Could I use my Artificer special ability to get another dice roll?
What is your read it to me? What does it do?
When I invent or craft a creation with Sparkcraft features, take +1 result level to my roll.
Absolutely.
So with my Tinkerer, that gives me 3 rolls instead of just 1.
Sure.
Okay.
This is me prepping stuff in case things go awry.
2 6s.
Oh, thank God. That was really loud. I'm so
2
sorry.
6s and a 1.
You are very good at what you do.
Jeez.
So whenever you tell me you want that mouse to go off, whenever you want that mouse to go off, and it goes off. It is up to you to track this.
Okay. I will say that right around the time that all the heavy gears and I'll say right around the time I hear all the gears and stuff starting to churn and the passage open up, that's when the distraction goes off. And it's basically a recording of it's a very loud recording of the music that was playing when it was me and Moon's pre-adventure, and I was recording from that symphony.
Oh my god, with Morris!
And it's going to be a recording of that, and it's going to be very, very loud.
Unfortunately, I do not have permission to play the music that we played in that. However, you guys remember that music. So, yep, absolutely. Yeah.
And I will say that my creations are designed in such a way that when they expire, they fall apart so that people can't recreate them.
Okay. Okay.
And as soon as I hear that go off, I am down those stairs.
Okay. Yeah. So whenever you want it to go off, that happens. Yeah, absolutely.
I think he's saying now.
Yeah.
Okay, so it goes off now. There's the pep in the step happening. Yeah, okay. This loud orchestral piece plays loud enough that with the stairs open, you guys can hear it downstairs in the mannequin room.
Oh, God.
What's that?
Y'all, like, it's far away and faint, but you're like, oh, what? It doesn't sound like what was playing in the hall earlier. Like, this actually sounds good. This sounds like good music.
Ow.
And yeah, the footsteps approaching. Stop and retreat. And Tech, you go down the stairs. Ladies. What do you do?
I think at this point,
Moon, you would recognize the music. Ashani, what the fuck?
I kind of just wide
I'm
crazy
gonna-
eyes at.
I'm gonna turn to Ashani. I'm gonna be like, "This is one of Tech's creations. I know that music. I would know it anywhere. Like, it's a distraction. We're okay. We should go find the Lord. Well, we should. I don't say the Lord. We should go find.
I mean, after this session, I think we should all go find the Lord.
Jamey.
We really should.
Yeah,
we're
no,
gonna
just
go
me.
find, we're gonna go find that hollow and gosh, I forget his
And there's
name.
the crazy smile.
Darby and
Yes.
Lord Robinson.
Robinson. So we're gonna go find them. We're going to act like we don't know what the hell is going on. We're going to ask them, what the frick? And we're gonna try and get them back down to the artifact because I don't know if there's anything covering that artifact's trap. Whether it be booby traps or mechanics or something or other, because Lord have mercy, this has already gone way astray from what the spirit freaking guy told us.
Yes, let's.
Or an
let's
army
get
of
this over
mannequins.
Yep.
with.
So,
Let's get this over with. If we survive this, remind me to take us out for something that's definitely not this.
yeah.
I would like to raise a suggestion. Not a suggestion, just an option of a path that is before you.
Mm.
There is a good chance that if you went downstairs, basically you could smash and grab this right now if you wanted to.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's go downstairs.
You could say you
Okay.
could just hopefully go down, get the thing, and GTDFO.
Yeah,
Like,
let's do
get
that.
the F out where?
Because, I mean,
have
obviously
a
you
few
guys don't
options.
actually enjoy this guy's company. Let's be real here.
Yeah, let's be
No.
real.
Bring the book with you so we can't follow.
Yeah,
Just about to
actually.
say that, like, because I'm
So,
assuming it takes
I'm
time to
going to-
close, so why not, as you're going down, grab the book and run?
Actually, I have magic, so I could just magic it to me. as we're headed down the stairs.
If I remember correctly, you using any of those magic abilities takes stress, correct?
It does not specifically say that I can take a stress for it.
I think it does say you take stress, or at least I remember seeing. Maybe it's a specific thing that gives you take stress.
I don't know if it's a specific ability. I know like my Tempest ability takes stress, but either way, I'll
That's
take a
what I'm thinking
stress
of.
and we'll just call it good.
Yeah, that works. That works.
So we're going to yeet ourselves down the stairs. I'm going to yeet the book to me as we're running down the stairs.
So, Tech, from your perspective, you've taken several steps down the thing. You're marveling a little bit at the mechanisms of this because, damn, this is actually kind of cool. And then suddenly these two women come flying at you like bats out of hell. You think you see a flash of red as it comes flying into the hand of Moon. And suddenly she's holding the book, and they're sprinting past you down the stairs.
No,
Remember, these are
Tech's
big
arm.
steps.
I grab Tech's arm and I'm like, "Oh, man!"
Okay. I am going to need a roll from everybody.
Oy vey.
Oh god.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a physical roll. Actually, hold on. Let me look.
Can I argue?
Sure,
I'm
you're always
sorry.
welcome to argue.
I'm going to do this in finesse, using my dancing skills to not fall flat on my face.
Yep. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna say I'm going to use more of like an attune for magic to kind of help me and Tech gain our balance.
You only, not
Me.
you and
Okay.
Tech.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. And I still need a physical roll from Tech.
Oh yeah, this whole
Tech,
will go well.
figure out something. Do you have finesse? Do you have?
I got a 4.
I don't.
Or is
have
still
any-
technically a success. Now
I
don't
remember,
have-
Six?
it's not really, it's not actually ever reached a point where this has come up before. You can take stress to resist the effect of your dice roll.
Yeah.
It would be, let me look, to resist the effect of a dice, the consequence of a dice roll that did not go as well as you liked. To resist, you roll a d6, and then the amount of stress you take is 6 minus the highest result of that dice. So you can,
So
if you
you'll
rolled
always
that
take
4,
5.
you rolled that 4, you could resist and make sure that you stay steady. And then, yeah, the reason I
Just
didn't bring this up before is that none of the consequences were really quite, you know, fall several stories downstairs and get hurt badly.
I'll take
None
the
of them
stress.
would have potentially resulted in harm. This takes
I'll take the
physical. This would,
stress.
a failure in this would
Yeah.
take result in a, yeah. Okay,
I
so
got a 6 in attune
okay,
for
A
this
6?
because I rolled a 1 and I rolled a 6.
okay. Also, did you already push yourself, Yvonne,
No, I haven't done a thing.
for your initial roll, your finesse roll?
No.
You didn't push yourself. You could push yourself and roll an extra die, take the stress for that, or you could risk the higher stress from a resistance roll.
It's
I
just
was
stress.
You're too stressed, so I'm going with that.
Okay, you're pushing yourself for an extra die.
No.
No,
I'm so
it's
confused.
just 2 stress if she takes the 4 minus
Yeah.
6.
No, you need to roll a separate roll. It's not the dice you've already rolled. You have to roll a specific thing.
I'm
You have to
very
roll.
confused.
Okay, resisting a thing is a separate roll. I need another roll, a specific resistance roll, which uses your. I was looking at it. Either in the highest attribute, the highest thing you have under Insight, Prowess, or Resolve. So the highest number of dots you have under one of those 3 categories. In this instance, it would be Prowess.
Prowess. Shit.
Which I believe are most of the physical things. So like I believe Finesse is under that. So basically you would need to make another Finesse roll if that's your highest thing under the Prowess.
I'll push myself then.
Okay.
And that's
Okay.
2 stress as is.
Yeah, that's 2 stress.
Let's see if this actually does anything. Oh, I got it 6.
Okay. Then you're fine. You managed to keep your fate. I believe Moon, you said you had a 6 as well. Okay. Tech. Any of the physicals. It doesn't have to be Finesse. It could be Skirmish. Hell, I'll even take Wreck.
I have a point in rec, but I don't know how this is remotely applicable.
You destroy the stairs to keep your body safe.
Reckless abandon to protect your body.
You I feel like this is in an anime. You punch the ground so that it doesn't hurt you. You hurt it instead. I don't know.
That does sound
Or maybe like I see them coming, I just take a I don't know.
Reckless abandon.
But I'm
No,
imagining something
reckless
physical that might hurt me a little bit, but it also prevents me from falling 10 stories to my death.
Yeah.
You know what? You have a bunch of
I think it
gadgets.
would-
Do you have anything in
You
your
have
loadout that would
gadgets.
help?
Well,
Grappling hook?
I don't have enough space for climbing gear.
Yeah, he took a medium load. And you've marked 2 gadgets already.
2 gadgets, my tinkering tools, and a bandolier. So that's 4 out of 5.
oof.
Now, technically, you don't have to say you have your bandolier. Because you pre-made the gadgets, remember?
Yeah.
Swap
I
immediately.
did pre-make my 2 gadgets with the stuff already in them, yes.
Yes. So you could say that you did not bring your bandolier this time because you didn't see it being as potentially useful. So...
Okay. What would that be more of a burglary or climbing gear?
I would say in this instance, climbing gear.
Okay, I will say that I brought climbing gear then, and kind of like just grab a hook at the last second to get myself in place.
To dig it into the last foot of the wall that's vanishing
Yeah.
to catch yourself.
So what would,
And then
what
I would
that
say
ro-
that because of that, you have rope attached to said grappling hook, which then you can hold on to all the way down,
Yes.
Ugh.
just in case you start to lose your footing again. So I would say all 3 of you make it down, no problem.
Yes.
I am not gonna make
You
it.
see the brazier, you see the stack of torches.
We're I'm just gonna use my magic.
Okay.
None of this dark vision.
And I'm going to illuminate our path.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna start jogging.
Hey guys,
At least.
guys in the mannequin, how bright is
Yeah.
this light? I believe daylight, right? This magical light that you just created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just under daylight.
So you, it's suddenly very bright in this room. All 5 of you can now see that for a bit, this room is empty.
For a bit.
However, further along, there's a whole army of mannequins. Not posed, but standing straight, as if guarding something. And the two of you who are hiding among the mannequins, wow, that's bright.
I'm gonna don my fine spirit mask. Do I see any spirits floating around?
Oh yeah. Floating around, they don't seem aggressive. Like I described it up in the Great Hall, but they're much more dense here. They are so dense that it's hard to see, like actually see around them, through them, past them. So basically you can't be walking around with this thing on because of how dense they are. There's a lot here.
I'm gonna like take it off and put it back in my satchel. Alright, we've got a lot of ghosts. Please be mindful.
So I assume the group of you progress further along.
Yes.
Eventually you get to the point where you are surrounded by mannequins, which is near where the boys were or are. Do you guys wait to see who's coming, or do you progress on?
I was thinking we'd basically be trying to hide amongst the mannequins so that we could follow whoever's coming by.
So you would wait.
Mhm.
Okay, then you see these guys coming. Alone, no Robinson with them, just them.
Okay. Well, also I'll say that I extinguished the torch I grabbed.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's pointless to hide. But I will say, it's just you guys.
Just
Is-
us.
Yeah, you guys see one of the mannequins like reach out and like start making noise.
Oh no! I'm not.
No. I'm
Do not.
Moon is gonna look and gonna be like, oh, it's just you. Well, thank you for the mechanism. It's gonna turn to 7. Be like, thank you for this.
Is
We
it smash
have
and
to
grab
go.
time then?
Yes, we have to go, cause
This place.
Where's Robinson?
yeah, upstairs.
Let's not concern ourselves.
You might have heard some
Let's-
music. I put a distraction in place.
Let's
Yes.
go now.
And we're out of time.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yep.
Wait, did
Running.
the stairs retract again or no?
No,
Yes,
we
they
gotta
did.
get that pendant.
They did?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did retract. One
Okay.
in the
Yeah,
same.
we retracted
Everything
the stairs.
happened in the same way it did for Tech. I just didn't feel like
Yeah.
describing.
How are we going to get out?
There's another entrance that I came through.
Okay. Let's get this and go.
Okay. You guys progress deeper in, deeper and deeper and deeper. That's a lot of mannequins. A lot of mannequins. Eventually you reach a door. An archway. Let's call it an archway. Surrounded by fine masonry that the gentleman recognizes. No secret hidden symbols that you recognize as secret buttons on this. Just runes of languages long past, long lost to the time. And then you guys pass through. No obvious dire warnings of "thou shalt not pass" or anything like that. At least not that any of you can read. I don't know. Do any of you speak Draconic? No, I'm kidding.
Oh my god.
You step through the archway, and this room is not what you expected. Sure, in the center of the room is a pedestal with a amulet on it. amulet about that big. Less of an amulet and actually more of a sphere. Black. And opalescently black, I believe is how it would be described. Kind of like a large black pearl. The crack in the top. Like a
When you say
fissure.
large, how large do you mean?
Would I recognize this as what we're looking for?
There's nothing else that it could possibly be. You've seen this in pictures and read about it. This is the Palantir of Souls. One of the strongest necromantic artifacts from pre-calamity. Necromantic, that's the word, right? That is a word. Necromancy artifact.
Yeah.
The story goes that a sorcerer whose name has long since been lost to time formed this pearl, this Palantir of Souls, out of the blood of his own children. For the power for each of them to live eternally. However, the old forgotten gods did not take kindly to a human, to a mortal, fiddling with mortality, and sealed him within his own creation. Or so the story goes. You know these old myths. They're not always true. However, However, what does scream truth to you is that in the room around, in the walls, embedded in the walls around you all, are skeletons, part of the stonework. As if the stone had pulled them into it. There are alcoves, similar to the gallery above, where inside are little alcoves circling the Palantir on the pedestal. And in each of these alcoves has bars over top of it. And inside each are several rotting corpses. Fresh. Well, relatively. Within the last week is the freshest. Each cell, each body, at various different stages of decomposition, with the oldest being months ago.
We're in grave trouble.
This whole time, you guys were freaking out about the stuff above, and I'm going, oh, just wait.
Honestly, I'm too tired. I'm not even processing what you just said.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap this up as quickly as possible, I promise.
Okay. Is there any way to get the pearl?
Can we check for traps?
Screw it,
And
I'm
check-
grabbing it. With smash and
Oh,
grab time.
be wary about
Sevens.
touching it.
True.
Maybe
Okay,
like put it
so
in
I
a bag
take
or
this
something.
sack that I have.
As you approach the pearl, you hear Evans, I believe it was you who had this experience. You hear whispers
Oh,
near
Jesus.
your ears.
The same ones I heard from the ghosts.
Exact same phrase, except now it's complete. Help us. He's mad. Help us. He's mad. The closer you get to the pearl, you hear 1,000 more voices each step you hear. Help us, he's mad. Help us, he's mad. And as you're about to place the grab it with the sack, you hear a laugh from behind. I'm glad I was able to get you down here. Behind you, amongst the mannequins, stands Robinson. However, he took the time for a wardrobe change. No longer wearing the formal tux he was wearing up on the dance floor. Now instead wearing robes familiar to you. Robes
The sorcerer.
that are a uniform that is commonly seen above ground.
Blue coat.
And on his belt hangs a bronze mask.
Oh.
I'm sorry for all the pageantry, but it really is hard to be a serial killer in this town. All pretense gone, he has that grin is affixed to his face permanently. And he continues to ramble on about how much effort it takes to pin just the people who would not be missed. The right people to lure them into his clutches, into his depths. Basically, he's villain monologuing, and I'm not going to go all the way into it. Because
Samira's
it's
gonna
okay.
be like, no.
like-
You do not get to drag me all the way here. Like, she cuts him off. She's like, act creepy. Be like this. And then give me a monologue as if I deserve to listen to this. Bull.
Honestly,
I
as soon
don't
as he-
care who you are. Sorcerer. Crazy man. Idiot. I don't care.
Honestly, as
I
soon
am
as he
too
says
stressed,
people-
too damn tired. I'm surrounded by ghosts. I am out of here, man.
Honestly, as soon as he says, people who will not be missed,
Oh yeah,
I-
Samira was pissed.
I'm
Kinda
like, you
missed
know
the
what?
mark on
Fuck.
that one.
I say, you know what? Fuck you. Lift my skirt, pull out a throwing knife, and throw it directly at his face.
Oh, we're going there. Got it. Well then. I would say roll for initiative, except there's no initiative in this. So,
Yes.
how do you kick this guy's ass?
Samira is going to use her Tempest ability. She is going to push herself to unleash a storm of lightning on this mother fricker.
All right, take your stress. There's no damage component, I don't think. So he gets
Like,
his
she's
ass
raining
fried.
down. it's just raining down on her. Lightning strike after lightning strike. She is pissed.
Which is quite impressive considering she's underground.
Yep.
Yes.
just lightning.
I don't know if the thing hit.
At first,
but
go ahead. Sorry.
I basically would have attacked using finesse.
Okay. Yeah. No. You throw your dagger. You do. It hits him. Like, each of you. I'll give each of you an attack. Basically, it's a how do you kill this idiot?
But
What is your plan?
I don't have any tools left to do anything with, so I'm just enjoying
I
the
believe you
show.
have a gadget.
Yeah. Samira is going to toss you the gadget you gave her amidst her stroke of lightning. Goes, here you go, bud.
Alright,
Nothing else.
I am going to
Beat him to death with a mannequin.
Fuck yeah.
pulling up my shirt over my face, just chuck the spear up, and as it's traveling in midair, all of this paralyzing agent just all over his face, as it is the what's it called?
Paralysis poison or something.
The standstill poison, just all over his face, and he is unable to move.
Okay. Howie, Kim.
This is probably really stupid. I'm going to use the bag that Sevens was reaching toward the thing, the pearl. I'm gonna finish upping around it, and so I can just enough so I can grab it without touching it, and face the crack towards the ground and smash it towards the ground.
Oh, you're gonna try to break the palantir.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll need a
Yeah.
rec roll from you. Actually, I'm gonna
Okay.
need a rec roll from all of you, or a rec or finesse roll from all of you. But we'll get to that in a second.
Okay. Can I just...
I'm gonna smash it in the direction of the guy as well.
Habibble just posted, just pretend he's your demon ex-boyfriend, right? Right? I'm just unleashing my Tempest ability. Taking stress.
Yep. And
Also, I'm pushing myself.
Senor Sevens.
Well, in a conjoined effort with the gentleman here, in manner of speaking, I am going to be pushing myself to be able to achieve a feat of borderline superhuman ability.
Okay.
But I am going to be first off knocking him over, second off taking out my crowbar, bending the ends of it and ramming it into the stone beneath him. So he's pinned by a crowbar jammed into the stone.
He's
Okay.
paralyzed and pinned.
Yes.
Okay. Here's because there's no initiative. Here's how the order of events will take place.
Ideally in such a way that Tim is able to break the palantir on his head.
I'll go last because it's literally
Yeah.
lightning.
Yeah, this is what I'm gonna think. All right, we'll get there. I need a rec roll or a finesse roll based off of what you described. I don't think I need a roll from Zamira though.
No. It's a
Yeah,
Oh, I would like a D6 at the very least.
Oh, I did.
No stress, no nothing. Just
Yeah, because
just
you
a
were
straight
throwing the
D6.
knife, right?
Yeah,
think
he
you
just
already-
wants an
Yeah.
order. Just wants
No. From Moon, I want the straight D6. I would like a finesse roll from Ishani, rec roll from Tim and Howie, and a finesse roll from.
I
Actually,
got two on my rec roll.
we'll call it a tinker roll. I would say you each get an extra dice because you're all acting more or less at once and in tandem with each other. So you're all helping each other.
I
Sweet,
got a
sweet.
4 and I got a 6.
Okay,
Okay.
then I'm gonna
And Matt, as I started to say, I would say I'll take a tinker roll from you to determine the effectiveness of the gadget you
That's a 4.
Okay. A 4, and that's with the added dice from help, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. A
Could've
4.
been worse.
All right. So, we'll start with Matt's. Because his makes the most sense. Actually, no. We'll start with Ishani. What was yours?
Knife.
I got a 5.
Okay. You throw that knife. You hit him right here in the shoulder. He's standing there looking confused as fuck. Wait, you're not wanting to listen to my evil villain monologue? How dare you?
Yeah, after
I went through this whole thing. Had it all set up, and you're not letting me. Basically, you're not letting me finish, and it's not. He's about to object when this knife it implants in his shoulder, knocking him a little bit off balance. As he's about to, he reaches up and grabs it and is about to pull it from his chest with a sneer on his face. And that's when your 4 roll of a scarab, you said it was, yeah?
Yep.
Just buzzes its way in and lands on his face. There's nothing happens for a bit. And you're like, oh shit, not another dud. Then it explodes. Like, explodes.
I love how that one with the explosion in the music.
I was waiting for the music drop.
Okay.
And, like, explodes. It doesn't release gas. Oops. You grabbed the wrong scarab.
Oh!
This isn't one of your detonators either. This is not a fiery explosion. This is... I believe in your chemical list there is some kind of a fire liquid.
There's fire oil, or
Yeah,
there's,
that. Yeah, that. That is exploded all over his face. He is shrieking in pain because someone just threw acid on this man's face. And like you can see the skin melting, essentially. And what did you do again, Sevens? Remind me what you did. You did something with a crowbar, but you did something before the crowbar.
Knocked him over, pinned him to the ground with the crowbar.
Bingo. You knock him over, and you crowbar him. What was the roll that you rolled? I technically would accept the skirmish if that's better for you.
It's not.
I think you have a higher rank.
Yeah, rec is 2 points. That was a 5 though.
I'll take it. You knock him over off his feet. He's bigger than you are, so it takes you a little bit more effort than you expected initially. But he goes down, and in just pure rage at the bullshit you and everybody else have had to go through tonight over this guy's petty, self-aggrandizing, I am, egotism, narcissism, that's what I'm looking for. Over this guy's narcissistic behavior. You bend the thing and you pin him down across his chest.
Mm-hmm.
And gentlemen, what did you roll on your rec roll?
With help, a 6.
Okay.
And it's going into his face. Crack
You
first.
swing this thing. You're just as livid as everybody else is. You swing this thing, gain momentum, and just slam it down on him, shattering the pearl inside of the bag. There is a loud shriek of 10,000 voices as spirits visibly, like a geyser, erupt from the remains of this pearl. And all rush the roof, the ceiling, and the city above. Finally, Moon, I asked you to roll me a d6.
Yes.
What was your d6 result?
6.
6?
Yeah.
I love you all.
Moon dice. Moon dice.
Finally, Moon extends a hand to her. Keep it in a bag, right? Your mask?
Yes.
Okay. You pull from its bag your spirit mask. This is the first time, well, more or less the first time each of you has had a chance to properly see this thing. She puts it on, and it is the face of fear itself. From the eyes, electricity crackles and glows as she extends her hands and full-on Palpatines this bitch. A lightning erupts from her fingers and courses through his body as even more comes down from above through the ground, striking him time and time again through the pillar of spirits erupting from the pearl. His screams cease. The ozone in the air is palpable. But the oppressing feeling of the haunted area is gone. The mannequins are all melted or combusted because, you know, they had metal wiring through them, and so, you know, they were all conductive and
Explosion.
yeah, basically. You all kind of stare at each other a second. Like, holy hell, that was kind of badass. And then you realize, wait a second. Didn't we just murder a spirit warden?
Yes.
Honestly, if he went down that quick and that easy, he probably wasn't actually one.
Either way, we just killed a man.
Yeah, we should get out of here before the spirit wardens show up.
Yes, we should. Follow me. Let's go.
We did kind of show to the world a bunch of spirits were in this building.
Yes.
Well, it
And I'm
depends
gonna
on
turn
if they can see it.
I'm gonna turn to the group and I'm gonna go, by the way, Moon is so formal after all we've been through. Call me Samira. Samira Claremont. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Zamira.
Officially meet you. After almost dying.
Hello, Zamira. Thank you. Let's get out of here. Let's go to the baths later. Let's do that.
I'm,
All right,
I'm
let's
already
go.
on my way.
Yeah.
And then but then I stop and I'm like, gentlemen, you knew the way, right?
Probably.
Let's
I'm
go.
gonna-
You get back
Okay.
to where that... You get back to the brazier, which is still burning, crackling. The electricity of the lightning was powerful enough to course through the ground and fry the machinery, keeping the stairs shut. So basically,
We
you come
still-
as you guys are walking back. You hear a loud kaboom as the stairs fall open. You'll
I
have
think
to
I found our
find
way
a
out.
way to actually open the top of the stairs. But you can get back up, or you can take the passageway that gentleman found.
We can find a way to open that hatch.
We just need a way to not be seen so we don't get caught by the spirit wardens.
Bottom line is, y'all get out.
Yeah.
Y'all scatter. And y'all live to see another day. However, there's one question that continues to fester in the back of Tech's mind. What the fuck happened to those mannequins in the workshop? Because you all recounted your experiences in the house to each other. You heard about the ghost passing through sevens, and Zamira, you get worried because you know that that's not usually a good thing, so you check him over. He's fine. You don't know why he's fine, but he's fine. And you hear about all the rest of it. It's easily connected to the pearl.
Well, not the rats.
Well, true, not the rats. I
Yeah.
hadn't thought
Not
about
the
that, but yeah,
rats.
not the rats. So then, what the fuck was with those rats? And what was the fuck was with those mannequins? You don't know.
And we never fucking will because we're taking this to our graves.
And
Aye, aye.
as I'm assuming that if we all start going our separate ways, I like if anyone would like to attend, there's a musical that's coming into town, a bit of a play, if you will. I've got 2 extra tickets. If anyone would like to come with me.
I'll meet you there. I have sources of my own.
Excellent.
Here goes, I'll go.
Excellent. Tickets for you both. I will see you in 2 days' time at 7 p.m.
Ishani just covertly hands hers off to either the gentleman or sevens because she's like, I have a connection. I can get us all upgraded to better seats, don't worry. But she didn't want to be rude. But yeah, we'll call it there. Y'all
Oh. Alright, hydrate everyone. Bibble said.
Well, after we sweat out our guts over these 8 hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that was only double the length that I had initially planned it to be.
8 whole ass hours. We
To
did
be
a whole
fair, I
workday
didn't
of
take into
fear.
account how much bullshitting all of us would do, including myself. Like, I didn't think about that. I should have. I should have known better.
You always should.
But yeah,
But we did
like
it.
especially this group, we do a lot of bullshitting, and I didn't think about that at all. Like I had all the rest of it timed out. Like if we'd cut the bullshitting, we would have been at 4 hours. So I'm
Mhm.
sorry this is super fucking late, everybody, especially the players and the people on the East Coast, at which it's 3:30 a.m. But if you stuck with us or are now have been here, thank you for joining us. Do you mind if I do the outro, Yvonne?
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for joining us. We hope you had as much fun as I did. I hope these guys had as much fun as I did.
Yes.
And we'll need to talk about it. I kind of want to do more Blades in the Dark, but I don't know. We haven't really talked about it much, but I would love to do more Blades in the Dark. If any of you guys in chat have a feeling one way or the other, please let Yvonne B know in her Discord, which you can find, I believe, through her stuffs. And very quickly, do each of us have anything coming up that we would like to promote for our various creative thingamabobbers?
I'll be around. I have no idea what I'm doing next, so.
Speaking of unlimited power, my next stream on Monday, I am continuing my delve into Star Wars Fallen Order, so that'll be fun.
And Howie, I believe you've been playing Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, but I don't have any plans to continue streaming it.
Okay.
I just wanted to what was it, Thursday? On the launch day, I wanted to share my
Your
Information.
my first day experience.
That's fair. And then Yvonne B, what do you have going on tomorrow? Actually, later today, in like 7 hours, 12 hours, 10 hours?
Honestly, I was supposed to be streaming at 1 o'clock, but I'm rethinking that currently.
Sorry.
I'll let the Discord know.
Okay. Pay attention to the Discord for more information about Yvonne B's stream today or tomorrow or whenever. As for me, I am going. Tomorrow is Halloween, or today is Halloween. Later today, I have a Doctor Who episode that I'm going to be watching. But beyond that, on Monday, I'm going to be